Chapter 3075. Peak rank 4 underscore time passed quickly. In a flash, Jin Wushuang had stayed in the young divine sect for 30 years. In the manor, Baiju and Iceberg were sitting together, drinking tea. Iceberg, how many times has Heavenly Sword Marquis looked for you in the past 30 years? Baiju asked. 3 times, Iceberg replied. Only 3 times? Baiju raised his eyebrows. That shouldn't be the case. With your knowledge and cultivation of Sword Dao, it should be more than enough for you to guide Heavenly Sword Marquis. If it were any other genius of Sword Dao, with your painstaking guidance, they would definitely come to you frequently. In the past 30 years, it would be normal for them to come to you for guidance 100 times. But he only came to you 3 times? Sir, Heavenly Sword Marquis is very arrogant. In terms of Sword Dao, if it's an ordinary question that he can't understand in a short period of time, he will first try to study it himself and comprehend it in various ways. If he really can't comprehend it in a short period of time, he will come to me for guidance. Iceberg said. Is that so? Baiju nodded slightly. This little fellow doesn't want to rely too much on the guidance of others. That will cause him to become lazy. Only when it's truly important and crucial will he come to ask me. That's right. Furthermore, he came to look for me 3 times. The first time was during the 2nd year that we stayed in the Young Divine sect. The 2nd time was during the 5th year, and the 3rd time was during the 10th year. However, from the 10th year until now, a full 20 years have passed, and he still hasn't come to look for me, Iceberg said. Then, did you see anything from your 3-pointers? Baiju asked. Well, Iceberg frowned. A little, but not much. What do you mean? Baiju looked over. After 3-pointers, I can be sure that the Heavenly Sword Marquis understanding of sword principle and swordsmanship is indeed much better than what he showed us back then. Iceberg's voice was heavy. Take swordsmanship as an example. When we fought before, he only displayed one sword style. That sword style was called the instant of life and death. After this sword style was displayed, he stopped. At that time, he said that this sword style was the only one that he could show off. However, after 3 times of guidance, I discovered that he had created at least 2 other sword styles that were not inferior to instant of life and death. Moreover, those 2 sword styles each had their own characteristics and were also very amazing. Oh! Baiju's expression changed. It seems that my guess is correct. This little guy is indeed hiding his skills and talent. What else? What else did you come up with? Baiju continued to ask. Nothing else. Iceberg shook his head. That Heavenly Sword Marquis is very cautious. He came to me for guidance only because of some problems in swordsmanship and swordsmanship. However, he only gave me guidance 3 times. Moreover, he has been hiding his skills all this time, so I didn't see too much of him. Is that so? Baiju's expression changed slightly. Now he comes to you for advice less and less. If you want to see his real strength through his advice, I'm afraid it's impossible. I have to think of another way. Another way? Iceberg looked over. In a real battle or a fight is enough to see a lot of things. Baiju smiled and then ordered, Iceberg, go and call your disciple over. Yes. Iceberg nodded. In the courtyard where Jin Wushuang lived, Jin Wushuang stood alone, holding the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. He closed his eyes, his breath was steady, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, a breeze came, but Jin Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. Instantly, 2 electric lights shot out from his eyes. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand moved at the same time. Whoosh! The sword swept across, and a scarlet sword shadow burst out. The sword shadow was like the setting sun, the red light illuminating the world. But the setting sun was obviously incomplete. Wushuang's sword manual, Kenyang, buzz. The sword light swept across the void in front of him, instantly creating a large area of spatial ripples, which were all red in color. However, suddenly, rumble, an endless killing power swept up. A huge space-time storm formed in an instant and began to crazily annihilate everything in the void. In just an instant, everything in the void in front of Jin Wushuang was annihilated without leaving a trace. Jin Wushuang had spent a lot of time comprehending and studying each of the 7 sword techniques in the Wushuang sword manual. Many of the sword techniques were the inspirations he had found from studying countless profound and unfathomable sword techniques in the Bodhi world. For example, there were 9 sword techniques in the 9th heaven of the illusory sword, which seemed to be performed at the same time. Each move was faster and stronger than the last. It was a wonderful sword technique that used speed to suppress the opponent. As for the sword technique of Kanyang, it was the result of Jian Wushuang's perfect combination of his swordsmanship and the comprehension of the space-time principles. He had reached the 3rd stage of the comprehension of space-time principles. At this stage, he had mastered space-time annihilation. The afterimage was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time annihilation, complementing each other. The swordsmanship was powerful, while the space-time annihilation was hidden in the swordsmanship. It could burst out a terrifying power in a short period of time and deal a devastating blow to the opponent. I almost didn't use my own divine power in this sword attack. I only relied on swordsmanship and space-time principles, but it still caused such a big commotion. Jian Wushuang looked at the space in front of him that had been completely annihilated. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He did not use his divine power. Once his divine power was fully unleashed, his move could definitely destroy the world. Judging from the power of my swordsmanship, the first move of the setting sun should have reached the peak of the 4th rank by now, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He had stayed in the Young Divine sect for 30 years. During these 30 years, he had been focusing on studying the gold-splitting secret manual. After 30 years of studying it, he had achieved remarkable results. Not only had his comprehension of space-time principles improved greatly, but his swordsmanship had also improved greatly. In addition, his swordsmanship had also improved greatly. There were 7 sword techniques in the Wushuang sword manual, including Shi Xiang, Star Dream, Qinyang, Emperor's Bloodkill, Life and Death Instant, 9th Heaven of Illusionary Sword, and finally, Blood Azura. Previously, these 7 sword techniques had just reached the level of a 4th level absolute art. However, in the past 30 years, all 7 sword techniques had made breakthroughs. Now, these 7 sword techniques had reached the level of a peak 4th level absolute art, and their power had improved a lot. This meant that his own strength had also improved a lot. In just 30 years, I have made such great progress not only because of the gold-splitting secret manual, but also because of the 3-pointers from Sword Saint Iceberg. He has helped me a lot, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. At this moment, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Chapter 3076, The Genius Feast, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. As the voice rang out, 5 figures flew over from the void in front of Jian Wushuang and landed in front of him. These 5 people were Bai Xiao and the other 3 genius disciples from the Tao Palace. The other Jiluo was also among them. Brother Heavenly Marquis, Jiluo also called out. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, we are going to participate in the Genius Feast of the 1st Heaven. Do you want to join us? Bai Xiao said. Genius Feast? What Genius Feast? Jian Wushuang asked. This Genius Feast is jointly organized by the 3 pavilions, the 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sections. It's held once every 5,000 years. Every time it's held, countless experts in the 1st Heaven, who have reached the level of a 1st level true saint will flock to it. They will compete in the feast and make a name for themselves, Bai Xiao said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had experienced too many things in his 2 lives. He had experienced such a genius feast many times, and he had even participated in it several times. Therefore, a genius feast like this one held in the 1st Heaven could not make him excited. You go, I won't go, Jian Wushuang said. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, Bai Xiao said immediately. The Genius Feast of the 1st Heaven is very large scale. There are countless geniuses coming. Those who get a good ranking in the genius competition will not only receive a lot of rewards, but most importantly, many top forces in the divine beginning world will also pay attention to this Genius Feast. For example, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, and even the mysterious Temporal Temple, as well as some sects from the 2nd and 3rd Heaven. This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself in the divine beginning world. Reward. Reward? Famous in the divine beginning world? Jin Wushuang smiled. Reward? A genius feast attended by a first-level true saint could only reward him with some sacred elixirs or powerful holy treasures. He did not lack holy elixirs. He still had 9 universe crystals. Any one of them could be exchanged for a huge amount of sacred elixirs, which was enough for him to use for a long time. As for holy treasures, he did not need them anymore. He had gotten 4 opportunities in Blood North's Heaven Secret region, and Blood North had given him 2 special treasures. One was an ice and fire dragon ruler, and the other was a ruler seal. The former was a domain-type true treasure, and the latter was a treasure that was worth as much as a true treasure. Any of these 2 treasures could be exchanged for countless holy treasures, not to mention the map of mountains and rivers. As for being famous in the divine beginning world, first of all, he did not care about such fame. Secondly, he was targeted by the power of the will of heaven. The 3 masters of the Saint Realm were looking for him at all times. How could he go to the Genius Feast and make a name for himself? He was courting death. You guys go. Jin Wushuang waved his hand again. He was really not interested. Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Bai Xiao's expression changed slightly. At this time, Jiluo said, Brother Heavenly Marquis, this Genius Feast is indeed a rare event. There are many geniuses and experts who will attend it. I will also attend it. You just came from the endless territories and have not fully adapted to the environment of the third heaven. If you attend the Genius Feast at this time, you can really experience the level of geniuses in the third heaven. Even if you don't want to participate, it's good to see it. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Jiluo and finally nodded after a long while. You're right. Although I'm not interested in this Genius Feast, it's good to see it. In that case, let's go. Jin Wushuang also felt that he had been in the first heaven for 30 years, and he could not keep cultivating. Now that he had the opportunity to broaden his knowledge, it was a good choice to go and have a look. Let's set off immediately. Jiluo nodded. Bai Xiao and the others were also quite happy. Soon, they set off directly. In the first heaven, there was a natural secret realm called the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. The Genius Feast was in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Jin Wushuang and the others had already arrived at the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. However, when they arrived at the Mystic Realm, they saw countless people. So many people. Jin Wushuang looked at the countless people in front of him. This is too many. Jiluo exclaimed. The Genius Banquet in the first heaven is held only once every 5,000 years. It's a large-scale event. For many genius experts, this is a chance to make a name for themselves. Most importantly, this banquet will attract the attention of many sects and forces. In the past, many outstanding geniuses would proudly join those sects and forces. For example, several geniuses from the previous year joined the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces and Dao Palace. Therefore, whether it's to become famous or to join the top forces, many rank 1 true saints from certain forces will come to participate in this feast. Conservatively speaking, there should be at least tens of thousands of rank 1 true saints participating in this Genius Feast, Bai Xiao said. Tens of thousands of people? Even though Jin Wushuang was shocked, he soon understood. A rank 1 true saint was definitely a top expert in the endless territories. In some small territories, he could even be considered a king, but in the third heaven, he seemed ordinary. There were countless experts in the divine beginning world, so it was not a big deal for tens of thousands of rank 1 true saints to participate in this Genius Feast. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, since you're already here, why don't you go and register like junior brother Jiluo? Bai Xiao said. Jin Wushuang pondered for a moment and then nodded. Okay. Bai Xiao was immediately delighted. When he saw that Jin Wushuang was not interested in the Genius Feast, he thought that Jin Wushuang would not participate in it. However, he still casually mentioned it. He did not expect Jin Wushuang to agree to it now. It's good that he agreed. Only if he agrees to participate in the Genius Feast will the plan prepared by Master not be in vain. Bai Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Jin Wushuang and Jiluo had already gone to the registration place. The registration place was in front of a towering black tower. The black tower was pitch black, 10 stories high, and exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. At this moment, a large number of people were gathered in front of the tower. Many rank 1 true saints who were going to participate in the Genius Feast were lining up there. Jin Wushuang and Jiluo followed behind them. The process of the line was very fast. In a moment, it was their turn. Chapter 3077. 10-Star Pagoda. The Genius Feast is a gathering of many top geniuses in the first heaven, but not all first-level true saints can participate in it. Before participating in the Genius Feast, you have to go through a round of assessment, which is the 10-Star Pagoda behind me. There are 10 levels in the 10-Star Pagoda, and each level is more difficult than the last. To participate in the Genius Feast, you have to pass the 5th level at the very least, a person in charge of the registration office said. Jiluo, you go ahead first, Jin Wushuang said. Okay. Jiluo nodded and went straight into the pitch-black tower. Jiluo did not stay in the 10-Star Pagoda for long. During this time, the 1st to the 5th level of the tower soon emitted a burst of dazzling light. It meant that Jiluo had passed the 5th level, and soon, the 6th floor also burst out with a bright light. The 6th floor? Countless first-rank true saints raised their heads to look at the pitch-black pagoda. The 10-Star Pagoda was extremely difficult. Ordinary first-rank true saints would find it extremely difficult to pass the 5th floor. As for passing the 6th floor, one had to be an extremely powerful first-rank true saint. There were not many experts who had signed up to participate in this genius banquet. At this moment, the 7th level of the Black Tower suddenly emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm burst into an uproar. The 7th level, that person just now actually passed the 7th level. So powerful. It has been 2 months since the start of this genius banquet. Although many people have passed the 5th or 6th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, there are still pitifully few people who have passed the 7th level. In total, there are probably only a few dozen people. If he can pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, he will definitely make it to the end of the Genius Feast. A lot of whispers sounded. When Jiluo walked out of the 10-Star Pagoda, a lot of people looked at him with respect and envy. To be able to pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda, he was undoubtedly at the top of this Genius Feast. Jiluo, how do you feel? Jin Wushuang glanced at Jiluo. I'm fine. The first 6 levels are easy for me, but the 7th level gives me a certain amount of pressure. As for the 8th level, the opponents I met there are much stronger than me. I can't pass it at all, Jiluo said directly. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. Jiluo was a rank 1 true saint, but his battle strength was comparable to a rank 2 true saint. In terms of talent, he was extremely high. It was normal for him to be able to pass the 7th level of the 10-Star Pagoda. Brother Heavenly Marquis, it's your turn. I can pass the 7th level. With your strength, it's easy for you to pass the 8th level. It shouldn't be a problem for you to pass the 9th, or even the 10th level, Jiluo said. 9th level? 10th level? Jin Wushuang smiled. After a while, he entered the 10-Star Pagoda. Once he entered the 10-Star Pagoda, Jin Wushuang came to an independent space. A towering figure stood in front of him. This was the opponent he was going to face on the 1st level of the 10-Star Pagoda. Challenger, defeat me, and you can go to the next level, the towering figure said coldly. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly and soon made his move. In the 10-Star Pagoda, Jiluo and many other geniuses were waiting quietly. Many people's eyes were fixed on the 10-Star Pagoda. A moment after Jin Wushuang entered the 10-Star Pagoda, the 1st floor burst out with a dazzling light. Then the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, all the way to the 6th floor, all of them took only a short time to pass through. Then it was the 7th floor. Jin Wushuang seemed to have stopped for a while at the 7th floor. The light on the 7th floor only lit up after a long time. After passing the 7th floor, Jin Wushuang walked out of the 10-Star Pagoda. The 7th floor again. These two people have passed the 7th floor, and it's obvious that they know each other. Where did these two geniuses come from? Are they from the same sect? The surrounding people were full of curiosity. Jin Wushuang returned to Jiluo. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you didn't try hard, right? Otherwise, with your strength, how could you only pass the 7th level? Jiluo looked at Jin Wushuang with a strange look. It's just a test at the registration office. It's enough to pass. There's no need to show off too much, Jin Wushuang said. Juluo shrugged and said nothing more. In the void not far away, Bai Xiao and the three disciples from the Tao Palace saw everything. The heavenly sword marquis didn't use his full strength at all, the red-haired man said. Yes. Bai Xiao nodded. If the four of us were to challenge the 10-star pagoda, any one of us would be able to pass the 8th level at the very least. If we're lucky, we might even be able to make it to the 9th level. The heavenly sword marquis sword techniques are clearly above mine. Furthermore, according to what Master said, he has always been concealing his skills and strength. Therefore, if he were to really use his full strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make it to the 9th level. But he only passed the 7th level, said the beautiful woman in golden armor. There's no rush. Now that he has participated in the Genius Feast, he will definitely make a move. Well, watch carefully, Bai Xiao said. After passing the registration, Jin Wushuang and Juluo waited in the Jade-Dragon Mystic Realm for the start of the Genius Feast. They waited for another month. It took them 3 months to register. During these 3 months, many rank 1 true saints passed the test of the 10-star pagoda and participated in the Genius Feast. There were more than 20,000 people. Among these 20,000 rank 1 true saints, there were many talented geniuses. Soon, the Genius Feast officially began. The first round, the free-for-all. Every 100 people were grouped together to fight in the free-for-all. In the free-for-all, these true saints could use any method to fight. And during the fighting process, once their divine bodies collapsed, they would be considered eliminated, until there were only 10 people left in this 100 people. In other words, this free-for-all did not require one's strength to be very strong. One only needed to be able to survive in this free-for-all. In addition, there were rules in the Genius Feast. No one was allowed to use poison, which could restrain the immortal body. After all, this was just a Genius Feast. It was a contest between geniuses, but it was not a real battlefield. It was not a real life-and-death battle. The chaotic battle began one after another. Although Jin Wushuang and Juluo signed up at the same time, they were not assigned to the same chaotic battle. Chapter 3078. Speed and Movement Skills _ in the Jade-Dragon Mystic Realm. A series of chaotic battles were going on. In one of the battlefields, a total of 100 rank 1 true saints were standing there, and Jin Wushuang was among them. Bai Xiao and the others were standing in the void near Jin Wushuang's battlefield. Just watch. Before, we couldn't see the scene inside the 10-star pagoda, but now, this is a real battle. Even if there is no life-and-death battle, we can still see a lot of things, Bai Xiao said. Yes, when Heavenly Sword Marquis fought with you, he defeated you with only 1 sword attack. This only means that his swordsmanship is very good, but it doesn't mean anything else. After all, you agreed that you would only use the divine power of an ordinary rank 1 true saint to compete in swordsmanship. But now, the Genius Feast depends entirely on strength. He can use any means. His swordsmanship is stronger than yours, but no one knows the level of his overall combat strength, the red-haired man said. They were all very expectant of Jin Wushuang's strength. They were not the only ones who were curious. It was also a task assigned by the top 100 experts in Iceberg. It's starting, Bai Xiao suddenly shouted in a low voice. On the battlefield, 100 true saints were fighting head-on. A large number of tyrannical auras were mixed together. These true saints had already unleashed all of their strength. The entire battlefield was in chaos. However, Jin Wushuang did not move on this chaotic battlefield. He just stood there indifferently. Even the Blood Mountain sword did not appear in his hand. It was as if the chaotic battle around him had nothing to do with him. Kill! A fierce shout suddenly came from the void beside him. A strong man with golden hair, who looked like a brown bear, stared at Jin Wushuang with fierce eyes and attacked him directly. Boom! A huge iron hammer, with the power of thunder, directly hit Jin Wushuang's body. However, the iron hammer directly passed through Jin Wushuang's body, but it did not touch anything. What? The blonde man was shocked and immediately turned to look around, only to find that Jin Wushuang had already appeared in the void beside him. His expression was still as cold as ever, and he had no intention of attacking. However, even if he did not attack, the blonde man was still frightened. He's too fast. This kid is too fast. If he attacked just now, I wouldn't have time to react. Such a terrifying speed could easily crush me. I'd better find another opponent. The blond man was also smart. He knew that Jin Wushuang was not to be trifled with, so he immediately went to fight with other first-rank true saints. On the battlefield, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle, but Jin Wushuang was indifferent. Although there were people watching him and occasionally coming to kill him, he easily avoided them and let them. There was no chance to fight him directly. He walked casually on the battlefield, but no one could touch the corner of his clothes. This speed is so fast. It is indeed a little too fast. Not only is it fast, but the most important thing is that its movement is strange. With such speed and movement, there is no need for him to fight on the battlefield. He just needs to wait until the battle is over, and there are only 10 people left. Bai Xiao and the others, who had been watching Jin Wushuang from the side, could not help exclaiming when they saw the scene on the battlefield. They had wanted to see Jin Wushuang's true strength through his fight in the chaotic battle, but Jin Wushuang had never intended to fight. Indeed, more than half of the rank 1 true saints who had lost their divine bodies had been eliminated in the chaotic battle since the beginning, but no one had ever fought with Jin Wushuang. The rank 1 true saints on the battlefield seemed to have seen Jin Wushuang's speed and movement skills, so no one bothered him anymore. Everyone knew that with such terrifying speed and movement skills, Jin Wushuang could definitely survive until the end. There was no doubt about that. It seems impossible to see his actual strength from the first round of the battle. Bai Xiao sighed, "We can only look forward to the next round. If we can't, well, wait until the third and final round. It's a one-on-one fight. We can only win if we defeat the opponent's divine body. At that time, he'll have to fight. Just wait." Bai Xiao and the others were very patient. Since Jin Wushuang had already participated in the Genius Feast, there were 3 rounds of it. Sooner or later, Jin Wushuang would have to fight. They just had to wait. On the battlefield, the chaotic battle had come to an end. Finally, any rank 1 true saint's divine body collapsed under the joint attack of 2 people. The chaotic battle was finally over. Of course, only 10 people were left, including Jin Wushuang. He stood in the void of the battlefield with his hands behind his back, looking calm and collected. The other 9 people were not as carefree as him. The 9 people were left after a fierce battle. The battle was very fierce, so they all looked a little embarrassed. After the first round of the Genius Feast, Jin Wushuang passed easily. As for Jiluo, his strength was among the best among the many rank 1 true saints who participated in the Genius Feast. In the first round of the chaotic battle, although he encountered some troubles, he still relied on his tyrannical strength to go to the end and pass the first round. The second round, the Road of Reincarnation. The Road of Reincarnation was 33,000 miles, containing layers of tests, and was extremely difficult. Originally, there were more than 20,000 rank 1 true saints who participated in the Genius Feast, but after the elimination of the first round of the chaotic battle, there were only more than 2,000 people left. These 2,000 people challenged the path of reincarnation together. The deadline was 10 days. After 10 days, the 100 people at the front could enter the third round. In 10 days, the 2,000 rank 1 true saints that stood out from the first round of chaotic battles struggled on the path of reincarnation. Each of them tried their best to walk further, but the path of reincarnation was indeed extremely difficult. After 10 days, the person who walked at the front and the farthest had only covered 25,000 miles. There were still 8,000 miles to go. Most of the others were between 15,000 and 20,000 miles. There were not many people who were between 20,000 and 25,000 miles. Among Jin Wushuang and Jiluo had covered 21,000 miles with great difficulty. He was ranked 81st among all the people. As for Jin Wushuang, he had barely covered 21,000 miles and was ranked 76th. Naturally, the two entered the third round smoothly. Chapter 3079. Duan Yu. This heavenly sword marquee is really well hidden. In the first round of the chaotic battle, he easily passed by relying on his speed and movement techniques. In the second round of the path of reincarnation, he also kept his strength. He only walked 21,000 kilometers before he stopped, the red-haired man said in a low voice. "It's fine. Let's wait for the third round. The third round is the most important. In addition, senior brother Xiong Tao has already passed the second round and his ranking is close to his. If nothing goes wrong, the two of them will soon face each other in the third round. Once he faces senior brother Xiong Tao, it will be impossible for him to hold back, Bai Xiao said. When they heard senior brother Xiong Tao's words, the eyes of the red-haired man, the beautiful woman in golden armor, and the black-robed young man lit up. They were all rank 1 true saints from the Dao Palace, but they were only average among the rank 1 true saints in the Dao Palace. And Xiong Tao was widely recognized as the number 1 rank 1 true saint in the Dao Palace. This time, Xiong Tao had received a message from the top 100 talents and specially came to participate in the Genius Feast. Of course, he also hid his identity, so he hoped that he could have a fair fight with Jian Wushuang. He wanted to fight with Jian Wushuang for a legitimate reason. Once Xiong Tao fought with Jian Wushuang, it would be impossible for Jian Wushuang to hold back. Let's see. Bai Xiao and the other three were looking forward to it. The third round of the Genius Feast was a one-on-one round battle. The 100 geniuses who reached the third round would draw lots to decide the order of the battle. The first opponent Jian Wushuang drew was called Duan Yu. Duan Yu? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He knew this name because Duan Yu had caused quite a commotion in the second round of the Samsara Road. In the previous round of the Samsara Road, the only person who had made it to 25,000 miles was Duan Yu. He was ranked first in the second round of the Genius Feast. The second round of the Genius Feast depends on the overall strength of one person. Since Duan Yu is ranked first, it's not surprising that he should be the strongest in this Genius Feast. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, I didn't expect that the opponent I met in the third round would be the strongest in this Genius Feast. My luck is really good. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he did not care at all. In the void beside him, haha, Heavenly Sword Marquis luck is really not good. His first opponent is Duan Yu. The red-haired man laughed loudly. I know Duan Yu. He comes from the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion among the 3 pavilions. He is the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Although he is only a rank 1 true saint, it is said that his battle strength is much stronger than ordinary rank 3 true saints. In terms of strength, he is stronger than us, Bai Xiao said. Judging from the fact that he just broke through the reincarnation path, Duan Yu's strength is the strongest in this year's Genius Feast, except for senior brother Xiong Tao. It seems that senior brother Xiong Tao may not have to fight personally. Duan Yu alone can test the strength of Heavenly Sword Marquis, the black-robed young man said with a smile. The 4 of them focused their attention on the battlefield at the front. Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu had already appeared on the battlefield. After seeing Duan Yu, the surrounding spectators looked at Jian Wushuang with pity. This guy is really unlucky. His first opponent is Duan Yu. Duan Yu of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is undoubtedly the strongest in this year's Genius Feast. Whoever meets him will be a tragedy. Let's see how long he can last in Duan Yu's hands. A large number of discussions were heard throughout the mystic realm without any concealment. Almost no one thought highly of Jian Wushuang. If there was only one person who thought highly of Jian Wushuang, it would be Juluo. Brother Heavenly Marquis, come on, kill him. Juluo roared, causing many people around him to roll their eyes. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu were facing each other from a distance. Your first opponent in the third round is me. You are really unlucky. Duan Yu, a half-moon-looking young man in a long robe, crossed his arms and stared at Jian Wushuang with interest. Maybe. Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly. I'll give you a chance. Make your move. Duan Yu hooked his finger at Jian Wushuang. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand, and then he moved. As if he had teleported, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Duan Yu, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had been slashed out. Well, this speed. Duan Yu was slightly surprised, but a purple saber immediately appeared in his hand. The purple saber drew a purple shadow in the void and collided with Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Clang! With a sound of collision, a large amount of divine power crazily spread out in the surroundings. Duan Yu was originally calm, but when the weapons of both sides collided, his face suddenly sank and his body suddenly trembled. He raised his head in shock. However, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand became illusory, and he casually waved it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jian Wushuang waved it 9 times in a row, and also displayed a total of 9 sword moves. Although he had displayed 9 sword moves at once, it gave people the feeling that he had only displayed 1 sword move. It was the 9th heaven of the illusory sword. The 9 sword shadows were all extremely hazy. They overlapped and gathered together. The moment they were unleashed, Duanye's expression changed drastically. Boom! A vast aura suddenly swept out from Duanye's body, and a large amount of purple divine thunder swept out. In an instant, the entire battlefield fell into a purple thunder hell. The thunder hell completely covered Jian Wushuang and Duanyu, so that the spectators outside could not see what was going on inside. Only the crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard from the thunder hell, and the sound was very fast and dense. In fact, the battle between the two in the thunder hell was indeed very fierce. Jian Wushuang's 9th heaven of illusionary sword was like a single move, overlapping with each other. It was so fast that Duanyu had to brandish his saber crazily to block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Block it! Block it! Duanyu roared in his heart. Jian Wushuang's continuous 9 moves of swordsmanship increased the pressure on him. But suddenly, boom! Thunder hell completely dispersed, and a large amount of purple divine thunder scattered in all directions. Once his body was blown away, he also retreated. The one who was blown away was Jian Wushuang. He wiped the corner of his clothes and then raised his left hand. I admit defeat. Chapter 3080. Ended Hunters. What's going on? What happened just now? Heavenly Sword Marquis admitted defeat. Duanyu won. As expected, the winner is still Duanyu. The battle just now was so intense. I thought Duanyu would lose. How is that possible? Duanyu was the strongest in this genius banquet, and Heavenly Sword Marquis was only ranked 76th when he challenged the path of reincarnation. How could he be a match for Duanyu? However, for him to be able to fight Duanyu to this extent, he's not bad at all. The surrounding spectators were all discussing. They had just seen the huge thunder hell and heard the sounds of battle, but they did not know what was going on inside. Now that Jian Wushuang had admitted defeat, they naturally thought that Duanyu had defeated Jian Wushuang head-on. However, what they did not know was that Duanye's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Jian Wushuang, who was walking out of the arena, and could not calm down for a long time. At first, he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously, but in the actual fight, Jian Wushuang's strength completely shocked him, especially in Thunder Hell, when Jian Wushuang used the 9th heaven of illusory sword. His swordsmanship was unbelievably fast. Even if he tried his best, he was completely suppressed. The 9 sword shadows pressed down crazily. He could only withstand 7 sword strikes. He could not withstand the 8th sword at all. However, at this critical moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped and retreated. What happened next was what everyone saw. Jian Wushuang admitted defeat. What happened? Duanye's eyes narrowed. Could it be that his swordsmanship was not perfect and he could only perform the 7th strike? No. Duanyu immediately shook his head. I had a very clear feeling just now. I don't know if he could perform the 9th strike, but he did perform the 8th strike. It was about to hit my divine body, but he took it back at the critical moment. He lost on purpose. On purpose. Duanyu clenched his fists at the thought of this. He wanted to ask Jian Wushuang to stop, but Jian Wushuang had already left the battlefield. This made him feel extremely aggrieved, but he had nowhere to vent it. This guy, Duanyu took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and walked down after a long while. In fact, Jian Wushuang did lose on purpose. He lost on purpose because he thought it was meaningless to defeat Duanyu. Too weak. Duanyu is already recognized as the #1 in this genius feast, but his strength is not even comparable to the 3 original palace geniuses I met in the Whitebone region. This genius feast is really meaningless, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In fact, the level of geniuses in this genius feast was not low. After all, this was the largest genius feast in the 1st heaven. There were many geniuses at the level of a rank 1 true saint, including some real geniuses. However, there was still a gap between geniuses and true geniuses. To put it bluntly, it could not be blamed that these geniuses were too weak. It should be said that Jian Wushuang was too strong and too abnormal. When he was in the endless territory, he was able to fight against a rank 4 true saint with the battle strength of a rank 1 true saint. Later, when he went to the Blood North secret area, he obtained a great fortune and great opportunity. His strength soared again. Now, his battle strength had reached an extremely shocking level. Under such circumstances, the other geniuses naturally could not compare to him. In the void not far away, Bai Xiao and the other three gathered together. At this moment, their expressions were also somewhat unsightly. This heavenly sword marquis actually lost? The red-haired man asked. He lost on purpose. Although Duan Yu is powerful, he is definitely not his match. He just doesn't want to reveal his strength, so he simply admitted defeat. Bai Xiao's voice was low and deep. This is troublesome. We specially invited Senior Brother Xiong Tao to participate in this genius banquet, hoping that Senior Brother Xiong Tao would be able to meet him at this banquet, and then fight him one-on-one. Who would have thought that this heavenly sword marquis wouldn't even make a move at this genius banquet, and he directly admitted defeat? The black-robed youth said, "There's no other way. Since we can't meet him at the genius banquet, we can only let Senior Brother Xiong Tao take the initiative to challenge him," Bai Xiao said. Take the initiative to challenge him? Senior Brother Xiong Tao was more arrogant than anyone else. He agreed to participate in the genius banquet this time because he gave face to the Lord of the 100 Talents. Why would he take the initiative to challenge a genius of the same level? It's almost impossible. Moreover, even if he were willing, the heavenly sword marquis might not agree, said the beautiful woman in golden armor. How would we know if we don't try? Bai Xiao shrugged. He had no choice. Xiong Tao was the #1 first-level true saint in the Dao Palace. He was a true heaven's favored son. He was proud in his heart and had high standards. There were often geniuses in the Dao Palace who wanted to challenge Xiong Tao, but Xiong Tao could not be bothered with them, because ordinary geniuses were not qualified for him to fight. Such a person wanted him to take the initiative to challenge a true saint of the first rank of the same rank? Of course it was difficult. Unless that person's strength was really very good and could make Xiong Tao want to fight, but Jian Wushuang did not show his true strength. How could Xiong Tao be interested? The third round of one-on-one matches in the Genius Feast was held at the same time. While Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu were fighting, on another battlefield, a brown-haired man, who was nearly 3 meters tall, stood with his arms crossed. Although there was someone in front of him, the brown-haired man's eyes did not stop on his opponent, but on the battlefield between Jian Wushuang and Duan Yu. When he saw Jian Wushuang admit defeat, the brown-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly. Since he has admitted defeat, there is no need for me to continue participating in this genius feast. The brown-haired man raised his hand and said, "I admit defeat." His voice spread and caused a commotion in the surrounding void. This was because the brown-haired man had not fought with his opponent at all. Moreover, his opponent was not ranked high in the second round of the Samsara Road. He was ranked below 90th. Such a genius should be at the bottom in the third round of the Samsara battle. However, the brown-haired man directly admitted defeat. Of course, many people did not understand. However, the brown-haired man ignored the crowd and directly turned around and walked out of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao both admitted defeat voluntarily. Without them, the Genius Feast would naturally belong to Duan Yu. The final result was that Duan Yu won the first place in the Genius Feast and became famous in the third heaven. As for Jiluo, his strength was also considered to be at the bottom of the 100 geniuses in the third round. At the beginning of the third round, he met his first opponent and was eliminated. Chapter 3081. Duan Yes visit _ After the Genius Feast ended, Jian Wushuang and the others left the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Jian Wushuang, Jiluo, and Bai Xiao were flying side by side in the vast void. Brother Heavenly Marquis, it shouldn't be difficult for you to defeat Duan Yu with your strength. Why did you deliberately lose to him in the end? Jiluo asked. He also saw that Jian Wushuang had deliberately lost to Duan Yu. There's no meaning in defeating him, Jian Wushuang said directly. Zhuluo shrugged but did not say anything. Bai Xiao and the others were secretly communicating with each other. I have already sent a message to Senior Brother Xiong Tao, but Senior Brother Xiong Tao hasn't replied to me. What should I do now? The red-haired man said. Who knows? I've already done as Master instructed. I don't care what the result is, Bai Xiao said. They were also helpless. They wanted to test Jian Wushuang's true strength, but unfortunately, they could not find any opportunity. At this moment, whoosh, 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 three figures suddenly rushed over from the distant void. Stop! A low shout suddenly echoed between the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately stopped and turned to look. The leader of the three was a young man with a half-moon-like face. He was Duanyu, who had won the first place in the Genius Feast and was famous in the third heaven. As for the other two, their auras were so strong that they had reached the level of a rank for true saint. They should be the two experts sent by the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion to follow Duanyu and protect him. Duanyu and the other two also stopped in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Duanyu's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, Duanyu said in a low voice, your name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Let me ask you, when you fought with me, did you stop at the last moment? Yes. Jian Wushuang did not deny it. He fought with Duanyu and stopped at the last moment. If Duanyu did not see it, he would be extremely stupid. Why? Duanyu asked coldly. I will stop if I want to. Why? Jian Wushuang said. Good, very good. Duanyu clenched his teeth. Heavenly Sword Marquis, although I won the first place in this year's Genius Feast, I always have a thorn in my heart. This thorn is you. That's why I specially came here. Let's fight again. This time, both of us should not hold back and use all of our strength. What do you think? You still want to fight? Jian Wushuang looked at Duanyu with a strange expression. Do you think it's necessary? Of course. Although I know you stopped at the last moment, I wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't lose to you. Besides, I was a bit careless before. Otherwise, your swordsmanship might not be able to suppress me, Duanyu said in a low voice. Oh. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. Well, since you're not satisfied, then you and I will fight again. Let's fight here. This time, it's your turn to fight first. Jian Wushuang flipped his hand and took out the Blood Mountain sword. Okay, Duanyu responded. Immediately, a surging aura rose from his body. At the same time, dense purple thunderbolts burst out, forming a thunder hell in the surrounding void. Seeing that Duanyu and Jian Wushuang were going to fight again, Bai Xiao, Zhuluo, and the others immediately retreated to the side. Kill! With a fierce shout, Duanyu directly turned into a purple thunderbolt and shot out. Whoosh! A saber light suddenly slashed out, like a purple thunderbolt, and instantly cut through Jian Wushuang's divine body. However, the saber light did not touch Jian Wushuang's divine body at all. What? Duanyu was shocked, but his pupils suddenly shrank. He was surprised to see Jian Wushuang appear beside him, and at the same time, Jian Wushuang also attacked. It was a cold and beautiful sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was calm and indifferent. It swung out from Jian Wushuang's hand, and then directly cut toward Duanyu's arm. Wushuang's sword manual, Star Dream. This sword was too fast. Duanyu did not have time to react. The sword light had already swept over his right arm. A terrifying cutting power burst out, and his entire arm was chopped off in an instant. You lost. Jian Wushuang's figure had already appeared behind Duanyu, and his calm voice was transmitted over. Duanyu, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked stunned. Bai Xiao and the others in the void could not help but sigh when they saw this scene. So powerful! The red-haired man exclaimed. Yes, it's very powerful. His sword, although its speed is not as fast as when he defeated me, the cutting power contained in it is too strong. Duanyu is the #1 genius of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. His life-saving skills are very strong, and the armor he wears is of a very high level. However, his sword actually tore through the armor and cut off Duanyu's arm. Bai Xiao also praised. If he can cut off Duanyu's arm, He can also cut off Duanye's head. Previously, I thought that Heavenly Sword Marquis swordsmanship was just a little better. If both sides did not hold back and fought with all their strength, I might be able to fight with him or even defeat him by relying on my divine power or secret skill. But now it seems that, even if I go all out, I'm still no match for him. I might even be defeated by his sword. Duanyu was completely stunned. He knew that Jian Wushuang had stopped at a critical moment, but he did not think that his strength was inferior to Jian Wushuang. After all, he had been careless and did not use all of his strength in the previous battle. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up. So he came to find Jian Wushuang in order to defeat him face to face. But who would have thought that the result would be like this? How could he be so strong? Duanyu could not understand. He was already the first place in this year's Genius Feast. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to join the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces or the Tao Palace. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the divine beginning world. But now, he was already stunned by Jian Wushuang's sword, while Duanyu was still in a daze. Your swordsmanship is not bad. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found a 3-meter-tall, stocky, brown-haired man who had appeared in the void beside them. Senior brother Xiong Tao. Seeing this person, Bai Xiao and the 3 geniuses from the Tao Palace were overjoyed. Jian Wushuang also glanced at this man and then smiled faintly. Are you finally going to show up? You found me? Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang. Of course. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 3082. Xiong Tao. After coming out of the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm, Jian Wushuang had already noticed that there was someone following behind him. However, this person had not shown up, so Jian Wushuang did not alarm him. And now, this person, Xiong Tao, had finally shown up. Bai Xiao and the others call you senior brother. Does that mean that you are also from the Tao Palace? Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao. Yes. Xiong Tao nodded. Mr. Heaven Marquis. Bai Xiao immediately said, Senior brother Xiong Tao is the strongest rank 1 true saint in our Tao Palace. Even in the entire Tao Palace, his talent is one of the best. Oh! Jian Wushuang's expression could not help but change. The Tao Palace was full of monsters. There were probably many monsters at the rank 1 true saint level, but Xiong Tao was called the strongest. His talent and strength were naturally outstanding. Jian Wushuang was indeed not interested in ordinary geniuses. Not to mention Duanyu, even Mountain King, the evil master, and the others whom he had met in the White Bone region could not stir up any emotions in his heart. However, the appearance of Xiong Tao made Jian Wushuang a little interested. Do you want to fight with me? Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao calmly. Originally is not much interest, but just saw you a sword defeated Duanyu. That swordsmanship makes my eyes light up, so I just show up. Xiong Tao said. In that case, let's do it. I also want to know how strong the strongest first-rank true saint is in Tao Palace. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I won't let you down. As Xiong Tao spoke, he slowly lowered his arms, which he had been hugging the whole time. Then, with a flip of his palm, a 3-meter-long golden long rod appeared in his hand. At the same time, a faint murderous aura appeared, also slowly rose from the body of Xiong Tao. Brother Xiong Tao, it's time to make a move. Previously, they were worried that Xiong Tao might not want to fight Jian Wushuang, but now it seemed that they were overthinking. Of course, this was all thanks to Duanyu. If Duanyu had not shown Jian Wushuang some strength, Xiong Tao would not have been interested in Jian Wushuang. Seeing Xiong Tao take out his magic weapon, Jian Wushuang also took out the Blood Mountain sword. A divine power aura also swept out from his body. Be careful. Xiong Tao reminded him, but his body suddenly moved. It was fine if he did not move, but when he moved, boom! The fierce aura from Xiong Tao suddenly increased by dozens, hundreds of times. Jian Wushuang felt that it was not a human cultivator, but a living ancient beast that was charging at him. It was the first time Jian Wushuang had seen such a strong, murderous aura. Whoosh! Xiong Tao appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He held the golden long stick with both hands, and the brutal power surged into the long stick. Boom! Boom! A violent boom sounded, as if the mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking. The golden stick shadow formed by the golden long stick smashed toward Jian Wushuang's head in a vast and mighty manner. The stick shadow had not arrived yet, but the power coming from the long stick made Jian Wushuang raise his head involuntarily. Not bad. Just from this stick alone, it seems to be much more powerful than the 3 original palace geniuses I met in the White Bone region. Jian Wushuang smiled and suddenly swung his right arm. An equally shocking evil aura suddenly swept across. Roar! A deep, angry roar suddenly came from the heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang also swung his sword, but the instant he did so, the sword light directly turned into a complete and huge ancient exotic beast. This ancient exotic beast was extremely ferocious, and its evil aura soared to the sky. It carried a shocking power as it directly attacked the golden staff shadow. Bang! A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. The divine power formed a series of shock waves that crazily swept in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao were both sent flying at the same time. An absolute art at the peak of rank 4? Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang with a gleam in his eyes. Haha, isn't yours the same? Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. When the two exchanged blows, both sides could see that the other party was using an absolute art at the peak of rank 4, and both were proficient in strength and power. Even their first exchange of divine power was about the same, so the result of this collision was surprisingly equal. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiong Tao stepped forward again. Golden snake stick. Whoosh! A stick shadow, like a long golden snake, suddenly darted toward Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang waved his arm, and the blood mountain sword directly chopped at the center of the long golden snake. However, the long golden snake strangely swayed and swept toward Jian Wushuang's head again. Interesting. Jian Wushuang also immediately moved to block it. Clang, 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 clang. A low collision sound in the void one after another sounded. The two of the rules of understanding are extremely high. Speed, movement are also extremely good. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was very strong, but Xiong Tao's stick skill was not weak either. This exchange reached a white-hot stage in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two men have confronted each other no less than dozens of times. My golden snake staff is like a snake. My soul is incomparably fast, but this person is actually able to keep up with my speed and block all of my staff techniques. Xiong Tao's gaze turned cold. He was still using the golden snake staff, but at the same time, the strength in his hands began to increase. That's right, from the start, Xiong Tao had been holding back his strength. He had only used the power of the Divine Power King, an ordinary rank 1 true saint. However, for a super genius like him, the power of his divine power had long surpassed that of his peers. Previously, he had only wanted to rely on his staff skill to defeat Jian Wushuang. However, when he realized that he could not do so, he naturally wanted to use his advantage in the power of his divine power. Boom, boom. The same staff shadow was used, but as Xiong Tao used more divine power, the staff shadow became stronger. Bang, 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 bang. They fought again and again, but the two sides were still evenly matched. I have used nearly 20% of my strength, but I still don't have the slightest advantage. Xiong Tao frowned slightly, but the strength in his hands continued to increase. 30%, 40%. In just a short moment, Xiong Tao had already used 50% of his strength. His 50% strength was already above the divine power of a peak stage rank 2, true saint, but in the end, he still doesn't have the slightest advantage. While I'm constantly increasing my strength, he's also increasing his own strength. Xiong Tao's eyes carried a trace of shock. After a long while, he finally did not hold back at all. Bang! A terrifying divine might suddenly erupted. Xiong Tao's divine power, which was far more tyrannical than that of his peers, finally completely erupted. Chapter 3083, Special Life Form. The first one is here. Buzz! The world shook. Xiong Tao had turned into a prehistoric beast and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in a flash. Whoosh! The long staff came crashing down. A golden staff shadow rapidly enlarged in the void, crushing the void in a mighty way, as if the void was about to be completely crushed. The terrifying divine power swept out without restraint. Jian Wushuang immediately saw that the power burst out by Xiong Tao had definitely reached the level of a third-rank true saint. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, and then his divine power suddenly increased, and he directly slashed out with his blood mountain sword. Bang! A crisp air explosion sounded, as if the world was about to explode completely. At the place where Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao were fighting, a terrifying shock wave swept out crazily in all directions, and a huge divine power storm suddenly formed. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures also retreated explosively once again. This time, they were still evenly matched. How is this possible? Xiong Tao's face was full of shock. If he was evenly matched with Jian Wushuang in the beginning because he had not shown his true strength, then now he had gone all out and unleashed the power of his divine power to the maximum. The power of his divine power was comparable to that of a rank 3 true saint, but he still could not gain an advantage in front of Jian Wushuang. It seems that I have underestimated you. Xiong Tao's body trembled slightly. He was excited, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I didn't expect that not only your swordsmanship is very strong, but your divine power is also so powerful. Although there are countless geniuses in the Dao Palace, none of them can compare to you. Thank you for your compliment. You're not bad either, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was telling the truth. Xiong Tao was definitely the strongest and most terrifying first-rank true saint he had ever seen. Mountain King and the other two whom he had met in the White Bone region were far inferior to Xiong Tao. If I'm not wrong, you haven't fully displayed your strength yet. Jian Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao. Smart. Xiong Tao grinned. Since I entered the Dao Palace, I haven't used my full strength for a long, long time. But today, I met you, Heavenly Sword Marquis. You should be glad that you are the first cultivator of the same level to force me to reveal my true form. Xiong Tao's words echoed between heaven and earth. As soon as he finished his words, his body began to change. Originally, Xiong Tao looked like a strong man who was nearly 3 meters tall. However, at this moment, his divine body began to expand at an astonishing speed, from 3 meters tall to 10 meters tall at the same time. His body began to swell crazily, and his skin turned from dark to golden. The golden skin was like pieces of golden rocks, covering every corner of Xiong Tao's divine body. This is, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Xiong Tao. It's not a human, but a beast? No, it's not a beast. Jian Wushuang shook his head violently. Its aura and feeling are completely different from that of a beast. This feeling is unique. It's a special life form. A fierce light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The divine beginning world was vast and boundless. In the divine beginning world, there were all kinds of creatures, such as humans, exotic beasts, dire beasts, and so on. At the same time, there were also some races with unique bloodlines, such as the 4 great divine races, who stood at the top of the divine beginning world. The 4 great divine races had very high bloodlines, and their innate advantages were much greater than that of humans and ordinary exotic beasts. However, the 4 divine races were not the ones with the greatest innate advantage in the divine beginning world. The ones with the greatest innate advantage were the unique, special life forms in the divine beginning world. These special life forms were born special and different from the rest. There was basically only one type of life form in the entire divine beginning world. Like Jian Wushuang, he was a perfect chaos creature. To put it bluntly, he was also a type of special life form. However, he was the most supreme among the special life forms. Even the will of the heavenly Tao was extremely fearful of him. Although other special life forms could not be compared to perfect chaotic gods, they were much stronger than those with special bloodlines and races. However, such special life forms were too rare. They were rare in the divine beginning world. Although Jian Wushuang had heard of them before, he had never seen them before. But now, he had seen them for real. Xiong Tao was undoubtedly a special life form. No wonder his divine power is so powerful. Special life forms have a huge innate advantage. Although he is only a rank 1 true saint, his divine power is no less than an ordinary rank 3 true saint. Jin Wushuang praised, however, it was normal when he thought about it. Although there were not many special life forms in the divine beginning world, the Tao Palace was where all the geniuses of the divine beginning world gathered. It was normal to have 1 or 2 special life forms. Bai Xiao and the others who were watching the battle in the void were excited when they saw the changes in Xiong Tao's divine body. There was a rumor in the Tao Palace that senior brother Xiong Tao had an extremely unique bloodline. There was even a rumor that he was a unique, special life form in the world. No one had seen it before, so everyone doubted the rumor. But now, it seems that the rumor is true. Bai Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Special life forms, even the lowest level special life forms, have an innate advantage that is much stronger than some powerful bloodline races. Although senior brother Xiong Tao is only a first-level true saint, because of the special life forms, his divine power is at least comparable to a peak second-level true saint, or even a third-level true saint. If we combine this with some secret techniques that are unique to the Tao Palace to increase the power of his divine power, senior brother Xiong Tao's divine power will definitely reach the peak of the 3rd rank in a short period of time, even approaching the level of a 4th-rank true saint. And the staff technique that senior brother Xiong Tao created has already reached the peak of the 4th rank. The red-haired man, the black-robed youth, and the beautiful woman in golden armor widened their eyes. They knew that Xiong Tao was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was because they were not qualified to fight with him. But now, they finally understood. Monster, senior brother Xiong Tao is definitely a real monster. The 4 people were growling in their hearts. At this moment, as soon as Xiong Tao revealed his true form, his aura surged again. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jin Wushuang. Next, I will use my strongest strength. In addition, I will also use my strongest staff skill. You can try your best to block it. If you can't block it, just say the word and I will stop immediately. Chapter 3084. Full power _ Stop immediately? No need. Just show me whatever you have. I hope you can give me a surprise. Jin Wushuang looked at Xiong Tao expectantly. Until now, he was really excited. This kind of excitement rarely appeared on cultivators of the same level. This was the first time in his life. As you wish. Xiong Tao spoke softly, but his eyes turned completely cold in the next moment. Golden Mountain Staff. Boom. Xiong Tao struck out with the staff. It was a golden long staff, but at this moment, the golden long staff was wildly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it formed a towering golden mountain. This golden mountain contained a terrifying power. The moment it was smashed out, the surrounding people, including Bai Xiao, were all shocked. Jin Wushuang smiled faintly and burst out his divine power. The Blood Mountain sword turned into a blood-red thunderbolt. Bang! With a loud sound, the golden mountain was sent flying. It's not over yet. The second strike. Xiong Tao shouted in a low voice, and the lofty golden mountain, which was sent flying, struck fiercely again. In terms of speed and power, it was much stronger than the first strike. Oh! Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Interesting. Bang! 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 The golden long stick turned into a towering golden mountain and smashed at Jin Wushuang again and again. The power of the long stick became stronger and stronger each time. When it reached the 7th stick, the power contained in the towering golden mountain had definitely reached the level of a rank 4 true saint. However, as the long staff struck out again, the power continued to surge. Haha, awesome again. Jin Wushuang let out a wanton laugh. The strength in his hand continued to increase as he collided with the golden long staff again and again. The 8th staff, the 9th staff, the 10th staff. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wushuang and Xiong Tao had collided 13 times, and Xiong Tao had also used the 13th staff. The power contained in the golden long staff had long frightened Bai Xiao and the others. Even the 2 rank 4 true saints behind Duan Yu were shocked. Is this really the power of a rank 1 true saint? A purple-haired elder among the 2 rank 4 true saints could not help exclaiming. Yes, it was indeed unleashed by a rank 1 true saint. However, this power is too strong, too strong. The other rank for true saint, it was a thin and weak-looking woman dressed in black. The eyes of this woman also flickered with thick shock. I am a genuine rank 4 true saint after all. Moreover, I came from the heavenly cloud pavilion, so my techniques aren't weak. However, the staff technique that Xiong Tao is using right now actually makes me feel like I can't resist it. I have the same feeling. The purple-haired elder nodded heavily. Xiong Tao's staff technique is continuously accumulating power over and over again. When he collides head-on with his opponent, he can also continuously increase the power of his staff technique. The first staff technique that he used previously and the 13th staff technique that he's using now are two completely different concepts. I can easily block that first staff technique, but when it comes to the 13th staff technique, even if I use all my strength to display my strongest move, I might not be able to match this power. However, if I were to really fight with him, I would definitely not give him the chance to display the 13th staff. Yes, although his staff technique is powerful, if he had observed the characteristics of the staff technique in advance and used brute force to break his staff technique earlier, he would not have been able to display the 13th staff. However, the Heavenly Sword Marquis who is fighting with him, the Heavenly Sword Marquis should have also noticed the uniqueness of Xiong Tao's staff technique. However, he didn't do that from the beginning to the end. Instead, he allowed Xiong Tao's staff technique to gather strength and increase its power. The most terrifying thing is that even though Xiong Tao's staff technique has already gathered the strength to the 13th staff technique, and even we couldn't block it, he was able to block it head-on? The two rank 4 true saints looked at each other in shock. They were shocked by Xiong Tao's staff skills, but they were even more shocked by Jian Wushuang. Even they did not dare to let Xiong Tao continue accumulating strength, but Jian Wushuang dared to block it head-on? How terrifying was this? Look, Xiong Tao has used the 14th staff skill again. The purple-haired elder suddenly exclaimed. In the center of the battlefield, after Jian Wushuang received Xiong Tao's 13th move, Xiong Tao immediately used the 14th move again. Boom, boom. The heaven and earth began to shake wildly, as if they could not withstand the power contained in the golden long stick. Boom. With a loud sound, the golden long stick fell down instantly. Endless power surged toward Jian Wushuang in an instant. Jian Wushuang's eyes sparkled. With a whoosh, the Blood Mountain sword slashed out in anger. Bang! It was another fierce confrontation, and this time, Jian Wushuang was sent flying from the front. After a while, he stopped again, but his aura was still very stable. Haha, awesome again! Jian Wushuang shouted excitedly. Xiong Tao's aura had reached the extreme of violence. His eyes were bloodshot. At the same time, golden veins bulged on his body, and his huge body looked terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless divine power, accompanied by a violent aura, gathered again toward the golden long staff in his hand. 15th. Xiong Tao roared hysterically. Boom! The void between heaven and earth was blasted open, and a large amount of air retreated to both sides. A golden staff shadow fell mercilessly. Everything in the world trembled under this strike. Even the two rank for true saints of Fatty Zhou had a trace of fear in their eyes when they saw this strike. Seeing this strike, Jian Wushuang's excitement had reached its peak, and he did not hold back any of his powerful divine power. As a perfect chaotic creature, although he was only a rank 1 true saint, his divine power was already comparable to or even stronger than that of a peak rank 3 true saint. At this moment, the terrifying divine power surged toward the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Jian Wushuang struck out with his sword. Hua! The sword light slashed furiously, and in an instant, a thick beast roar sounded in heaven and earth. It was the peerless sword manual, Shixiang. It was the most powerful sword skill among the 7 moves of the peerless sword manual that Jian Wushuang had created. In the blink of an eye, the shocking sword shadow came into direct contact with the golden long staff. Bang! The world shook. At the moment of contact, Jian Wushuang felt a strong power passing through his arm, causing his divine body to tremble. Then, his entire body fell down uncontrollably. With this fall, a big hole immediately appeared in the ground. Chapter 3085, Emperor Bloodkill. After performing the 15th move, Xiong Tao finally relaxed and was still breathing heavily. But at this time, bang! The ground suddenly burst open, and a figure rose up again. It was naturally Jian Wushuang. At this moment, his figure was a bit disheveled, but only a bit disheveled. As for his aura, it was still at its peak. Xiong Tao, your staff skill just now was really good, but I wonder if you still have the 16th move? Jian Wushuang asked excitedly. The 16th move? Xiong Tao was stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. His staff skill was only comprehended after studying it for a long time in a lucky place in the Dao Palace, and it had not been perfected yet. With his current strength and cultivation, it was already the limit for him to use the 15th staff move, or even barely. It was impossible for him to continue accumulating strength to use the 16th staff move. Is that all? Jian Wushuang was obviously disappointed. After a while, he raised his head again and said, Xiong Tao, I just received 15 staff moves from you. Then, you should also receive one from me. Xiong Tao took a deep breath, and his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Jian Wushuang did not speak again, but the vast divine power behind him had already begun to condense. In just a moment, a golden emperor phantom, which was 30,000 feet tall, appeared behind him. The golden emperor phantom contained endless majesty and looked down on everything. Its cold eyes focused on Xiong Tao, making Xiong Tao tense up and feel an extraordinary pressure. Then, Jian Wushuang held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands and slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword. The moment the Blood Mountain sword was raised, a strange power began to spread. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang with a serious expression. However, at this moment, Xiong Tao suddenly felt a special power crazily pressing down on him. Xiong Tao was stunned, but he immediately understood the source of this power. Space-time is the power of space-time in the surroundings. This pressure is the pressure of space-time. This sword attack of his has brought about the pressure of space-time. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang, but at this time, from Jian Wushuang's body, the blazing flames mixed with endless white ice fog and produced endless power of ice and fire. The two natural opposing powers of ice and fire merged perfectly at this moment. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions, covering the vast world in the blink of an eye. It formed a huge world of ice and fire. With Jian Wushuang as the core, the world of ice and fire pressed toward Xiong Tao with Jian Wushuang's will. In an instant, Xiong Tao felt that he was being burned and eroded by two completely different forces of ice and fire. His divine power was completely suppressed by the power of ice and fire. How is this possible? Xiong Tao's eyes were wide open. The power of ice and fire is a domain. Yes, it is a domain. But how could a first-rank true saint use such a powerful domain? Xiong Tao was stunned. He found that his divine power had been reduced by 50% under the suppression of the power of ice and fire. What did it mean? Even if a rank for true saint controlled an ordinary domain treasure, he could only suppress 30% of his divine power? Xiong Tao did not know that Jian Wushuang was not controlling an ordinary domain treasure, but a domain treasure, the ice and fire swimming dragon ruler. This was the first time Jian Wushuang had used this treasure since he had obtained it in the Beiming mystic realm. When he used it, its power did not disappoint Jian Wushuang. The 30,000-meter high divine punishment deterrence. The domain-type supreme treasure, ice-fire swimming dragon ruler, suppressed it with all its might, and the space-time power that was crazily pressuring him. All of this was actually for Jian Wushuang's next sword move. This move was still from the Peerless Sword Manual. It was called Emperor Blood Kill. Cut. With a roar, Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, which had been raised high, finally slashed down. This cut caused the space-time power that was pressing down on Xiong Tao from all directions to suddenly surge. Xiong Tao had already felt an extraordinary space-time pressure, but at this moment, the space-time pressure suddenly increased by 100 times. This space-time pressure was too strong. It was ridiculously strong. Coupled with the Heaven Punisher's intimidation and the Ice and Fire Dragon Ruler's full-scale suppression, Xiong Tao was completely stupefied at this moment. He was indeed stupefied. It could be said that this pressure was really too strong, so strong that he could not even move his body. That unprecedented pressure and intimidation made him lose the ability to resist at this moment, allowing the scarlet sword light to slash at him. Boom! The sword light directly cut into Xiong Tao's divine body. Although Xiong Tao was a special life form with strong defensive ability, he could not withstand such a terrifying sword attack head-on, and his divine body instantly collapsed. However, after destroying Xiong Tao's divine body, Jin Wushuang did not attack again. Soon, Xiong Tao's divine body regenerated again. After the divine body regenerated, Xiong Tao still stood there, his eyes still staring at Jin Wushuang, but his gaze was very complicated. As for Jin Wushuang, his eyes were calm, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. One of the 7 swordsmanship moves of the Wushuang sword manual, the Emperor Blood Kill. This move is the combination of swordsmanship and space-time oppression, Jin Wushuang muttered. Each of the 7 swordsmanship moves of the Wushuang sword technique had its own characteristics. The Emperor Blood Kill was the perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time oppression. The swordsmanship contained a terrifying space-time oppression power. When the swordsmanship burst out, the space-time oppression would instantly surge to the limit. The space-time pressure would restrict the opponent to the greatest extent, and Jin Wushuang was good at domains, so he also integrated the domain into this move. Just now, he had perfectly combined the intimidation of the divine punishment god, the pressure of the realm of Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, and the pressure of the space-time force to restrict Xiong Tao to the greatest extent, so Xiong Tao could not resist it at all. But in fact, the sword just now was not in the perfect state of Emperor Blood Kill. After all, Jin Wushuang had not fully displayed his realm and his star armor realm. Moreover, in terms of the intimidation effect, the supreme sword essence in Blood Mountain Sword was even more powerful. Therefore, only when the Heaven Punisher, Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, Star Armor Realm, Supreme Sword Essence, and the powerful space-time pressure contained in the swordsmanship were perfectly combined together. This was the true and complete form of the Blood Emperor Kill. Chapter 3086. Drastic changes. Even if it's not a complete form, it's still not too difficult for me to defeat Xiong Tao with my strength, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Xiong Tao was the #1 genius of the Dao Palace. Not only did he have a very high comprehension of the rules, but he also created a very impressive staff skill. Moreover, he was a special life form. His innate advantage was much greater than that of other cultivators of the same level. However, Jin Wushuang was the most perfect chaotic creature in the world. In terms of life level, he was much higher than Xiong Tao. Xiong Tao was a first-rank true saint, and he was at the peak of the first rank. His divine power was only at the level of a third-rank true saint. But what about Jin Wushuang? His current divine power was comparable to a peak third-rank true saint, and it even surpassed most peak third-rank true saints. In terms of divine power, he was stronger than Xiong Tao. In terms of rules, he was not weaker than Xiong Tao at all. Xiong Tao created the Golden Mountain Staff, which was extremely powerful. However, his staff skill was not perfect, but Jin Wushuang was different. He had been in the Bodhi world for 100 years and created the Peerless Sword Manual by studying a lot of exquisite sword skills. This was a complete and extremely powerful sword skill. A single move might not be too terrifying, but the combination of the 7 techniques involved many aspects. It was much more powerful than the staff skill created by Xiong Tao. In addition, Jin Wushuang was not weaker than Xiong Tao in terms of secret skills. In terms of treasures, Jin Wushuang had just used the Supreme Treasure, Ice-Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, and the Blood Mountain Sword was also extremely powerful. How could Xiong Tao compare to him in terms of overall strength? In terms of strength, Xiong Tao is already the strongest person I have ever seen among rank 1 true saints. Unfortunately, although he is strong, he can only let me use the Emperor's Blood Kill. He is not qualified to let me use the strongest move. Jin Wushuang shook his head secretly. Wushuang Sword Manual, 7 sword moves. Shixiang, Star Dream, Kenyang, Emperor's Blood Kill, Instant of Life and Death, 9th Firmament Illusionary Sword. These 6 sword moves were all very amazing. However, The most terrifying sword move in the unparalleled sword manual, which even made Jian Wushuang somewhat proud, was the last move, Blood Azura. That sword move was the greatest achievement he had obtained after hundreds of years of meditation in the Bodhi world. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to force him to use his strongest sword move. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao had ended. Jian Wushuang won, and Xiong Tao lost. Bai Xiao could not accept this result. How is it possible? Senior brother Xiong Tao lost? The number one genius of our Tao Palace is not only powerful in the understanding of principles and Tao, but also senior brother Xiong Tao, a special life form. He still lost to Sword Heavenly Marquis despite going all out? The Heavenly Sword Marquis is actually this strong? Bai Xiao, the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor were all somewhat stunned. After a long while, the beautiful woman was the first to react. Bai Xiao, did you use the mirror image token to record senior brother Xiong Tao's battle with the Heavenly Sword Marquis? Master had already instructed me to do so, so of course I recorded it, Bai Xiao said. That's good. The beautiful woman nodded heavily. Soon after, she asked, do you think that the Heavenly Sword Marquis has used all of his strength in this battle? This, Bai Xiao was startled. He subconsciously said, he should have used all of his strength. If he still held back when facing such a terrifying senior brother Xiong Tao, wouldn't that be too abnormal? This may not be true, the beautiful woman said. In short, the genius disciples from the Tao Palace were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. On the other side, there was another person who was as shocked as Bai Xiao and the others, or even more shocked. This person was Duan Yu. He is so strong? Duan Yu stared at Jian Wushuang with wide eyes. He had fought with Jian Wushuang during the Genius Feast in the Jade Dragon Mystic Realm. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang was strong, he did not think that he was weaker than Jian Wushuang. After the Genius Feast ended, he immediately came up and challenged Jian Wushuang. In the end, Jian Wushuang defeated him with one sword strike, making him realize the gap between him and Jian Wushuang. However, he did not expect that this matter was not over yet. The next battle between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao completely shocked him. Both Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang were ridiculously strong in his eyes, especially Jian Wushuang and the last sword strike he used. The world had completely calmed down. Almost everyone on the field was in a state of shock, even Xiong Tao. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Haha, it's quite lively here. A hearty and evil laughter suddenly echoed in the world. Jian Wushuang and everyone present immediately looked up and looked at the source of the voice. They saw 5 figures appear in the void next to each other. All 5 of them were covered in black robes, and the aura they emitted was very powerful. A rank for true saint? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. All 5 of them were rank 4 true saints, and the cold old man in the middle had reached the peak of rank 4 true saint. These people? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Xiong Tao, Bai Xiao, and the others immediately gathered together. As for Duan Yu, the 2 rank 4 true saints immediately protected him behind them. Who are you? Xiong Tao's cold voice echoed in the world. As he spoke, he quietly took out a token with his right hand. We, the leader of the 5 black-robed elders, smiled wickedly. Of course we're the ones who killed you. Attack. Boom. An extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from the void behind them. Immediately, a large amount of black fog covered Jian Wushuang and the others at a terrifying speed. The black fog spread so fast that Jian Wushuang and the others did not have time to react before they were completely covered by the black fog. Oh no! Xiong Tao's expression changed, and a message was immediately sent out. Not only him, but Bai Xiao and Duan Yu also sent messages to Iceberg and the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Haha, send a message for help? It's useless. When you were fighting, we had searched the void carefully and there was no one around. Now, even if you send a message to the person behind you for help, no one will be able to get here in a short time. And when they really arrive, the few of you will already be dead. The cold old man laughed wantonly. Chapter 3087. Peak Rank 4, he's right, Xiong Tao said in a low voice. Although I have asked for help from Dao Palace, it will take some time for them to send experts here. There were many experts from Heavenly Cloud Pavilion in the Jade-Dragon Mystic Realm, and they came here as fast as they could. But it will take them at least 15 minutes to get here, Duan Yu said. 15 minutes? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. 15 minutes might not seem like a long time, but with their strength, they could fight many times in 10 breaths. 15 minutes was enough to fight several battles. Haha, 15 minutes? Can you hold on for 15 minutes? The cold elder sneered and looked at Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang, the first genius of the Dao Palace. Although we don't know the background of the other one, he was able to defeat Xiong Tao in a head-on fight. Naturally, his talent is even better. In addition, the others are also from the Dao Palace. We have gained a lot from this. Let's do it. Kill all these geniuses. As for Xiong Tao, if you have the chance, capture him alive. He is a special life form. It will be very useful to capture him. Yes. Following the order of the Cold Elder, the black-robed men, including the Cold Elder, immediately took action. A total of 5 rank 4 true saints, including a peak rank 4 true saint, directly rushed toward Jian Wushuang and the others. Jian Wushuang and the others gathered together with solemn expressions. The surrounding void has been completely sealed by the black fog. We have no chance to escape. We have no choice but to fight, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Xiong Tao, with your strength, you should be able to deal with a rank 4 true saint, right? Yes. Xiong Tao nodded. You two are also rank 4 true saints. Each of you can deal with one. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 rank 4 true saints behind Duan Yu. No problem. The 2 rank 4 true saints also nodded. Bai Xiao, you are geniuses of the Dao Palace. Although you are only rank 1 true saints, you all have some extraordinary strength. The 4 of you, together with Duan Yu, will work together to find a way to tie down a rank 4 true saint. I will use my domain to assist you, Jian Wushuang said. It's difficult, but you can try, Bai Xiao said, clenching his teeth. Then that's it. You each deal with a rank 4 true saint. As for the strongest peak rank 4 true saint, leave it to me. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Xiong Tao, Bai Xiao, Duan Yu, and the others could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. That was a peak rank 4 true saint? Under normal circumstances, a true saint at the peak of rank 4 would be much stronger than an ordinary rank 4 true saint. It was slow to say, but in fact, the communication between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao was completed in an instant. At this moment, they had reached an agreement. Attack! Jian Wushuang shouted, and everyone moved in an instant. Rumble! Boundless divine power crazily condensed behind Jian Wushuang, and the 30,000 feet tall Golden Emperor Phantom looked down at everything. The star power in Jian Wushuang's body was also activated, and his aura suddenly increased. In addition, a layer of dark gold armor appeared on his body. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 luminary star armor were used at the same time. At the same time, a supreme sword essence burst out from the Blood Mountain sword. However, when Jian Wushuang defeated Xiong Tao, he had only used the punishment divine realm. As for the 7-star secret skill, the 9 luminary star armor, and the supreme sword essence in the Blood Mountain sword, he had not used them. But now, he was going to face a genuine peak rank 4 true saint, which was much more powerful than the Magic Note King he had met in the Magic Note Divine Kingdom. He did not dare to be careless in the face of such an opponent. He had to use his full strength. Shixiang! Jian Wushuang shouted. Whoosh! The sword light was swung, and a sword shadow was slashed out. The moment it was slashed out, a thick beast roar reverberated in the sky and earth. A mere pearl dares to compete with the sun and moon? The cold elder glanced at Jian Wushuang with disdain on the corner of his mouth, and then he slapped his hand. Boom! The world shook, and a huge black palm print completely covered the void in front of Jian Wushuang. The sword shadow hit the black palm print head-on. The black palm print instantly collapsed, and a large amount of divine power scattered in all directions. The sword shadow was still pressing toward the cold elder with extraordinary power. What? The cold elder was shocked, but he suddenly retreated and dodged Jian Wushuang's sword. This kid is much stronger than when he fought with Xiong Tao? The Cold Elder was shocked. He had witnessed the fight between Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao. He was indeed shocked by the strength of Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao, but he did not really care. Because both Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao's strength was only at the level of a rank 4 true saint. They were not very strong among rank 4 true saints, so how could they compare with him, a peak rank 4 true saint? But who would have thought that when he fought with Jian Wushuang's strength was much stronger than before. This kid hid a lot of strength when he fought with Xiong Tao? The Cold Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression became serious. Jian Wushuang's eyes were also cold as he stared at the Cold Elder. With my strength, it's not difficult for me to fight against a true saint at the peak of rank 4. But what I want to do is not to fight him head-on. While Jian Wushuang was pondering, he was also observing the surrounding battlefields. In the surrounding battlefields, Xiong Tao, Bai Xiao, and the others fought against a rank 4 true saint according to Jian Wushuang's instructions. Xiong Tao was fine. As a special life form, his strength was indeed impressive. Even if he faced a rank 4 true saint head-on, he was not at a disadvantage. However, the situation on the other battlefields was not very advantageous. The first was the 2 4th-level true saints under Duan Ye's command. Although they were also 4th-level true saints, they were only sent by the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion to be Duan Ye's subordinates. Their status in the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion was very low, so their strength was naturally not much stronger. The two of them faced a black-robed man, but in the end, both of them were at an absolute disadvantage. On the other side, Bai Xiao, Duan Yu, and the others were struggling with the last black-robed man, but the situation was not optimistic. Their personal strength was far inferior to that of the black-robed man. One moment of carelessness and they might be defeated by the black-robed man. I have no choice. I have to end this battle quickly. Jian Wushuang's expression was solemn. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he looked at the cold old man. Chapter 3088. Blood Azura. The raging flames, mixed with endless white ice fog, produced an endless power of ice and fire, which suddenly rose from Jian Wushuang's body. The two natural powers of ice and fire were perfectly fused at this moment. The power of ice and fire crazily swept out in all directions, covering the vast world in the blink of an eye. It formed a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire was centered around Jian Wushuang. With his will, the world of ice and fire pressed wildly toward the black-robed men on the battlefield, including the Cold Elder. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's star armor domain burst out and superimposed perfectly on the world of ice and fire. The domain-type Supreme Treasure, Ice and Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler, was used by Jian Wushuang with his current strength, together with the star armor domain, even if it was not completely suppressing one person, but 5 people at the same time, the powerful pressure. It still made the 5 black-robed men look surprised. What a powerful realm! The Cold Elder raised his head in surprise. Jian Wushuang did not speak. He used his realm mainly to relieve the pressure on the surrounding battlefields. As for the Cold Elder in front of him, even if he did not use his realm, Jian Wushuang still had a way to deal with him. Swish! Jian Wushuang moved. Silver figures burst out at the same time like ghosts. Jian Wushuang had already used the silver light movement skill he had created to the maximum. In just a short moment, Jian Wushuang had already appeared in front of the Cold Elder, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already fallen down. Ninth Heaven of Illusionary Sword. Swish! 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 Jian Wushuang brandished his sword 9 times in a row and executed a total of 9 sword moves. However, even though he had executed 9 sword moves in one go, it felt like he had only executed 1 sword move. The 9 sword shadows were all extremely obscure. They overlapped and gathered together. The moment they were brandished, they directly attacked the Cold Elder. Humph! Ridiculous! The Cold Elder let out a cold snort. Majestic divine power gathered in his hands. His 2 palms seemed to have turned into 2 huge dark clouds that covered the area at an incredible speed. Bang! 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 9 consecutive collisions rang out. Jin Wushuang's ninth realm illusory sword skill, which suppressed his opponent with absolute speed, was blocked by the Cold Elder's 2 palms. Suddenly, Jin Wushuang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Star Dream. A sword shadow suddenly appeared in the world. It was a cold and gorgeous sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was calm and indifferent. It swung out from Jin Wushuang's hand and then directly rushed toward the Cold Elder's neck. This sword move was very fast, especially at such a close distance. It was extremely fast. When the sword shadow burst out, the Cold Elder's face darkened. His right hand turned into a huge dark cloud and hit the Blood Mountain sword with the power of rule. The Star Dream first move immediately disintegrated, and Jin Wushuang stepped back. Boy, your strength is great, but you can only fight with me. Even with the help of the realm, you can at most gain the upper hand. You can use whatever means you have, the Cold Elder said in a low voice. Jin Wushuang looked at the Cold Elder, but his eyes turned slightly. As expected of a true saint at the peak of rank 4, his strength is much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 4 true saint. He is much stronger than the Demon Note King who fought with me. With such strength, it would be difficult to kill him with just the Emperor's blood kill or life and death. It seems that I have to use Blood Azura. Jin Wushuang tightened his grip on the Blood Mountain sword in his right hand, and his aura also became unusually cold. Buzz. It was so cold that it reached the bottom of the valley. It was extremely cold. The entire world seemed to have been completely silent in an ice cave. Huh. The Cold Elder raised his head and stared at Jin Wushuang with a solemn face. He sensed that the coldness that suddenly swept out in the surroundings came from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not move. He just stood there and was still some distance away from the Cold Elder. But at this time, he slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was placed horizontally in front of him. But this simple action of raising the sword instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, and the surrounding void became completely blood-red. Yes, it was blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air was filled with a large amount of blood fog. The Cold Elder even seemed to see the bones under Jin Wushuang's feet, which had condensed into a blood sea. The shocking killing intent shot up to the sky, making the Cold Elder feel a trace of fear. At this moment, Jin Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura who had turned into hell. It was a blood-red Azura. The blood-red Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. The simple slash seemed to contain no power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, an unprecedented fear rushed into the Cold Elder's heart. The Cold Elder looked at the blood-red Azura waving its long sword and the sword light slashing toward him, but he had an irresistible and unstoppable feeling. The Cold Elder's face was filled with fear. Divine power surged wildly throughout his body, as if he wanted to block this sword. But suddenly a wave of space-time power came without any warning. The Cold Elder was still in a state of fear. He had even raised more than half of his palm, but it was this posture that made the Cold Elder pause. This was space-time stagnation. It was a space-time stagnation formed by the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill. However, the difference was that the heaven-designated skill was not performed by Jin Wushuang alone. Instead, it had been integrated into his swordsmanship. Yes, it was the strongest and most terrifying move in the Wushuang sword manual. It was even a move that made Jin Wushuang proud. The reason why he was so proud was not only because this move was extremely terrifying, but also because it was so powerful that people could not resist it. The most important thing was that he had made an incredible breakthrough in this move. That was, he had perfectly combined his swordsmanship with the space-time divine skill. The heaven-designated skill was a space-time divine skill that could temporarily freeze time. Jin Wushuang had once used it at a critical moment to catch his opponent off guard, and then he used his swordsmanship to kill his opponent and win. But now, this move had been completely integrated into his swordsmanship and into the Blood Azura move. When the sword light slashed out, time and space froze wherever it passed. Chapter 3089. Inviting Lord Long Xing Hua. The sword light mercilessly flashed past, and a head flew out. The cold old man's eyes were wide open as he watched his head and divine body separate. Although he was shocked, the cold old man was not scared. After all, true saints all had immortal bodies. But suddenly, an unprecedented pain appeared out of nowhere, causing the cold elder to cry out in shock. Poison! It's poison! This poison! It's the evil god poison! The cold elder instantly felt that the evil god poison was madly corroding his divine body. The evil god poison was extremely powerful. Although he was a peak rank 4 true saint, he still could not resist it. In the blink of an eye, 80% of his divine power had been corroded by the evil god poison. However, the evil god poison that had corroded the cold elder's body had been completely exhausted. He's not dead? Jian Wushuang frowned, but he was not surprised. Under normal circumstances, 1 drop of evil god poison was enough to kill a rank 3 true saint. However, the cold old man was a peak 4th level true saint, so the effect of the evil god poison would be greatly reduced. In addition, the level of the evil god poison was not low. Even the Blood Mountain sword could only absorb 3 drops of the evil god poison at the same time. 3 drops was the limit. Therefore, when the sword light flashed past, only 3 drops of the evil god poison entered the cold old man's divine body and began to erode his divine power. It was normal that 3 drops of evil god poison could not kill the cold elder completely. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and slowly raised his left hand. Then he pointed at the void where the cold elder was. This finger seemed ordinary, but the moment he pointed, a power of space-time principles burst out. Rumble! A majestic space-time storm appeared out of thin air. No! A mournful roar echoed in the sky. The cold old man's divine body that was about to be reassembled, along with a large amount of surging god power, fell into the space-time storm. Rumble! The space-time storm crazily crushed and annihilated everything, as if it was destroying everything. In just a blink of an eye, everything in the void where the cold elder was, including his divine power, was destroyed. Naturally, the cold elder was also dead. 1-finger void annihilation technique is a divine technique that can destroy everything on a large scale. It can also counter the immortal body of a true saint expert. The space-time storm destroyed everything in its path, including divine power. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The immortal body of a true saint expert was based on divine power. However, if the divine power of this true saint expert was completely annihilated, then the true saint expert would certainly die. A true saint expert who had reached the peak of rank 4 was killed by Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people also saw this scene. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. They even forgot that they were fighting with someone and stopped what they were doing. This. Xiong Tao stared at Jian Wushuang, his eyes full of shock. He really has hidden his strength? The beautiful woman in golden armor trembled. Bai Xiao, Jiluo, Duanyu, and the others were all stunned speechless. They were not the only ones. The 4 black-robed men were the same as well. A rank 1 true saint killed a peak rank 4 true saint? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? It's fake. How could 39 die at the hands of a rank 1 true saint? The black-robed men were also completely stunned. After a long while, one of the long-haired black-robed men reacted immediately. Quick, invite Lord Longxing. As the long-haired black-robed man shouted, a black-robed man immediately flipped his hand and took out a special token. Pa! The jade token was crushed, and a vast and majestic aura descended. Wong. A large amount of black fog condensed in the void, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a 3-meter-tall black phantom. This black phantom was extremely hazy, and its exact appearance could not be seen clearly. All that could be seen was a pair of cold eyes peeking out from the fog. Lord Longxing. Seeing the arrival, the 4 black-robed men immediately bowed respectfully. The Black Shadow's cold eyes looked around the void, and then he said in a hoarse voice, "Where's 39? Master, 39 is dead. We have no choice but to ask you to help us," the long-haired black-robed man said respectfully. He only killed a few rank 1 true saints. Not only did he fail to kill them, but he even lost his life. What a waste. The Black Phantom cursed in a low voice. The 4 black-robed men lowered their heads and did not dare to say another word. In the void in front of them, Jian Wushuang and the others stood there, looking at the black shadow that suddenly appeared in the void with an extremely ugly expression. They could see that the black shadow was probably an energy clone formed by an expert using a special method. Although it was only an energy clone, if its owner was extremely powerful, the energy clone could also burst out with extraordinary battle strength, which was enough to pose a great threat to them. The strength that this main Bodis energy clone currently possesses is extremely limited. It can only unleash one attack. After one attack, the 4 of you should immediately leave no matter what the result is, the black illusory figure instructed. Yes. The 4 black-robed men immediately nodded. The black illusory figure slowly lifted his head after giving his instructions. The moment he lifted his head, a strange glow flashed within his cold eyes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An extremely unique power burst out like a tsunami. What is this? Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. Soul attack. Oh no, be careful of the soul attack. Xiong Tao also shouted in a low voice. The moment he sensed that the Black Phantom had used soul attack, Jian Wushuang had already moved. A silver light flashed across the void, and Jian Wushuang pushed his speed and movement to the limit. He did not attack the black shadow, nor did he retreat. Instead, he stood in front of Juluo. Among the people present, only Juluo had some friendship with him. Juluo was the weakest, and he did not have any soul defense skills. Once he was affected by the soul attack, there was at least a 90% chance that he would die. Now that Jian Wushuang was standing in front of Juluo, the soul attack that was coming toward Juluo was completely withstood by Jian Wushuang alone. Boom! Jian Wushuang felt as if a huge drumstick had smashed into his sea of consciousness. He had the exquisite pagoda in his sea of consciousness, but with the impact of this soul power, his soul pagoda only lasted for a moment, then it collapsed. Chapter 3090. Soul Annihilation. As soon as the exquisite pagoda collapsed, his physical soul was defenseless. Fortunately, his soul was much tougher and stronger than ordinary people. After the powerful soul attack destroyed the exquisite pagoda, the remaining power was not very strong. Although it also severely injured Jian Wushuang's physical soul, however, it did not completely destroy his soul. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted, and his face turned pale. Of course, this was his own disguise. His soul was like his divine body. Even if it directly collapsed, he could rely on divine power to regenerate it. So what if his soul was severely injured? However, the soul attack of the Black Phantom was not aimed at him alone. Instead, it was aimed at everyone in front of him. Jian Wushuang could easily resist the soul attack because of his soul defense and the uniqueness of his own soul. However, the others were not so easy. Buzz, soul power swept across. It was as if time and space had completely stopped. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures fell directly to the ground. They were the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor from the Dao Palace. It was true that the 3 of them were genius disciples of the Dao Palace, and their strength was also very impressive. However, the 3 of them were not too strong in terms of their souls. At that moment, even though the soul attack that the Black Phantom unleashed was aimed at everyone, the soul attack that struck them was still extremely powerful. The 3 of them were unable to block it, and their souls had already been directly killed. These 3 geniuses were already dead. Long Chong, Mo Ao, and Xie. Bai Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he let out a cry of shock and anger. Bai Xiao's strength was about the same as the red-haired man and the other 2. In fact, his soul was not much stronger than the other 3, but Bai Xiao's identity was different. He was not only a genius disciple of the Dao Palace, but also the #1 genius of the current era of the Young Divine Sect. The Young Divine Sect placed great importance on him, so they gave him many life-saving items. In terms of soul defense, he had a soul defense sacred treasure in his body, and its level was not low. That was why he was able to survive this soul attack. There was also Duan Yu, who had also relied on his sole defense treasure to barely survive. As for Xiong Tao, as the #1 genius of the Tao Palace, he had even more life-saving methods. The soul attack only caused a slight change in his expression, but it did not cause much of an impact. As for the 2 level 4 true saints that followed Duan Yu, because they were genuine level 4 true saints, their souls were also at this level. Although they were affected by the soul attack just now, they still survived. After a wave of soul attack, just as the Black Phantom had said, his energy clone was too weak. Using 1 wave of attack was already the limit. Although it caused a certain amount of damage, his energy clone also quickly collapsed. Let's go. The 4 black-robed men did not hesitate at all. They fled the void as fast as they could. The 4 black-robed men ran for their lives as fast as they could. After running for a long distance, they finally stopped on a barren mountain. The 4 black-robed men looked at each other. Their expressions were very strange. As expected, we weren't prepared enough. We still paid the price for acting rashly, the long-haired black-robed man said. There's nothing we can do. Time is too short, and we don't have enough time to prepare. After all, we only have 1 chance, and it's fleeting. We have to seize it, the other black-robed man said. They had acted rashly and hastily this time. It could even be said that they were not prepared at all. One had to know that the force they were in was extremely huge and tyrannical. Although it could not compare to the 3 great freedom alliances, the difference was not too great. They had countless experts, and 4th-level true saints like them were nothing in their force. But this time, it was too hasty, because they only found out after the genius banquet that the palace's #1 genius, Xiong Tao, had actually participated in this genius banquet and did not have any experts by his side. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity for assassination. Of course, their forces did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, even though they knew it would be difficult, they immediately dispatched the 5-rank 4 true saints led by 39. In addition, they also carried the Jade Talisman of Lord Longxing's energy doppelganger to assassinate him. They had already organized the strongest force in such a short period of time. Originally, with the 5 of them, if they were lucky, they could have killed Xiong Tao and the few geniuses who had arrived at the palace. However, accidents continued to happen. First, the appearance of Duan Yu and his 2 guards, and then the fight between Xiong Tao and Jian Wushuang made them realize that there was also Jian Wushuang, who also had the battle strength of a rank 4 true saint. All of these added together, the battle strength of 4 rank 4 true saints was not much inferior to their lineup. At that time, they knew that the probability of success was very low. However, they had no choice but to take action. They did not expect Jian Wushuang to give them a huge surprise as soon as he took action. He killed 39, the strongest among them, with a thunderbolt. Next, they only let Lord Longxing's energy doppelganger take action. Fortunately, although 39 died in this assassination and used a special token that Lord Longxing refined, this token is only the lowest level token. We've already killed 3 genius disciples of the Tao Palace, so we've already made a profit. The trouble is that this assassination failed. That Xiong Tao will definitely be more cautious in the future. I'm afraid we won't have such an opportunity again in the future, said the long-haired, black-robed man. Not only that, we have another harvest. Another black-robed man said, it's the man who killed 39. At the mention of Jian Wushuang, the 4 black-robed men immediately became very serious. Yes, this man is also one of our harvest, and it's a great harvest. The long-haired, black-robed man said excitedly, a 1st-level true saint can kill 39, who has reached the peak of the 4th rank, directly. It's incredible. His talent is obviously higher than Xiong Tao, but we don't know whether he is from the Tao Palace or not. If so, we should kill him earlier than Xiong Tao. The other 3 black-robed men also nodded heavily. No matter what, this mission has already ended. Let's go back and report this matter to the higher-ups. As for what we should do next, we'll leave it to the higher-ups of the sect to decide for themselves. Chapter 3091. Left alone after a fierce battle, the ground in the void that had been completely sealed by the black fog had become pockmarked. Even in the void, time and space had not completely calmed down. Jian Wushuang and the others gathered together. and there were 3 cold corpses lying under their feet. They were the red-haired man, the black-robed young man, and the beautiful woman in golden armor from the Tao Palace. Although their divine bodies were intact and did not suffer any damage, their souls had been completely destroyed. Soul destruction, Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. It was indeed difficult to kill a true saint expert with an immortal body. However, some special poisons that could corrode the body and soul were the 2 best weapons that could restrain the body. Those special poisons were better. After all, if the poisons wanted to corrode the god power, they had to pass through the skin of the cultivator and transfer the poison into the other's body. Most true saints wore protective armor. To do this, they had to forcefully tear apart the other party's protective armor. Therefore, in the divine beginning realm, only those who used sharp weapons like swords, sabers, daggers, spears, and so on were suitable to use these special venoms. As for those who used axes, hammers, or gloves, most of them used force to suppress others, sending their power through the suppression to the other party's divine body. However, it was very difficult to deliver the venoms into the other party's body, so they naturally could not use them. Moreover, not only were these special poisons expensive, but they also needed a certain way to buy them. Thus, there were very few cultivators who really used these special poisons to kill their enemies, so they were not too frightening to true saints. And what truly frightened true saints was the destruction of their souls. The soul was the foundation of the cultivators. Once their souls were destroyed, no matter how strong their divine bodies were or how much divine power they had, it was useless. This was common sense. Therefore, experts who were good at soul attacks would attract attention no matter where they were. Jiluo, Jin Wushuang suddenly said, let's part ways here. Brother Heavenly Marquis, are you leaving? Jiluo immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. I went to the Young Divine sect to find a place to stay and familiarize myself with the environment of the first heaven. Now that I'm familiar with it, I naturally have to leave. But, Jiluo wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang had already waved his hand and interrupted him. Bai Xiao. Jian Wushuang looked at Bai Xiao again. I know what Bai Ju and Iceberg are planning. Go back and tell them that I'm grateful for their kindness, but I don't plan to join the Tao Palace now. But they don't have to feel regretful because I'll go to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect soon. Oh! Bai Xiao was surprised. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He was telling the truth. He had promised Xue Bei that he would go to the bloodline of the blood ancestor in the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. However, he was too weak now, so he did not know much about the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect and the bloodline of the Blood Clan. Since there were many bloodlines in the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, there might be some internal competition, so he did not dare to go rashly. But when he was stronger, he would know more or meet experts from the bloodline of the blood ancestor. Goodbye, everyone. Jian Wushuang did not stay any longer and left. In the void, Jian Wushuang was flying forward alone. Many thoughts appeared in his mind. Elder Emotion said that the heaven-cleaving secret realm will open in 80 years. Now, only 30 years have passed, and there are still 50 years left. In these 50 years, I can try to break through the first heaven. Besides, I am comprehending both the space-time principles and the reincarnation principles at the same time. Now, the space-time rule has reached the 3rd stage, and I have studied it to a certain extent. In terms of comprehension, I am very close to a rank 5 true saint. But in terms of the reincarnation principles, my progress is very slow, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He was comprehending both the space-time principles and the reincarnation principles at the same time, and the two complemented each other. But now, the samsara principles was far behind the space-time principles. I'm only a rank 1 true saint now, but my comprehension of the space-time principles is too high. My realm is limited, and my progress is obviously not as fast as before. In the past 50 years, I can completely focus on the samsara principles. After making up his mind, Jian Wushuang immediately began to think of ways to improve his comprehension of the samsara principles. On the other side, Bai Ju and Iceberg had long known that Jian Wushuang, Xiong Tao, and the others had been attacked. However, when they rushed over, the black-clothed men had already left, and Jian Wushuang had also left. Then, they carefully inquired about the outcome of the matter and also obtained a mirror image of Jian Wushuang and Xiong Tao's battle. Seeing the mirror image, both of them were very shocked. I knew this little guy was very strong. Otherwise, the three palace masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would not have given him a place to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm so generously. But I didn't expect this little guy to be so powerful. Xiong Tao is the strongest expert among the first-rank true saints of our Dao Palace, and he is a special life form. His divine power is comparable to a third-rank true saint. How could he be no match for him? Baiju exclaimed. That's not all, Iceberg said in a low voice. According to what my disciple said, the Heavenly Sword Marquis didn't use his full strength when he fought with Xiong Tao. It wasn't until the black-robed men arrived that he revealed his full strength. He actually killed a peak 4th-rank true saint. It's simply inconceivable. Xiong Tao's combat power is already considered incredible among the first-rank true saints, but he's actually much stronger than Xiong Tao. Could it be that he's also a special life form? Baiju could not help but ask. It's very possible. Iceberg nodded slightly. Forget it. No matter what this little guy's background is, since he said that he would make a trip to the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect in the future, this means that he doesn't have any hostility toward our Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. In fact, he might even have some connections. That's already not bad. Baiju smiled, however. His expression immediately turned cold. Let's not talk about this little guy now. Let's talk about those black-robed men. Our Dao Palace has always been very strict in protecting the geniuses under our command, especially top geniuses like Xiong Tao. This time, Xiong Tao appeared at this genius banquet because he received my orders. I originally thought that Xiong Tao would only participate in this genius banquet and leave after a battle with the Heavenly Sword Marquis without encountering any accidents. I never expected that such a small mistake would actually cause our Dao Palace to suffer heavy losses. Chapter 3092. Sorcerer God Baiju's expression was extremely unsightly, and his aura was also abnormally cold. This time, the Dao Palace had indeed suffered heavy losses. After all, a total of 3 geniuses had fallen. These 3 geniuses were all very outstanding. Although the chances of becoming the Principal's Master in the future were very low, the chances of becoming a top-notch immortal saint were still very high. They might even become invincible amongst the immortal saints. Unfortunately, because of this small mistake, these 3 geniuses had died. Fortunately, Xiong Tao didn't die. Otherwise, the losses this time would have been too great. It was so great that even I couldn't bear it. Baiju clenched his hands tightly. The Dao Palace valued Xiong Tao extremely. If Xiong Tao died here, although he was the Principal's Master, he would definitely be severely punished by the Dao Palace. Even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Where did those 5 black-robed men come from? Baiju shouted in a low voice. Lord Baiju, the appearance of those 5 black-robed men was very strange. I've already sent people to investigate, but they were unable to find any traces. However, there's one thing. The reason why they were able to kill the 3 geniuses of our Dao Palace was because they crushed a command talisman and summoned an expert's energy clone. Then, this expert's energy clone unleashed a soul attack. At that time, those black-robed men addressed this energy clone as Lord Longxing. Iceberg said respectfully. Longxing. Baiju narrowed his eyes and a sharp light shot out. Longxing, the master of Longxing. It's the Sorcerer God's sect. Sorcerer God's sect? Iceberg was also stunned. Damn the Sorcerer God's sect. I've heard that they're very close to the 3 great sages. It seems that it's true, Baiju said coldly. The 3 great saints? Iceberg was shocked. Humph. The 3 great saints have always been at odds with the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Temporal Temple, and our Divine Ancestor Taoist sect. Although the 2 sides have not really shed all pretenses of cordiality, there are still all kinds of fights going on in the dark. In recent years, the 3 great saints have been thinking of ways to suppress the 3 great freedom alliances. To suppress us, other than killing as many of our higher-ups as possible, the most important thing is to kill some of the geniuses in the 3 great freedom alliances ahead of time. Many years ago, 3 disciples of our Dao Palace were assassinated when they were out adventuring. At that time, they suspected that it was the three great sages who had done it, but they couldn't find any traces of it. But now, the sorcerer god sect is openly assassinating the geniuses of our Dao Palace. Good, very good. It seems that the old sorcerer god wants to be chased back to the universe battlefield. Baiju's ruthless aura surged into the sky. Lord Baiju, wasn't it rumored that the sorcerer god sect has always been interested in some special bloodlines and some special life forms? Iceberg suddenly said, yes, they are indeed very interested in special life forms. For a long time, they have been searching for all kinds of special bloodlines. Usually, they would capture those who could be captured alive and kill those who could not be captured alive. Then, they would take away their corpses. As for their purpose, no one knows. No matter what, since the sorcerer god sect dared to attack the genius disciples of our Dao Palace this time, they must bear the wrath of the entire divine ancestor Dao sect. Ah! The killing intent of the 100 Jew was overwhelming. Soon, he personally went to see the supreme existences of the Dao Palace. Jian Wushuang did not know the identities of the 5 black-robed men and why they wanted to assassinate them. He was too lazy to know. After parting with Jiluo and the others, he began to explore the first heaven by himself. At the same time, he was trying to improve his comprehension of the reincarnation rule. Time passed quickly. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Three-Winged Kingdom was a relatively strong and prosperous country in the first heaven. It had existed for a very long time. The reason was that Luo Academy, one of the 9 academies in the first heaven, was behind the Three-Winged Kingdom. In such a prosperous kingdom, there were naturally many gladiatorial arenas. In the largest gladiatorial arena in the Three-Winged Kingdom, whoosh! In the huge gladiatorial arena, there was a deafening noise. Countless spectators were sitting in the audience seats, watching the 2 people fighting crazily on the battlefield in front of them. In the inner hall of the gladiatorial arena, a few figures gathered together. Brother Han, it's your turn to fight soon. Are you ready? A rough voice sounded in the inner hall. Haha, Brother Han has already won 9 battles in a row in the arena. With such strength, what else do you need to prepare? Another person's voice sounded. That's true, but you should still be careful and not be careless. After all, Brother Han's next opponent is Imoax, who is a battle maniac. Moreover, he has already won a total of 21 battles in a row in the arena. Brother Han is going to fight with Imoax? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Imoax with Han? The people of the inner hall immediately gathered. While these people were talking, the one they called Brother Han was sitting quietly at the side, drinking a pot of wine in his hand. When he heard the conversation around him, he did not seem to care at all. Imoax? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had seen the battle between Imoax and others in the gladiator arena. His strength was indeed good, but it was far from enough to attract his attention. 50 years have passed. In these 50 years, my comprehension of reincarnation rules has improved a lot, but now I have reached a bottleneck. This Imoax is my last battle in the gladiator arena. I hope he won't disappoint me. Jian Wushuang raised the wine pot in his hand. He drank the entire pot of wine in one gulp. Soon, Jian Wushuang came out. Han! Han! As soon as Jian Wushuang entered the battlefield in the center of the arena, the entire arena burst into cheers like a landslide and tsunami. Jian Wushuang had won 9 battles in a row in the same level of the arena, so he was naturally very famous. However, not long after Jian Wushuang entered the battlefield, Missouri Axe also arrived. As soon as Imo Axe appeared, the surrounding cheers were even louder than Jian Wushuang's. The enthusiasm of countless spectators had been ignited. I've seen you fight with others. A deep voice came from the mouth of the burly man in black armor, who looked like a living fierce beast. A giant black axe appeared in Imo Axe's hand. Your sword formation is quite powerful, and your movement is very flexible. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Really? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. His body moved, and a total of 18 purple long swords floated out. Under Jian Wushuang's control, they formed into one in the blink of an eye. It was a purple magic sword that was 3 meters long. Go! Jian Wushuang pointed. Swish! The purple divine sword instantly shot out. Chapter 3093. A strand of black hair schwa. A purple phantom, like a purple ghost, suddenly flashed out, flashing out two dazzling purple demonic lights in the air. It's appeared, Han's purple evil weapon. This is the purple evil weapon? It's so fast, and it feels so terrifying. Haha, purple evil weapon. This is Han's method of becoming famous. Previously, Han relied on this purple evil weapon to win 9 battles in a row in this arena. Numerous exclamations sounded out one after another in the spectating area. When he saw the ghost-like purple evil weapon shooting over explosively, the Mo axe let out a cold cry, and then he took a swift step forward, and the huge black axe in his hand followed the momentum to descend. The Mo axe did not look fast, but it struck the purple evil weapon. Clang! With a loud sound, the terrifying power sent the purple evil weapon flying. Die! With a roar, the demon axe appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in 2 steps. Then he swung the black giant axe in his hand. He knew very well that an expert like Han, who controlled the sword formation, would be easily killed by him once he lost the sword formation and got close to him. However, Jian Wushuang had already retreated rapidly when he saw Mo axe approaching him. Streaks of silver light flashed. When Mo axe's giant axe fell, Jian Wushuang had already dodged to the side. Mo axe was not impatient. Han's purple evil weapon and his movement technique were famous in the arena. Only the purple evil weapon and its extremely fast movement technique were qualified to win 9 matches in a row in the arena. Swish! The purple evil weapon flashed and shot toward Mo axe again. Mo axe immediately waved his huge axe to block it. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding echoed throughout the battlefield. The battle between the two was unusually intense. Jian Wushuang had come to the gladiator arena as a rank 1 true saint, so his divine power had remained at the peak of rank 1 true saint from the first battle until now. His divine power had not increased at all. With the divine power of a rank 1 true saint, he tried his best to control the reincarnation sword formation. He was now using the 6th level of the reincarnation sword formation, which was called In Luo. It was an extremely demonic and powerful sword formation. He had already used the power of the sword formation to its maximum. If he took one more step, he would be at the 7th level of the reincarnation sword formation. This devil axe is indeed worthy of being able to win 21 matches in a row in the gladiator arena. His strength is indeed not bad. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. In terms of strength, this Mo axe was probably slightly stronger than Jiluo. If Jian Wushuang had used his swordsmanship or the space-time principles, he could have easily defeated this Mo axe. But now, he just wanted to temper his samsara principles and the samsara sword formation. With the 6th level of the samsara sword formation alone, he could not defeat his opponent. Now, the reincarnation sword formation was at an absolute disadvantage in the face of the magic axe. The Mo axe kept closing in on him, trying to bring him pressure. But this is the only way to make it interesting, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He had won 9 matches in a row. The 9 opponents did not pose any threat to him, nor did they have any effect on his reincarnation sword formation. But now, Mo axe was an excellent opponent for him to train. Kill! Jian Wushuang's killing intent soared to the sky, and he exerted his comprehension of the reincarnation rule to the maximum. Although the purple evil weapon was knocked back by Mo axe time and time again, it rushed forward again and again. Mo axe was also very irritable. While crazily repelling the purple evil weapon, he also wanted to keep getting close to Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang's movement skills were compatible with the space-time principles. It was impossible for Mo axe to get close to him. Clang! 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 The sounds of collisions kept ringing out. In just a moment, the purple evil weapon controlled by Jian Wushuang had collided with Mo axe's black axe more than hundreds of times. Under such intense collision and pressure, it greatly promoted Jian Wushuang's reincarnation principles. Finally, Jian Wushuang felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. and the part that had puzzled him about the reincarnation rule suddenly became clear. His comprehension of the reincarnation rule immediately reached a new level. I've made a breakthrough. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He raised his head and glanced at the extremely violent Mo axe in front of him, but his eyes turned cold. Buzz! The purple evil weapon that was flying at high speed suddenly disintegrated. After disintegrating, it reassembled again at an extremely fast speed. However, this time, the purple longswords were no longer purple evil weapons, but formed a cross-shaped purple sword. Go! Jian Wushuang flashed a sharp light, and the cross-shaped purple sword suddenly shot out. Swish! The audience only saw a flash of purple light. The purple light was very weak and small, like a needle or, more accurately, a hair. The 7th level of the Samsara sword formation was called a black hair. However, the purple light, which was as small as a hair, was dozens of times faster and more powerful than the purple evil weapon. Each level of the Samsara sword formation was more powerful than the last. The 7th level of the sword formation was naturally much stronger than the 6th level. Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the Samsara principles had reached a new level, and his power had soared again. Get lost. Seeing the purple light shooting toward him, the Mo axe, which had been in a berserk state, wanted to swing the giant axe in his hand to split the purple light. But in the end, clang! The purple light and the black giant axe collided head-on, and the terrifying power instantly changed the direction of the black giant axe's attack. Then, the purple light continued to attack the Mo axe's divine body. Boom! The center of the divine body of the Mo axe caved in, and his body instantly retreated to the edge of the battlefield. It took him a long time to stop again. After he stopped, he raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of shock. As for the surrounding audience, there was a brief silence, followed by an unprecedented uproar. Cold! 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 The entire arena was cheering Jian Wushuang's name. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang had won this duel. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's face was also filled with joy. Of course, he was not happy because he had defeated his opponent, but because he had made a breakthrough in the reincarnation principle. The reincarnation rule has reached the 3rd stage. The reincarnation sword formation can also be used at the 7th stage. You can leave now. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 3094. Heaven-cleaving star after the fight. In the void outside the arena. Elder Emotion. Jian Wushuang stood in front of Emotion. Little guy, I knew you had a high comprehension of the space-time principles and excellent swordsmanship. I didn't expect you to have such high attainments in the reincarnation principles. Your sword formation is also quite extraordinary, Emotion said. Senior, did you just see it in the gladiator arena? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Emotion nodded slightly, then he said seriously. It's more difficult to comprehend the rules later on. Therefore, 99% of the cultivators in the divine beginning world usually focus on studying one principle. After all, one's energy is limited. If one studies 2 principles at the same time, it's likely that they will be dragged down by each other, which will lower their own achievements. They can only think of other principles after they break through to become a principles master. When you become a principles master, can you study other principles? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. To become a principles master, you must have completely comprehended and mastered a principle. After mastering this principle, principles masters will find a way to master a second principle in order to increase their strength. After all, to completely master a principle, you can get a rule will. This principle will is extremely powerful. The reason why principles masters are far superior to the immortal saint is because of the existence of this principle will. However, if you can master 2 principles at the same time, you will naturally be able to get 2 sets of the will of principles, and your strength will naturally be stronger, Emotion said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. The will of principles? He secretly remembered this, but he also knew that his strength was still too weak. He was still far from completely mastering one principle. Of course, ordinary cultivators don't dare to split their attention at the immortal saint level, but you are different. You are a true genius and a peerless genius. Even if a genius like you comprehended two principles at the same time, the chances of becoming a principles master in the future are very high, Emoshan said. Jian Wushuang smiled. Well, 80 years have passed, and the heaven-cleaving mystic land is about to open. Come with me to the heaven-cleaving star, Emoshan said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Emoshan and set off. The Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance was widely recognized as the #1 freedom alliance in the divine beginning world. Its power was huge and spread throughout every corner of the divine beginning world. In addition to having a large number of secret layers in the divine beginning world, the Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance also had 2 layers. The Heaven-Cleaving Star was one of the layers of the Heaven-Cleaving Star Alliance, and it was also the location of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. A large number of genius disciples and some high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces lived in the Heaven-Cleaving Star all year round. This is the Heaven-Cleaving Star? Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the Heaven-Cleaving Star through the space passage. As soon as he arrived at the Heaven-Cleaving Star, Jian Wushuang immediately found that this star was different from other places. So strong gravity. I feel that the gravity of this star is at least 100 times stronger than that of other places. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The gravity was 100 times stronger, which meant that it was 100 times more difficult to move on this star than in other places. If a cultivator stayed in the star for a long time, he would be affected by the gravity all the time and would benefit a lot. You are only at the edge of the star. When you reach the center of the star, the gravity there will be stronger. The gravity will suppress and promote the cultivator. If you stay in the star for a long time, your divine power will increase faster than in other places and your divine body will be stronger, Emoshan also said. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. He could feel that the speed at which he accumulated divine power on the star was much faster than in other places. Of course, the gravity is only one of the many opportunities and superior cultivation conditions on the star. The star was moved from the universe battlefield by the Alliance Master of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It has all kinds of magical abilities. It's a pity that you are not a member of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. Otherwise, you would be qualified to see them one by one, Emoshan said. Jian Wushuang shrugged, feeling helpless. Let's go. Emoshan led Jian Wushuang to the center of the Heaven-Cleaving Star. There were already many people waiting in the center of the star. Most of them were genius disciples of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. Today was the opening day of the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. So many disciples of the 3 Palaces were attracted to it. Among the crowd, there were all kinds of discussions. After 10,000 years, the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm is finally about to open again. Unfortunately, I'm too weak, so I can't get a spot. The Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm opens once every 10,000 years. Each time, there are only 3 spots. All the geniuses of the 3 palaces add up to hundreds of people. So many people are only fighting for 3 spots. Naturally, only the best 3 people in each era are qualified to enter. As for the others, don't even think about it. 3 quotas? Hee. As far as I know, only 2 people from the 3 palaces have been given quotas. What? Only 2 quotas? There was a sudden commotion in the crowd. It's true that there are 2 quotas. These 2 quotas were obtained by the Thorn Tiger and Thunder God of the Primal Chaos Palace. Originally, the Primal Chaos Palace also had a quota, but I heard that the quota of the Primal Chaos Palace was sent out by the 3 Palace Masters not long ago. Given away? To whom? I don't know, but I heard that it wasn't someone from the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, but an outsider. What? An outsider got a quota to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm? How is that possible? What's going on with the 3 Palace Masters? Why would they give such a rare and precious quota to an outsider? That's right, such a precious quota. Even the 3 Palaces of Heaven Slaying felt that it was too little. Why would the 3 Palace Masters take the initiative to give it away? Who knows? But there are rumors saying that the person's talent is too incredible, making the 3 Palace Lords exclaim in admiration. That's why they gave him a spot. There are also rumors saying that it's because the person has a special background that the three palace lords gave him a spot. Many geniuses of the three palace masters were discussing the spot. While they were discussing, many genius disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Unfair. The three heaven-cleaving palaces are extremely lacking in quotas to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. How can the three palace masters just casually hand over one? That's right. Piercing Tiger and Thunder God are the two top geniuses of the ancient palace. They each received a quota, so we have nothing to say. However, how can an outsider have the qualifications to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Chapter 3095. Challenge. A large number of geniuses from the heaven-cleaving three palaces were gathered there, and most of them were dissatisfied. Humph! The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is about to open. If nothing unexpected happens, that outsider should also rush to the heaven-cleaving star and enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm with Piercing Tiger and Thunder God. I'd like to see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms he has to make the three palace masters treat him so well. Many people were aggressive and waiting for the outsider to arrive. Not long after, Jin Wushuang appeared in front of the geniuses of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance under the guidance of Emoshan. Master Emoshan. A top true saint immediately came to Emoshan, followed by 2 people, Piercing Tiger and Thunder God. One of them had a cold aura, while the other was extremely violent. They first bowed slightly to Emoshan, then looked directly at Jin Wushuang. Not only them, but many genius disciples from the heaven-cleaving three palaces also looked at Jin Wushuang. Is he the outsider? A rank 1 true saint doesn't seem to be anything special? I really don't see anything special about him. I don't know where he got the ability to ask the three palace masters to make an exception and give him a slot in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Discussions immediately broke out. Among the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving three palaces, Jin Wushuang also knew some of them. First, there were Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water. When they saw Jin Wushuang's face clearly, their expressions immediately became very interesting. It's him. It's that pervert. So it's him. No wonder he can get a place to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The three looked at each other in dismay, and their hearts lit up. The 3 of them had fought with Jin Wushuang before, and they had even fought him head-on. That battle was still vivid in their minds. It was in the White Bone region. The 3 of them had joined hands and tried their best, but they were defeated by the man in front of them. The 3 of them had been beaten into submission and had no temper at all. At that time, they had decided that Jin Wushuang was a complete monster. When they found out that the outsider who had obtained the quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm was this monster, they could accept it in their hearts. In addition to the 3 of them, Qian Chen, who had once dealt with Jin Wushuang, was also in the crowd. It's him, Heavenly Sword Marquis. Qin Shan stared at Jin Wushuang, but his eyes were shining. When he had completed his mission, he had met Jin Wushuang and fought him head-on. At that time, he had broken through to become a peak false saint, and Jin Wushuang was only a divine master at that time. But in the end, this divine master was on par with him, a peak false saint. After all, he was a genuine genius. He had been in the Heaven and Earth Palace before, but after this competition, he had entered the Primitive Palace. But he asked himself, his talent was not on the same level as Jin Wushuang's. He was definitely not on the same level as Jin Wushuang. In a corner of the crowd, Long Yuan and Shui Yu stood together. They looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. It's him? When we met him, we saw that his talent was very high, so he could at least enter the Primitive Palace and maybe even the Chaos Palace. But now, he can ask the 3 palace masters to make an exception and give him a place to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? How strong is he now? Long Yuan and Shui Yu were secretly praising him. Whether it was Mountain King, Evil Master, Mirage Water, Qian Chen, Long Yuan, or Shui Yu, they had seen Jin Wushuang's strength with their own eyes and knew a little about his talent. Therefore, when they knew that Jin Wushuang was the outsider who got the spot, they could accept it in their hearts. But the others did not think so. Whoosh! A figure dashed out from the crowd and appeared directly in front of Emoshan and Jin Wushuang. Lord Emotion. The man was wearing a black robe, handsome, and exuded the aura of a rank 1 true saint. Oh, Gutong, what's the matter? Emotion looked down. Lord Emotion, the person next to you should be the lucky one who got the last quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, right? Gutong asked. Lucky person? Emotion raised his eyebrows and then said with a smile, Indeed. The last slot belongs to our young friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis. This is the order of the 3 palace masters. No one can disobey it. As expected, Gutong's eyes turned cold and looked directly at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Since you can make the 3 palace masters make an exception to give you the slot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, your strength and talent must be extraordinary. Since we are both rank 1 true saints, they'll challenge you here. I wonder if you dare to accept it. Yes. Gutong emphasized the word dare, which was obviously a bit aggressive. Hearing Gutong's words, Jian Wushuang's expression became strange. He glanced at Emotion and asked, Elder Emotion, what's going on? Haha, I told you before that the quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is very limited. Even in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm, there are only 3 slots every 10,000 years. Since you are given one, there are only 2 slots left in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This will inevitably make some geniuses of the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm unconvinced. Gutong, whom you are seeing now, is from the Chaos Palace and is publicly recognized as the number 1 rank 1 true saint in the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Like Piercing Tiger and Thunder God, one is a rank 2 true saint, the other is a rank 3 true saint. They are the strongest among their peers. Without you, Gutong might have gotten the 3rd spot, Emotion said softly. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. He also knew why Gutong was so angry that he directly came to challenge him. It seemed that the quota he got now was very likely to be his. Heavenly Sword Marquis, don't hide behind Lord Emotion. Dare you accept my challenge? Say something, Gutong shouted coldly again. Jian Wushuang still did not answer, while Emotion glanced at the peak true saint next to him and asked, How long until the heaven-cleaving mystic realm opens? Your Excellency, there should be an hour left, the peak true saint replied. An hour is plenty of time. My young friend, Heavenly Sword Marquis, you might as well fight with Gutong so that he will be convinced. Also, let the other disciples of the 3 palaces know that the 3 palace masters gave you the 3rd spot for a reason, Emotion said. Chapter 3096 was unstoppable after hearing Emotion's words. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay. Seeing Jian Wushuang agree, Gutong was immediately delighted. Let's fight here. Let's go to the Colosseum. No need to go through so much trouble. Let's fight here. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Okay. Gutong's voice was cold, and a majestic divine power immediately surged from his body. Seeing this, the surrounding genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces immediately retreated to the side and made a space for Jian Wushuang and Gutong to fight. There was also a lot of noise in the crowd. Senior brother Gutong, teach him a good lesson. Gutong, don't embarrass the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces. They're all rank 1 true saints. You, Gutong, are publicly acknowledged as the number 1 rank 1 true saint of the 3 heaven-cleaving palaces. If you lose to an outsider, you'll lose a lot of face. Voices sounded. Most of the disciples of the 3 heavens-destroying palaces were extremely relaxed. They all thought that Gutong would definitely win. This was very normal. After all, they knew Gutong's talent and strength. To be able to be called the strongest among the 1st-level true saints of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, he was definitely one of the best, even among the 1st-level true saints of the divine beginning world. How could such a person be easily defeated by an expert of the same level? However, Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water, who were in the crowd, did not think so. Gutong is going to challenge him? He is courting death. I admit that Gutong is very strong, but if we fight him head-on, the 3 of us can definitely fight him head-on. However, the 3 of us were completely crushed by him. Mountain King, Evil Master, and Mirage Water all shook their heads and looked at Gu Tong with a trace of pity. In the center of the open space, Jian Wushuang and Gu Tong were facing each other with a certain distance between them. Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you ready? Gu Tong smiled wickedly, and a pitch-black spear appeared in his hand. Under the light, the tip of the spear emitted a heart-palpitating luster. Gu Tong, before we fight, I want to ask you something, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. What is it? Gu Tong asked. Since you are the rank 1 true saint of the 3 palaces, you must have heard of Xiong Tao of the Dao Palace, right? He is the first rank true saint of the Dao Palace. Have you fought with him before? What was the result? Jian Wushuang asked. Xiong Tao? Gu Tong's eyes narrowed slightly. He said, Xiong Tao's comprehension of principles and Dao is equal to mine. His staff skills are not as good as my spear skills. However, his system is special, so he should be a special life form. His basic divine power can reach the level of a rank 3 true saint. If combined with the secret skill of the Dao Palace, his power can reach the limit of a rank 3 true saint. He is much stronger than me. So, if it's a head-on battle, I should be inferior to him, but he definitely won't be much stronger than me. Gu Tong was a genius and had his own pride, but he was not conceited. He knew himself well. In terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to Xiong Tao. After all, Xiong Tao was a special life form and had a huge innate advantage. Are you still inferior to Xiong Tao? Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly, a trace of disappointment clearly flashing in his eyes. Gu Tong caught the hint of disappointment, which made him extremely angry. Heavenly Sword Marquis, what do you mean? Nothing much. I just want to tell you that I met Xiong Tao not long ago and fought him head-on. He lost to me, Jian Wushuang said directly. What? Gu Tong was stunned. Xiong Tao lost to you? How is that possible? Believe it or not. Jian Wushuang smiled casually. In fact, he did not finish his words. Not only did Xiong Tao lose to him, but he also did not use his full strength. Gu Tong's strength was not even comparable to Xiong Tao, so Jian Wushuang was not interested in him. However, in order to convince the geniuses of the 3 palaces, he had to fight Gu Tong head-on. All right, cut the crap. If you have any tricks, just show them. Jian Wushuang took out the Blood Mountain sword and waved at Gu Tong. Gu Tong was furious. Do you think I believe that you really defeated Xiong Tao just because you said it casually? Do you want to scare me with Xiong Tao? What a joke. Take this. With a fierce shout, Gu Tong directly attacked. Boom. A violent aura suddenly burst out from Gu Tong's body, as if a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years had suddenly erupted. Swish, 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 swish. Many strange figures suddenly flashed, and in an instant, dozens of Gu Tong figures appeared in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. Only one of the dozens of figures was real, but this figure had already quietly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Star Devil Spear. The long spear suddenly stabbed out. The long spear pierced through the void, making a piercing sound, and its power was earth-shaking. Jian Wushuang only felt a chill shoot out from the void next to him. Your speed is not bad. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was instantly slashed out. It was the Peerless Sword technique, Shixiang, the extremely powerful sword attack, accompanied by Jian Wushuang's divine power, reached its limit. Even without using any secret skill, Jian Wushuang's divine power had reached the peak of a rank 3 true saint, and the Shixiang move was the most powerful move in the Peerless Sword book. The sword shadow was extremely fierce. It hit the tip of the pitch-black spear like it was lightning. Bang! The tip of the spear was smashed to the side. Gu Tong's hands suddenly moved, and the spear seemed to fall out of his hands. As for his body, he instantly retreated. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang rushed forward. His silver light movement technique burst forth and arrived in front of Gu Tong as if he had teleported. Whoosh! 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 Jian Wushuang waved 9 times in a row and also performed a total of 9 sword moves. However, although he had performed 9 sword moves in one go, it gave people the feeling that he had only performed 1 sword move. It was the ninth heaven of illusionary sword. It was too fast. It was so fast that no one had time to react. Oh no! Gutong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed his spear technique. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, spear shadows followed him like shadows, colliding head-on with Jian Wushuang's crazy sword shadows. However, Gutong found that his spear speed was obviously not as fast as Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. He tried his best to block 8 of the 9 sword moves, but the 9th one hit his divine body directly. Chapter 3097. Mystic Realm Open Bang. The sword light carried a terrifying impact force and instantly sent Gutong flying. Gutong kept rolling in the air and finally stopped. The geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces who were watching the battle were all shocked. He lost. He lost so quickly? It was only a split second. How could Gutong lose so quickly? Most people found it unbelievable and found it hard to accept the result. At first, they thought Gutong would win. After all, Gutong was recognized as the strongest expert among the first-level true saints of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. If Gutong had defeated Jian Wushuang in such a split second, they would have thought it was reasonable, but now, Gutong had lost. They could not accept being defeated by the outsider, Heavenly Sword Marquis, in such a short time. How is it possible? How can your divine power be so strong? And how can your sword be so fast? Gutong stared at Jian Wushuang. Is your divine power strong? Is your sword fast? Jian Wushuang could not help but smile in his heart. As a perfect chaotic creature, he was much more advanced than special creatures like Xiong Tao, so it was natural that his divine power was powerful. As for why his swordsmanship was so fast, if it was 50 years ago, when he had just reached the 3rd stage of comprehending the space-time principles, his swordsmanship was not so fast. But in these 50 years, he had not only made great progress in the reincarnation principles, but also in the space-time principles. Now, he was also in the 3rd stage of the space-time principles, but he had made some achievements. In terms of level, his comprehension of the space-time principles should be comparable to that of an ordinary rank 5 true saint. In terms of comprehending the space-time principle at the level of a rank 5 true saint, his speed was very fast. Each sword was stronger than the last. It was already amazing that Gutong could block the first 8 swords, but he was not able to block the 9th sword. Naturally, he was defeated. I told you that Xiong Tao was defeated by me. You don't believe me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Gutong fell silent. Before the battle, he did not believe that Jian Wushuang could defeat Xiong Tao directly. But after the real battle, he had to believe it. Well, your battle has come to an end. Gutong, you should be convinced now, Emo Shan's voice came from the side. Gutong took a deep look at Jian Wushuang, but did not say anything more. At first, he was really unconvinced, thinking that the 3 palace masters should not give such a precious spot to an outsider. But now that he had really fought with Jian Wushuang, he was not unconvinced. To put it bluntly, in this world, strength reigns supreme no matter where. Previously, he thought that Jian Wushuang's strength and talent were not as good as his, but now that he knew that Jian Wushuang's strength was far above his, he had nothing to say. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Piercing Tiger, and Thunder God, you 3 should get ready. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is about to open, Emo Shan said. Yes. Piercing Tiger and Thunder God immediately nodded. Jian Wushuang also put away his long sword and stood there quietly waiting. Although the geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces still looked at Jian Wushuang from time to time, they did not have the same discussions and dissatisfaction as before. After all, Jian Wushuang had proven himself with his strength. An hour passed quickly. My lord, we are ready. The peak true saint stood in front of Emo Shan and said respectfully. Well, open it, Emo Shan ordered. Then he waved his hand and took out 3 tokens. These 3 tokens represented the 3 places to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. As Emo Shan threw the 3 tokens into the void in front of them, the void in front of them rippled, and then 3 space passages appeared in front of them. These 3 passages can enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. You 3 can choose which passage to enter. In addition, There are many opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and any one of them is very precious and rare. As for what opportunities you can get in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, it depends on your luck, Emo-shan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. Obviously, the geniuses who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm would get different opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Elder Emo-shan, how long can we stay in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Jian Wushuang asked. Well, I'm not sure. Emo-shan smiled and said, because everyone gets different opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and the time spent is also different. But under normal circumstances, you have already got that opportunity, or you have already got more than half of it. But when you can't get more opportunities in the short term, you will be sent out. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm is very magical. It's a rare opportunity for the three of you to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. Remember to cherish this opportunity. All right, go in. Emo-shan waved his hand. Jian Wushuang, Piercing Tiger, and Thunder God looked at each other. Without hesitation, they each chose a passage and directly entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. With a flash of light, when Jian Wushuang reappeared, he found himself in an extremely strange space. It was gray and full of haziness. With the naked eye, even the range of 10 palms around him could not be seen clearly. Even if he used his soul power to check, he could only reach a range of 300 meters. Now, when Jian Wushuang used his soul power to spread out, he saw an endless gray airflow. This gray air current was very unique and gave Jian Wushuang a different feeling. Is this a chaotic air current? Jian Wushuang frowned. No, it seems to be more advanced than ordinary chaotic air currents. He could feel the incredible power contained in this gray air current. This power made him very shocked. Elder Emo-shan said that there are countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and everyone has the same opportunities. But now that I've come to this strange space, where are the opportunities around here? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. But suddenly, buzz, the void suddenly shook, as if the whole world was about to collapse. Jian Wushuang's heart also trembled. Then he saw the endless gray airflow in front of him was pushed away by a strong force. A huge object slowly descended and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It completely blocked Jian Wushuang's line of sight. This huge object was a huge, boundless black stone pillar. Chapter 3098. Golden words. At first glance, the black stone pillar seemed to be infinitely large. In short, Jian Wushuang could not see the edge of the black stone pillar with his perception ability in this space. Such a huge black stone pillar suddenly fell in front of Jian Wushuang, and then there was no more movement. What a huge pillar! Jian Wushuang looked at the black stone pillar with a trace of shock. The surface of the black stone pillar was not smooth. On the contrary, there were all kinds of bumps and bumps. When he walked in and looked at the black crystals that made up the stone pillar, they looked like ordinary iron plates. However, Jian Wushuang knew very well, these black crystals were not iron plates, nor were they ordinary refining materials. They were made of a special material that Jian Wushuang had never seen or even heard of. Jian Wushuang reached out and touched the surface of the black stone pillar. Instantly, he felt a chill. At the same time, a terrifying chill struck his heart, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. He was so scared that he immediately withdrew his hand. What is this stone pillar? Jian Wushuang frowned. Then, he raised his head and looked carefully at the top of the stone pillar. When he looked at it, his pupils could not help shrinking. He saw that above the stone pillar was the central area. There were one after another strange golden characters. These golden characters were also very big, like tadpoles twisting together. Each character looked very similar, but they were all different. Looking at these golden characters, Jian Wushuang was even more confused, because he did not know these golden characters at all. After all, he had been to many places in 2 lifetimes and had seen many strange words, but he had never seen such strange words. Most importantly, each of these golden words gave him an extremely ancient feeling and a profound feeling. After carefully counting, there were 32 golden words on the black stone pillar. According to Elder Emo-shan, Anyone who enters the heaven-cleaving mystic realm can get their own opportunities, but the size of the opportunities is different. My opportunities, is it the black stone pillar in front of me, or the 32 golden words on the stone pillar that I can't recognize? Jian Wushuang muttered. After pondering for a moment, Jian Wushuang sat down cross-legged in front of the black stone pillar. Then he began to carefully observe the 32 golden words. He first looked at the first golden word. He looked at it for an hour, but no matter how hard he looked at it with his naked eyes, consciousness, or heart, he could not see anything. There was no change or reaction in the golden word. He frowned and looked at the second golden character, but the result was the same. The third, the fourth. Jian Wushuang had been looking at the 15th golden character from the first golden character for a full hour, but he still could not find anything. Until Jian Wushuang looked at the 16th golden character. Huh. Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. He only stared at the 16th golden character. Under his gaze, the golden character did not change at all. However, Jian Wushuang found that there was a certain connection between him and the golden character. It was as if he could communicate with it. Just like the strange gold stone that Jian Wushuang had obtained back then, the golden stone looked ordinary at first glance. There was nothing special about it. However, because Jian Wushuang was very talented in the space-time principle, his compatibility with the space-time principle was also very high. Therefore, he could sense the faint space-time power hidden in the golden stone. So he came to the gate of the space-time temple and learned 2 space-time divine skills. Now, Jian Wushuang also sensed an extremely subtle connection from the 16th golden word. What is hidden in this golden word? Jian Wushuang was completely immersed in the golden word. 2 hours, 4 hours. Soon, Jian Wushuang stared at the 16th golden word for 3 days. During this time, the subtle connection between him and the 16th golden word became stronger and stronger. Finally, the 4th day arrived. Boom! A vast message burst out from the 16th golden word and rushed directly into Jian Wushuang's mind. This information was too vast and vast. Not only did it contain all kinds of information, but also a large number of images crazily rushed into his mind. At this moment, even Jian Wushuang felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fainted. But in the end, he still endured the pain with great difficulty and tried his best to accept the information. Time passed. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Jian Wushuang endured unprecedented pain in his mind every day. The pain was extremely intense. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's will was tough and his heart was like a rock. If it were an ordinary true saint, he could not bear the pain anymore. During these 10 days, the vast information from the 16th golden word finally entered Jian Wushuang's mind. At this moment, the pain in Jian Wushuang's mind gradually eased. Phew! Jian Wushuang had just exhaled, but he did not have time to relax. The 16th golden character on the pitch-black stone pillar began to wriggle like a tadpole, and in the end, it completely came to life. The golden character had already detached from the black stone pillar and then slowly floated toward Jian Wushuang. When it reached Jian Wushuang, the golden character began to shrink and finally landed on the back of Jian Wushuang's right hand. It had completely merged with his right hand. When the golden divine body merged with Jian Wushuang's right hand, Jian Wushuang instantly fell into a very strange state. This state was ethereal, but Jian Wushuang could clearly feel it. In this state, a large amount of information from the golden words began to appear in front of him. Jian Wushuang also began to be immersed in this vast information. He did not know that while he was immersed in this state, the golden words on the back of his right hand, which had shrunk countless times, were shining with a layer of dazzling golden light in all directions, as if they were affected by this golden light. The large amount of gray airflow around Jian Wushuang crazily attacked Jian Wushuang. The large amount of gray airflow completely enveloped Jian Wushuang's divine body. A burst of powerful devouring power naturally erupted from Jian Wushuang's body, crazily devouring the gray airflow and then transforming it. This step happened naturally in Jian Wushuang's own unconsciousness. He did not even know about it. Chapter 3099. Strength Sword. Jian Wushuang. who was completely immersed in the vast information, had long forgotten the passage of time. For Jin Wushuang, what he needed to do now was to completely digest the vast information. He did not care about anything else. The information was too vast and majestic. He did not know how long it took, but he finally completely digested the information. At the same time, he also figured out what the information was. It was a secret skill, an extremely powerful secret skill. Jin Wushuang did not know how powerful this secret skill was, but there were a lot of images contained in the information. Those images were the scenes of the secret skill, but from the images, it was incredibly powerful. In Jin Wushuang's opinion, this secret skill should not be weaker than the space-time divine skill. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes and said these words. This was the name of the secret skill. This secret skill was named after reincarnation, so it was obviously a secret skill related to the rules of reincarnation. Like the space-time divine skill, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation requires a very high level of comprehension of the rules of reincarnation. The higher the comprehension, the more powerful the secret skill will be. My comprehension of the rules of reincarnation has reached the 3rd stage, and while I was digesting the information of this secret skill, my comprehension of the principles of reincarnation has greatly improved. Now, my comprehension of the principles of reincarnation seems to have surpassed the comprehension of the principles of space-time, and has reached the threshold of the first move of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Hell Dao. However, although I have received the complete inheritance of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation secret skill, I only have the memory and images of this secret skill. I have to carefully study and comprehend it before I can truly master it, Jin Wushuang thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wushuang was about to get up, but suddenly his eyes widened. This is... A trace of dullness flashed in Jin Wushuang's eyes, and he was also extremely shocked at this moment. He had just been immersed in the 6 Paths of Reincarnation secret skill, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. However, when he came back to his senses, he immediately noticed the changes in himself. The biggest change was his cultivation realm. After all, when he entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, his realm was only at the level of a rank 1 true saint. At most, he was at the peak of the 1st level. Although his comprehension of the principles and Tao was very high, reaching the level of the immortal saint was not like the divine master level, where he could directly break through by absorbing a large amount of divine power, one step at a time. Every realm had a huge bottleneck. Therefore, even though Jin Wushuang had stayed at the level of a rank 1 true saint for a long time, he had not been able to break through to a rank 2 true saint. It was not that he did not look like one, but he had not found the opportunity to break through. But now, Jin Wushuang felt that the divine power flowing in his body was many times stronger than before. It was obvious that he had broken through, and it was not as simple as breaking through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 2 true saint. Instead, he had directly broken through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. Right, at this moment, the divine power aura emanating from his body had reached the level of a rank 3 true saint. Rank 3 true saint? Jin Wushuang was shocked. He was only a rank 1 true saint, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a rank 3 true saint? What's going on? Jin Wushuang immediately began to investigate his changes. Soon, he found the miniature version of the golden words on the back of his right hand. The golden words are on the back of my hand? Jin Wushuang's expression became even more strange. He was completely confused. After a long while, he shook his head and said, "Whatever. Regardless of the reason, my current realm has indeed reached the level of a rank 3 true saint, and my divine power is much stronger than before." Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. He could feel the explosive power in his hands. Before, he was a rank 1 true saint, but because of his perfect chaotic divine body, his divine power was comparable to that of a peak rank 3 true saint. But now, he was a genuine rank 3 true saint, so his divine power. Boom! Jin Wushuang punched out, and a terrible gust of wind instantly sounded. His fist smashed into the void in front of him, making a sudden explosion, and the surrounding world shook. So powerful! Although I haven't fought with a rank 5 true saint, I feel that my divine power is definitely comparable to an ordinary rank 5 true saint. Jin Wushuang's eyes were shining with excitement. The reason why he was not at the peak of rank 5 was that the further he advanced, the greater the gap in strength. When Jin Wushuang was a rank 1 true saint, his divine power was comparable to that of a rank 3 true saint. However, when he was a rank 3 true saint, his divine power was only comparable to an ordinary rank 5 true saint, which was already quite ridiculous. If he used the 7-star secret skill, the Divine Punishment God, and the 9 Luminaries star armor, his divine power would be 10 times stronger. It was estimated that his divine power would not be much weaker than that of a rank 6 true saint. I didn't expect that my trip to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm would not only greatly improve my comprehension of the samsara principles and obtain the extremely powerful secret skill, the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also increase my realm and my overall strength by so much. Jin Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. If he were to cultivate normally, it would take him at least hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, to break through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. But now, the time in between had been completely omitted. No wonder so many geniuses of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces are so eager to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The opportunity of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is indeed incredible. I don't know what level the opportunity one have now belongs to, Jin Wushuang thought. He did not know what level the opportunity he had obtained belonged to among all the geniuses who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. But according to his own estimation, his luck should be very good. That was because the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill alone was a great opportunity in his eyes. Buzz. A unique will suddenly transmitted over, causing Jin Wushuang's body and mind to tremble. This will came from the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. I've already obtained my opportunity. Do you want me to leave? Jin Wushuang muttered without the slightest bit of regret. Behind him, space and time swirled, and a space passage appeared out of thin air. Jin Wushuang took a deep look at the black stone pillar in front of him. There were 32 golden characters on the black stone pillar, but now there were only 31 left. Those 31 golden characters should contain great opportunities, but I don't know who will get them in the future. With a faint smile, Jin Wushuang stepped into the space passage and disappeared. Chapter 3100. Black Divine Pillar in the open space in the center of the heaven-cleaving star. The geniuses of the 3 palaces had left long ago. Now, only the peak true saint was waiting there. So, a figure suddenly landed. Lord Emotion. The peak true saint bowed respectfully. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you haven't come out yet? Emotion looked over. Yes. The peak true saint nodded. It's been 60 years. This kid has been in heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a long time. I'm afraid no one has been in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm longer than him, Emotion said. In the history of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the longest time spent in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm has only been 42 years. As for the 3 people who entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm this time, Piercing Tiger only stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for 3 years before coming out. Thunder God stayed for 12 years, but none of them lasted as long as Heavenly Sword Marquis, the peak true saint added. The longer I stay in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the more opportunities I'll get under normal circumstances. I just don't know what kind of opportunities this little guy got in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, Emotion muttered. There were countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, but no one in the outside world knew what kind of opportunities the people who entered had. Right at this time, the void in front of them suddenly trembled, and then a space passage slowly appeared in front of Emotion and the peak true saint. Finally coming out? Emotion's eyes lit up. Not long after the space passage appeared, a figure slowly stepped out of the space passage. This figure was undoubtedly Jin Wushuang. Elder Emotion. Jin Wushuang had just come out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm when he saw Emotion in front of him. "Haha, my friend. You finally came out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm." Emotion greeted him with a smile. Finally? Jin Wushuang's expression changed. "Senior, do you mean that I have stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a long time?" A whole 60 years. Do you think it's a long time? Emoshan asked with interest. 60 years? Jin Wushuang was stunned. In the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he was completely immersed in the vast information of the 6 paths of reincarnation secret skill. He had long forgotten the passage of time. In that state, he felt that it had not been long, but he did not expect that it had been 60 years. My friend, you have stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for 60 years. You must have gained a lot, right? Emoshan looked at him. I have. Jian Wushuang smiled. Then his body shook, and a strong divine power aura burst out. This is a rank 3 true saint? Emoshan stared at him. You actually broke through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Emoshan was also quite surprised. After all, it was very difficult to break through every level when one's strength reached the level of a true saint. Under normal circumstances, it would take a long time to break through from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint. My friend, what kind of opportunity did you get in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? Emoshan could not help asking. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, but he said directly, after I entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, I came to a strange space surrounded by a large amount of gray airflow. Not long after, a huge black stone pillar appeared in front of me. There were some strange golden words on the black stone pillar. Black stone pillar? Golden words? Emoshan and the peak true saint next to him looked at each other. The next moment, both of them were shocked. Heaven-reaching divine pillar. Yes, it's the black divine pillar. Emoshan and the peak true saint both cried out in surprise. My friend, you actually saw the black divine pillar? Emoshan's expression was very interesting. Black divine pillar? I think so. Why? Is the black divine pillar so amazing? Jian Wushuang asked calmly. Of course it's amazing, Emoshan said immediately. There are countless opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, and these opportunities vary in size and are extremely precious. But if the biggest opportunity in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm is undoubtedly the black divine pillar, the Alliance Master brought it back from a special place in the universe battlefield a long time ago. It's said that this black divine pillar contains a big secret, and in the center of the divine pillar are ancient golden characters. No one can recognize those golden characters, but each golden character contains a big opportunity. My friend, since you saw those golden words, you must have tried to comprehend them, right? Emoshan stared at Jian Wushuang. Of course. I got a complete secret skill by communicating with one of the golden words, Jian Wushuang said directly. Sure enough. Emoshan smiled. Each of those golden words contains an extremely powerful secret skill that can reach the heavens. Generally, as long as the conditions are right, you can more or less comprehend some of them. Before Emoshan could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He immediately looked at Jian Wushuang and asked, My friend, what did you say? Did you get a complete secret skill? Complete secret skill? The true saint beside him was also surprised. It's a complete secret skill. Why? Jian Wushuang asked in puzzlement. Are you sure it's complete? Emoshan was in disbelief. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. Besides, after I got the complete secret skill, the golden words were printed on my hand. Look. Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand, with the back of his hand facing Emoshan. On the back of his right hand, there was a very obvious golden word. This, Emoshan was completely stunned. Even the golden word was printed on your hand? You actually got a complete secret skill. Elder Emoshan, from your words, is it strange that you obtained a complete secret skill? Jian Wushuang could not help asking. Of course it's strange. Emoshan's expression became serious. My friend, you don't know. Since the creation of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, who knows how many years have passed, and the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm has existed for a long time. During this period, the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm will open every 10,000 years. Every time it opens, 3 geniuses will enter. After so many years, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance has opened countless times. There are also countless geniuses who have entered the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm. However, Over the years, among the geniuses who had entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, only 8 of them were lucky enough to see the black divine pillar. Even if you were included, there were only 9 of them. And among the 8 people before you, they all comprehended a secret technique from the golden characters on the black divine pillar, but most of the secret techniques they comprehended were incomplete. In most cases, they could only obtain about 30 to 40% of a secret technique. Even the most powerful ones could only comprehend 70% of a secret technique. Chapter 3101. Inquiry. Over the years, only 8 people have seen the black divine pillar, and the most powerful person has only comprehended 70% of a secret skill? Jin Wushuang was stunned. He finally knew why Emo Shan was so shocked. It seemed that no one had ever comprehended a complete secret skill under the black divine pillar. My friend, do you know who has comprehended 70% of a secret skill under the black divine pillar? Emo Shan asked with a smile. Who is it? Jin Wushuang asked. It's one of the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, Palace Master Shueyun. Emo Shan said. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Although he had not really entered the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, he had heard from Emo Shan that the 3 palace masters were very powerful. The 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces were super existences in the heaven-cleaving alliance, second only to the mysterious master. They had great power and status in the heaven-cleaving alliance. Although Jin Wushuang did not know how powerful the 3 palace masters were, he could guess that they were definitely at the top of the divine beginning world. Perhaps for some special reasons, they were not as strong as the 3 most noble masters of the Saint Realm in the 3rd heaven, but they were definitely not much weaker. Such a super existence had only comprehended 70% of a secret skill under the black divine pillar. Palace Master Shueyun is a true genius. He was once one of the genius disciples of the 3 palaces of heaven-cleaving mystic realm. When he was under the black divine pillar of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he comprehended 70% of that secret skill. That secret skill became his famous ultimate move in the future. Until now, his secret skill has been well known in the divine beginning world. Many people immediately thought of his move when they mentioned Palace Master Shueyun. It can be said that the reason why Palace Master Shueyun is so famous in the divine beginning world, and why so many people are afraid of him, is largely because of his secret skill. However, he has only comprehended 70% of that secret skill? Emo Shan exclaimed. Jin Wushuang could not help taking a deep breath. Palace Master Shueyun had also comprehended 70% of the secret skill from the golden characters in the black divine column, but he had already achieved such a great reputation. But now, he had obtained a complete secret skill, 6 paths reincarnation. When I was in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, I knew that this secret skill was very terrifying, even comparable to the space-time divine skill. Now it seems that I did not underestimate this secret skill. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, feeling a trace of surprise in his heart. He had indeed picked up a treasure this time. In any case, you were able to obtain a complete secret skill under the black divine pillar. This luck and fortune is indeed unprecedented. Congratulations, little guy, Emo Shan said with a smile. Jin Wushuang smiled, but suddenly his expression changed. Elder Emo Shan, I have already been to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm and obtained the opportunity. If nothing goes wrong, I will leave the heaven-cleaving star soon. But before that, I want to ask you something. What is it? Emo Shan appeared to be very patient. Senior, you should know about the Supreme Emotion Valley, right? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes, I know. Emo Shan nodded. Although the sect is in the 2nd heaven and is not in the highest 3rd heaven, the reputation and strength of the sect is no less than those overlords in the 3rd heaven. Of course I know about such a powerful sect. Why? Are you asking about the relationship between the Supreme Emotion Valley and the Supreme Emotion Valley? A little. Jin Wushuang nodded. Senior, can you tell me about the Supreme Emotion Valley in detail, including their overall strength and the cultivation techniques they practice? Overall strength? Emo Shan raised his eyebrows. I have just told you that the overall strength of the Supreme Emotion Valley is no less than some overlords in the 3rd heaven, the 3 holy regions, the 4 divine clans, and the octagonal heaven sect. Although the Supreme Emotion Valley is not as powerful as the 3 holy regions and the 4 divine clans, it is not much weaker than the octagonal heaven sect. In terms of experts, there are more than 10 known principles masters in the Supreme Emotion Valley. There are also some guest elders who have accumulated all kinds of human relationships over the years. Of course, in the Supreme Emotion Valley, the one who is the scariest, even the 3 great holy regions, the 4 great celestial races, and even our heaven-cleaving alliance are afraid of, is the reclusive Old Valley Master in the Supreme Emotion Valley. Although the Old Valley Master hasn't asked for the truth for a long time, her strength is very terrifying. How terrifying? Jian Wushuang asked. It's not inferior to the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Moreover, if that old woman really goes crazy, even if the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving alliance come personally, they will have to avoid her because the divine skill she has mastered is too powerful. If she recklessly uses that divine skill, she can pose a threat to even a Saint Realm Master, Emoshan said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He had long known that there was a very terrifying divine skill in the valley. Lung Rushuang had been taken away by the valley because she was suitable to cultivate that divine skill. Senior Emoshan, I heard that most of the disciples of the valley have to abandon their feelings? Jian Wushuang asked again. Yes. Emoshan nodded. Both the disciples and the experts of the Supreme Emotion Valley have no partners. This has something to do with the cultivation method and some secret skills cultivated by the Supreme Emotion Valley, especially the divine skill cultivated by the Old Valley Master, which can't be touched at all. But even wild beasts have some feelings, let alone humans. Therefore, there are too few people in this world who are suitable to cultivate that divine skill. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help clenching his hands. My young friend, it seems that you have not only a dispute with the Supreme Emotion Valley, but also a big one, right? Emoshan looked at Jian Wushuang. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was silent, Emoshan continued, My young friend, no matter what grudges you have with the Supreme Emotion Valley, I have to remind you not to be impulsive. The Supreme Emotion Valley is very strong, and most of the people there are cold, ruthless, and decisive. With your current strength, you are nothing in front of the Supreme Emotion Valley. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily, then he asked, Senior Emoshan, one last question. If I want to have a fair conversation with them, what level do I have to reach? A fair conversation with them? Emoshan frowned and pondered for a moment, then he answered, At the very least, you have to be an invincible immortal saint to make them not dare to underestimate you. As for a fair conversation, the Lord of Principles. Chapter 3102. 3 Palace Masters of the Principles Master? Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Only the Principles Master was qualified to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Emotion Valley. However, Lung Rushuang was the second person whom the Supreme Emotion Valley had spent a long time and effort to find who could cultivate the supreme divine skill. She was too important to the valley. The valley would not let Jian Wushuang take such an important person away, even if he was a principal's master. After all, a principal's master could only talk to the valley face-to-face, but he could not make the valley fear him. If he wanted to take Lung Rushuang away, he had to at least have the strength to make the valley fear him. Jian Wushuang conservatively estimated that he had to at least reach the strength of the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. I'm only a rank 3 true saint now. I'm still far from that level. Jian Wushuang's face was cold, but he was not discouraged at all. Thank you for telling me, Elder Emoshan, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. You're welcome. Emoshan waved his hand, and then looked at the peak true saint next to him. Take this little guy away. Yes. The peak true saint immediately went forward to take Jian Wushuang away. Emoshan watched Jian Wushuang leave inside, send this little guy away, and I can report back. In an extremely magnificent palace, there were tall steps on top of the palace. At the top of the steps, 3 thrones stood side by side. There was a blurry figure on each of the thrones. It was the three palace masters. Below the palace, Missouri Shan stood respectfully and said, "Palace Master, the little guy has left the heaven-cleaving star." "Has he left?" A low voice came from the throne in the center. "How long has he stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? What opportunities did he get?" Emo Shan immediately told the truth about Jian Wushuang's opportunities in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. It included the breakthrough in Jian Wushuang's strength and the fact that he had comprehended a complete secret skill under the Black Divine Pillar. After hearing Emo Shan's words, the three palace masters' expressions remained unchanged. "All right, you may leave," the palace master in the center said. "Yes." Emo Shan nodded and disappeared from the palace with a slight shake of his body. After Emo Shan left, the three palace masters began to chat casually. "You actually obtained the inheritance of a complete secret technique under the Black Divine Pillar. Shui Yun, this little fellow is even more powerful than you, right?" The palace master sitting in the middle teased. "I obtained the secret technique Monarch Water under the Black Divine Pillar back then, and I've benefited immensely from it ever since. Even now, this secret technique is still my strongest technique. Unfortunately, I've only comprehended 70% of this secret technique back then. If I could obtain the complete secret technique, my strength would be able to rise to another level. At that time, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight a Saint Realm Master directly," the Palace Master on the left said. Only Palace Master Shuiyun sighed. "This secret technique of yours is indeed very terrifying. It might not be comparable to the divine technique of that old woman from the Supreme Emotion Valley, but it is not too far off either. The secret technique that this little fellow named Heavenly Sword Marquis obtained from the Black Divine Pillar's golden characters should not be inferior to your secret technique, Monarch Water," said the Palace Master on the right. "That's for sure." Palace Master Shuiyun nodded slightly. "This little fellow obtained a complete secret technique from the Black Divine Pillar. Furthermore, the talent and strength he displayed now are much stronger than mine. In terms of talent and potential, he is much more outstanding than me. If he doesn't die midway, he might be able to step into the peak and be on par with the three of us. It's still too early to talk about this. After all, the birth of a true expert requires many conditions. Talent and potential are just one of them. There are so many geniuses and monsters in our heaven-cleaving three palaces, but how many of them can actually reach the peak? Not to mention the peak. Even those who can become principals masters are pitifully few." The palace master in the center shook his head and said. The other two palace masters also nodded. There were too many people on the road to the peak. However, how many people could stay on the road without falling down? The three of them were very old. They had been the palace masters of the three palaces for many years and had seen countless geniuses. They had long become numb to some geniuses. Even an incredible genius like Jian Wushuang only caught their attention a little, and they did not take it to heart. The path to the peak cannot be taken just like that. However, this little fellow named Heavenly Sword Marquis is indeed special. Not only is his talent incredible, but he actually won the favor of that person, the palace master in the center suddenly said. At the mention of that person, the other two palace masters' expressions also became strange. The three of them were not very interested in Jian Wushuang before. Even if Jian Wushuang's talent was incredible, they would not care too much about it. Nor would they directly give him a spot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. The reason was because of that guy. I don't know what kind of luck this little guy has to make that guy care so much about him. He even asked us to give him a spot to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. We gave him a spot by force under the condition that many people were dissatisfied with him. Is it because of his talent that that guy paid special attention to him? It can't be that serious, right? Palace Master Shuiyun said in a strange tone. Even the three of them did not care much about geniuses, let alone that person? Who knows? In any case, since that person has already given the order, then the three of us just have to do as he says. The Palace Master at the center said helplessly. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about another matter. Not long ago, I received news that the number one genius of the Dao Palace, Xiong Tao, was assassinated, and the person who made the move was the Grandmaster of the Sorcerer God's sect, the Long Xing. The Palace Master on the right suddenly said, Sorcerer God sect? Humph. Looks like this sorcerer god sect has completely become the lackey of the three great holy regions. I wonder what that old sorcerer god is thinking. Palace Master Shuiyan's voice was ice cold, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. I don't know what that old sorcerer god is thinking, but the three great holy regions, the three great saint realm masters, took advantage of the temporal temple master and the heavenly ancestor to go to the cosmic battlefield. Now, they are acting more and more unscrupulously. Aren't they just relying on the existence of the heavenly Tao will behind them? What the heck? The palace master in the middle cursed in a low voice. Will of the heavenly Tao? Humph. Sooner or later, my heaven-cleaving alliance will go against the heavenly Tao and kill this heavenly Tao. Chapter 3103. Easy mission. After leaving the heaven-cleaving star, Jian Wushuang returned to the first heaven, but his mood was quite heavy. The Supreme Emotion Valley is extremely powerful. If I want to take Shuang Air away, I need to have the strength of the three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces, but I'm still far from that level. My strength is still too weak after all. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands tightly. It took him a long time to calm down. The trip to the heaven-cleaving mystic realm not only allowed me to obtain the secret skill 6 paths of reincarnation, but also increased my strength greatly. I've reached the level of a rank 3 true saint and made so many breakthroughs in my realm. Then my strength should be in a leap period now, Jian Wushuang muttered. Previously, he was only a first-level true saint. But whether it was his comprehension of the principles, understanding of the Tao, or even in the absolute arts, he was far beyond his realm. Because he was far beyond his realm, it caused his improvement speed to become slower and slower. For example, when the water in the water bottle was full, it was naturally impossible to continue filling it. However, it would be completely different if he replaced it with a big water bottle. Once Jian Wushuang broke through his realm and broke through 2 realms at the same time, his comprehension of the principles and Tao would naturally have a lot of room for improvement. Moreover, he had just broken through, so the improvement was usually very fast. That was why it was called the leap period. Now I can find a place to concentrate on improving my strength. It would be best if I have some proper training. Jian Wushuang smiled and suddenly, his expression changed. It's been a long time since I've completed a mission of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Let's go and take a look. Jian Wushuang immediately set off. The secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was located in every corner of the divine beginning world. Naturally, there were many in the first heaven. Jian Wushuang easily found one of the secret lairs. In the secret lairs, Jian Wushuang sat alone at the table with a list of heaven-level missions in his hand. There were countless heaven-level tasks on the list. It's no wonder that there are so many heaven-level tasks in the first heaven. Jian Wushuang sighed and began to read carefully. One heaven-level task after another passed through Jian Wushuang's eyes. These heaven-level tasks varied in difficulty from 1 star to 3 stars, so the rewards were naturally different. Jian Wushuang carefully searched for nearly an hour on this list of missions, and finally found a mission that was more suitable for him. This mission was a heaven-level 2-star mission. Under normal circumstances, only a true saint above rank 4 could complete a heaven-level 2-star mission alone. However, the heaven-level 2-star mission that Jian Wushuang chose did not specify the number of people. In other words, whether it was 1 person or 10 people, they could complete the mission. As for the content of the mission, it was to go to a country and serve as a guard for 100 years. A guard mission? Jian Wushuang looked at the mission content with interest. From the information given by the mission, it was said to be a guard mission, but in fact, it was just a helper hired by others. In addition, it did not need to do anything on a daily basis, as long as it was at a critical time. In addition, the mission did not require him to run around. When he had nothing to do, Jian Wushuang could cultivate on his own and no one would care about him. In other words, the mission was more comfortable and free. As for the reward, it was not low, but Jian Wushuang did not care about the reward. Let's do this mission. Jian Wushuang made up his mind. He immediately accepted the mission and went directly to that country. The true martial kingdom was the most ordinary country among the countless countries in the first heaven. This country was an independent country. In other words, there were no sects or forces behind it. The founder of the true martial kingdom was a powerful rank 6 true saint who had a large number of experts under his command. His overall strength was extraordinary. With a rank 6 true saint overseeing this country for many years, the true martial kingdom had lived in peace. However, 300 years ago, the king of the true martial kingdom had gone out once. After that, there had been no more news. In other words, this king of the true martial kingdom had gone missing, and in a place like the divine beginning world, which was filled with killing, he had gone missing without any reason. It was very likely that he had fallen. Thus, when there was a disturbance in the Zhenwu country, it was inevitable that a new king would be needed to clean up this mess. However, the high-level experts in the true martial kingdom had different opinions on the choice of the new king. Gradually, two major factions formed. One was the Third Prince's faction, and the other was the Sixth Prince's faction. The two factions had been fighting for years, so the king's position had not been decided. It was a huge and magnificent mansion, which was where the sixth prince of the true martial kingdom lived. Is this the place? Jin Wushuang stood in the void and looked down at the mansion. He was wearing a gray robe, but he did not wear a gray mask. However, he deliberately disguised his appearance. Without hesitation, he appeared in front of the huge mansion. Halt! As soon as Jin Wushuang appeared at the gate of the mansion, a loud shout was heard, and then dozens of figures surrounded him. All of them were experts above the true saint realm and were staring at Jin Wushuang. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis. I'm from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. I came here because I received a heaven-grade mission from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance. Jin Wushuang explained his purpose of coming and also revealed his divine power aura. Someone from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance? The guards looked at Jin Wushuang deeply, and one of them said, "Please wait a moment. We'll go and report it immediately." After a while, a red-robed elder walked out. I'm Yuan Chong, one of the servants of the sixth prince. Since you are from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, please show me your identity token, the red-robed elder said. Jin Wushuang took a look at the red-robed elder. Although the latter's aura was very gentle, Jin Wushuang could tell at a glance that he was a true saint expert who had reached the peak of rank 4. This is my identity token. Jin Wushuang handed his identity token to the red-robed elder, Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong took it, glanced at it, and nodded slightly. Sir, please come in. Under the guidance of Yuan Chong, Jin Wushuang entered the huge mansion. As soon as he stepped into the mansion, Jin Wushuang immediately sensed that there were a lot of experts' auras hidden in the mansion. There are so many experts. There seem to be dozens of them who are rank 3 true saints and above. There are even rank 4 true saints and rank 5 true saints in this mansion. Jin Wushuang revealed a surprised look. Chapter 3104. Prince Qing, did you sense the aura of the experts in this mansion? Yuan Chong looked at Jin Wushuang. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. The sixth prince and the third prince have been fighting for a long time, and I'm afraid that the result will be decided soon. To put it bluntly, it's a competition of fists. The third prince is very skillful and has gathered a large number of experts under his command. The sixth prince had no choice but to spend a great representative to invite many experts to help him, Yuan Chong said. All the experts in the mansion were invited by the sixth prince from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance? Jin Wushuang asked, puzzled. Nearly half of them were invited from the Heaven Cleaving Alliance, some from other places, but some are loyal to the sixth prince, such as the Purple Blood Camp, the most elite force under the sixth prince, and me, Yuan Chong added. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had so many experts under his command, but the sixth prince had paid a great price to invite so many experts to help him. It seemed that the battle between him and the third prince was indeed very fierce. Soon, Yuan Chong brought Jin Wushuang to a separate courtyard. Your Excellency, since you accepted the Heaven Cleaving Alliance's heaven-level task, you should know what to do. I don't need to say more. This is my message token. If you have nothing to do, I hope you can stay in the mansion. As for what to do in the mansion, you can do as you please. But once I send a message to you, I hope you can immediately appear in front of me. Yuan Chong handed a message token to Jin Wushuang. Got it. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yuan Chong soon left. After Yuan Chong left, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and set up a layer of restriction around the courtyard where he lived. This layer of restriction was to prevent him from being disturbed while he was meditating and cultivating. After that, he began to cultivate quietly in the courtyard. His strength was now in a leap period. Even if he cultivated quietly, the speed of improvement was astonishing, especially in sword principle and swordsmanship. His peerless sword manual and 7 sword moves had all reached the peak of level 4, but his comprehension of space-time principles and swordsmanship was comparable to that of a rank 5 true saint. Naturally, he could think of a way to upgrade all 7 sword moves to the level of a rank 5 absolute art. Time passed. 6 years passed in a row. During these 6 years, the mansion was very quiet and nothing happened. Most of the experts invited back by the 6th prince were still abiding by the rules in the mansion and no one messed around. Until this day. Buzz. A message token in Jian Wushuang's interspatial ring vibrated. It was from Yuan Chong. Finally, something happened? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, stood up and rushed to the drill ground in the center of the mansion. On the drill ground, Jian Wushuang found that not only him, but all the experts invited by the 6th prince had arrived. There were nearly 100 people at a glance. Among the nearly 100 people, the lowest realm was a true saint at the peak of rank 2, and there were only 2 of them. Most of them were between rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. As for rank 5 true saints, there was only one who was present. This was easy to understand. Reaching rank 5 was considered a high-level true saint. If one reached rank 6, he could even be called a top true saint. In the true martial kingdom, even the strongest founder only had the cultivation of a rank 6 true saint. There were only a few rank 5 true saints in the entire true martial kingdom. Although the 6th prince offered a lot of rewards and costs, the rewards he offered were hard to tempt some rank 5 true saints and above. It was already his luck to have a rank 5 true saint invited by him. So many people are gathered here. I wonder what they are going to do. Jian Wushuang stood in the crowd. He was a rank 3 true saint, so he did not stand out among the many true saint experts on the drill ground. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 3 figures suddenly landed in the center of the drill ground. The one on the left of the 3 was the red-robed elder, Yuan Chong. However, Yuan Chong was standing behind the other 2 respectfully. The 2 people were a man and a woman. The man was young but extremely handsome. He was wearing a luxurious long robe and had his hands behind his back. He gave off the aura of a superior. As for the woman, she was dressed rather plainly. However, even her plain clothes could not hide her beautiful face. Moreover, her noble aura was enough to make people dream about her. This woman was indeed extremely mesmerizing. When many people present saw that woman, they could not help but raise their throats. Everyone, let me introduce to you. These 2 are the 6th prince and the Qing prince. Yuan Chong opened his mouth to introduce. Qing prince. Is she Qing prince? Indeed, she lives up to her name. Immediately, a wave of whispers sounded around them. Although they were all invited by the 6th prince, and the 6th prince was likely to be the next king of the Jinwu kingdom, at this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the 6th prince Qing. No one cared about the 6th prince. Jian Wushuang could not help glancing at the 6th prince Qing. He had stayed in the mansion for 6 years. Although he rarely interacted with others, he knew that among the people who supported the 6th prince's faction, there were many experts, as well as the princess of the Jinwu kingdom, who was the 6th prince Qing. Moreover, Prince Qing was also famous for her beauty in the Jinwu country. Ah Qing, those powerful warriors who have been invited by me are all here. You can choose some yourself. The 6th prince said. Yes. Prince Qing nodded slightly. Immediately, she started to walk among the crowd. The surrounding people looked at her with fervent eyes. You. Princess Qing stretched out her hand and pointed at the cultivators in the crowd. She pointed at 10 people before she stopped. The 10 people I just pointed at, come out, Princess Qing said coldly. The 10 people she pointed at immediately stood out one after another. Among them, Jian Wushuang was surprisingly one of them. Looking at the 10 people in front of him, the 6th prince frowned and said, Ah Qing, let's change the batch. The 10 people you picked are all too weak. What the sixth prince said was the truth, because the 10 people chosen by Prince Qing, including Jian Wushuang, were only rank 3 true saints, but there was not even a rank 4 true saint. Although most of the hundreds of experts on the drill ground were rank 3 true saints, there were at least 20 rank 4 true saints. No need. I didn't go out this time to fight. These 10 people are enough to escort me, Prince Qing insisted. Chapter 3105 Holy Feather Sect. Sixth Prince frowned and glanced at Yuan Chong. Follow Qing. If anything happens to Qing, you don't have to come back. Yes, Your Highness. Yuan Chong nodded respectfully. Let's go, Qing said. Everyone, let's go. Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. Soon, Prince Qing, Yuan Chong, and the 10 rank 3 true saints, including Jian Wushuang, left the mansion and headed toward the distant void. On the way, Yuan Chong and Prince Qing exchanged messages. Prince Qing, you can choose some stronger people to escort you, such as the 10 rank 4 true saints, or the 6th prince's purple blood camp, Yuan Chong said. No. Prince Qing shook his head. 6th brother is at a critical moment right now, and he needs more experts to protect him. The Purple Blood Battalion is his strongest force, and I cannot use this force. As for the other experts, I don't need them either. If it weren't for 6th brother forcing me, I wouldn't even bring these 10 third-rank true saints with me. After all, if I leave more experts behind for him, his situation will be better. But this way, your situation will be very dangerous. Yuan Chong frowned. Don't worry, it won't happen. Royal Highness Qing said indifferently, we are going to the Holy Feather Sect. It's not far from the Zhenwu country. Moreover, there are no particularly dangerous areas on the way. As long as our luck is not too bad, we won't encounter any danger. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any danger. But what about the third prince? Yuan Chong said, if the third prince knows that you are going to the Holy Feather Sect, he will definitely send powerful warriors here immediately. Hearing these words, Prince Qing's face also sank. Indeed, on the way to the Holy Feather Sect this time, she did not need to experience any dangerous places. However, the biggest threat to her was still that third prince. No matter what, I am still his biological sister. He would not attack me. Moreover, even if he knew that he wanted to attack me, he would have to find me. There are so many ways to go from the Zhenwu country to the Holy Feather Sect. How could he find me so easily? Prince Qing said. Yuan Chong nodded slightly, but his heart was still heavy. The 10 rank 3 true saints behind them, including Jian Wushuang, still did not know where they were going. But since they had followed Prince Qing, they would follow him wherever he went. The group of people moved at a very fast speed in the void. The true martial kingdom was also in a huge mansion. This mansion was the residence of the third prince. In the magnificent palace, a cold-looking man wearing a luxurious golden robe was sitting on the throne. Below him, there were dozens of experts standing respectfully. Among these dozens of experts, most of them were rank 4 true saints. There were even 3 rank 5 true saints. In terms of strength, the third prince's strength was clearly much stronger than the 6th prince's. Ah Qing left 6th? The third prince tapped the armchair with his finger, and his calm voice echoed throughout the palace. Yes, she left 2 days ago. She only had Yuan Chong, a peak 4th rank true saint, and 10 third rank true saints with her, a black-robed elder said respectfully. She only brought so few people? The third prince raised his eyebrows. Do you know where she is going? I don't know. However, according to the direction she is going, she should be heading out of the country. The old man dressed in black said. The third prince waved his hand, and a huge star map appeared in the center of the palace. This is the territory near my true martial kingdom. Tell me, where is Qing now? The third prince said. Your Highness, she is here. The black-clothed old man pointed to a direction in the star map. When he saw the location pointed by the black-clothed old man, the third prince's pupil shrank. Then, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haha, my little sister is really good to 6th brother. We are both from the same father. If she treats me like this, how good would that be? Your Highness, Do you know where your Highness Qing is going? The old man in black looked over. From the direction she is going, she should be heading to the Holy Feather sect. Not long ago, I received news that an elder of the Holy Feather sect who had reached the peak of stage 6 had taken a liking to her when he passed by the Zhanwu country. He even wanted to take her as his personal disciple. Now, she is going to the Holy Feather sect. As long as she passes the elder's test, she will be able to become his disciple. At that time, with this relationship, Qing can ask the Holy Feather sect to step in and support Six Brothers' ascension. The third prince said, "Will the Holy Feather sect make a move?" The old man in black frowned. Ordinary disciples won't be weak, but a personal disciple of a peak level 6 elder will have a certain amount of power. Moreover, if it really doesn't work, then as long as Sixth Brother compromises a little and agrees to let the Zhenwu country become the king under the Holy Feather sect, then the Holy Feather sect will naturally make a move. The third prince laughed. "If that's the case, Your Highness, we must act quickly." The black-clothed old man said anxiously. "Yes, we must act, but there is no need to be too anxious. After all, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to arrive at the Holy Feather sect from Sixth Brother. Such a long time is enough for us to prepare. Godfor, I will leave this matter to you. When you see Qing, tell her that as her elder brother, I can give her a chance. As long as she comes back with you and stays by my side obediently from now on, I will naturally not make things difficult for her. When I become the king, she will still be the only princess in the Zhenwu kingdom." The third prince said, "But what if Prince Qing doesn't agree?" The black-clothed elder asked. "If he doesn't agree, then I can only pretend that I don't have a sister," the third prince said coldly. "Understood." The black-clothed elder glanced at the third prince, then bowed and left. In the vast void, Jin Wushuang and his group were flying rapidly. It had been more than a month since they left the sixth prince's mansion, and they had already left the territory of the true martial kingdom. They did not encounter any danger or trouble along the way. "According to our speed, we will arrive at the Holy Feather sect in 10 days at most." Prince Qing's expression was cold, but there was a trace of expectation in his heart. But at this moment, Jin Wushuang, who was in the crowd, suddenly raised his head. He could sense that there were dozens of powerful auras rapidly approaching from the void in front of him. In just a moment, the dozens of experts had appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and the others. "Haha, Your Highness Qing, I have been waiting here for you for a long time." A hearty laughter suddenly echoed in the world. Chapter 3106, Interception. "Haha, Your Highness Qing, I have been waiting for you for a long time." When the hearty laughter echoed in the air, the expressions of Qing and Yuan Chong immediately changed. Yuan Chong immediately saw the person who was laughing. Holy Four? Oh no, it's the third prince's men. Yuan Chong was shocked, and everyone immediately stopped. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The figures were so fast that they appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and the others in the blink of an eye. At first glance, there were nearly 30 experts who had just arrived, and the lowest among them was a rank 3 true saint. However, there were only a few of them, and most of them were rank 4 true saints. The aura emanating from the black-clothed old man in the lead far surpassed that of a 4th rank true saint. This black-clothed old man was a genuine 5th rank true saint. Such a lineup was far stronger than the one on Prince Qing's side. They were on 2 completely different levels. How did you know to wait for us here?" Prince Qing's voice was cold. "How did you know?" "Of course, someone told us." The black-robed old man, Shun Si, smiled coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple-haired man who was originally behind Prince Qing instantly transformed into a purple ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Shun Si. "My lord." The purple-haired man bowed respectfully to Shun Si. You did well." Shun Si merely nodded indifferently. Upon seeing this scene, Prince Qing immediately reacted. "Spy." Haha, Prince Qing. Although in terms of cultivation talent, be it you or the 6th prince, both of them are very impressive, but in terms of methods of doing things, you and the 6th prince are still a little too immature. Shun Si laughed loudly. Previously, The sixth prince was so ostentatiously inviting experts from all over the place. How could the third prince not know about such a huge commotion? Even though the third prince didn't stop him, it's still possible for him to secretly send a few experts under the sixth prince's command. And among the 10 experts you've chosen this time, we happen to be one of them. Godfor only spoke half of his words. Actually, the third prince had sent quite a number of spies under the sixth prince's command. There were at least more than 10 of them, including third and fourth level true saints. It was because he had sent out so many spies that even if Prince Qing had chosen 10 people at random, one of them would still be one of them. So that's how it is? Prince Qing and Yuan Chang's expressions were extremely unsightly. Fourth God, it's one thing for you to have spies under his command, but now that you're blocking his path, what are you trying to do? Yuan Chang shouted coldly. What are we trying to do? Don't you know? Fourth God snickered. Your Highness Qing, the third prince has already guessed your intention. Isn't it to go to the Holy Feather Sect and become the subordinate of that peak 6th level true Saint Elder, and then use the power of the Holy Feather Sect to help the 6th prince ascend to the throne? Do you think the third prince will let you have your way? Inwardly, Prince Qing was stunned. She did not expect that the third prince had even guessed her intention. Your Highness Qing, we have also brought with us the words of the third prince. The third prince has said that if you come back with me now, you will stay by his side from now on. That prince will not make things difficult for you because of the blood connection. In the future, when he ascends to the throne, you will still be able to become the princess of the Zhenwu country. Your position will only be second to him. However, if you are still stubborn and stand together with the sixth prince to oppose him, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Shinsi said in a low voice. He, connected by blood? From the moment he was born, he had been planning and preparing. When father was around, he had also been suppressing us. Now that father had gone missing, he could not wait to eliminate the people who threatened his status. Now, he still had the face to say that they were connected by blood? If he said it out loud, it would be a joke. Prince Qing shouted. It seems that Prince Qing is not going to change his mind. Shinsi's voice became low and his eyes turned cold. Prince Qing stopped talking, but he had already made up his mind. Yuan Chong looked at Jin Wushuang and the others behind him. Everyone, sixth prince paid a great price to invite you here. Now it's time for you to fulfill your duty, Yuan Chong said in a low voice. Hearing this, the 8 people next to Jian Wushuang looked at each other with strange expressions. Mr. Yuan Chong, one of the rank 3 true saints suddenly said, he said, I was indeed invited by the 6th prince. The reward promised by the 6th prince is indeed a lot, but although I can be his guard for 100 years, it's not worth my life, not to mention the current situation. So, I'm sorry. As soon as this rank 3 true saint finished speaking, his body immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot out into the air. With someone taking the lead, the others immediately followed suit. Your Highness Qing, Mr. Yuan Chong, I'm sorry. The 2 of you should just pray for yourselves. Although I agreed to be your escort, I've never agreed to risk my life for you, much less die. Voices rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, 8 of the 9 cultivators behind Prince Qing had left. Seeing these 8 people leave, and the others did not stop them. They knew that these people who left were not truly loyal to 6th Prince, so there was naturally no need to kill them. When Yuan Chong saw this, he was so angry that he trembled. Damn it, damn it. Princess Qing's face became colder and colder. Princess Qing's expression suddenly changed. She found that although 8 of the 9 rank 3 true saints had left, one of them had chosen to stay. This person was Jian Wushuang. Why don't you leave? Princess Qing asked in a deep voice. I don't like to go back on my words. Since I promised to be your guard for 100 years, I will do my best to protect you, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Qing was stunned and then nodded slightly. Prince Qing, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you. Yuan Chang's eyes were extremely scarlet. He took a deep look at Prince Qing and then stepped forward. Godfor, I want to talk to you about a condition. Yuan Chang's voice echoed. Talk about a condition? Godfor sneered. At this point, what condition can you talk to me about? Moreover, Even if you want to talk about a condition, Prince Qing will be the one to do it. Who do you think you are? Humph, you can't refuse to negotiate because Yuan Chong said as he approached Shanxi. However, Yuan Chong suddenly waved his hand, and two red streams of light were thrown out from his hand. Chapter 3107 Proper Training Show. Two scarlet rays of light were instantly thrown in front of the four god and the rest, and then boom, boom. Following two earth-shaking booms, these two scarlet rays of light directly exploded, and a terrifying might suddenly erupt. These two scarlet rays of light were actually two refined divine lightning of destruction. When either of them exploded, it was comparable to a rank 4 true saint's self-detonation. When the two claps of thunder exploded together, the power of the explosion was extremely terrifying. It naturally had a certain impact on four god and the others. Your Highness, let's go. Yuan Chong threw out the two destructive divine claps of thunder and immediately turned to flee. Prince Qing's reaction was not slow, so he fled immediately. This Yuan Chong is quite smart. Jin Wushuang followed behind Yuan Chong and Prince Qing. You want to escape? You're dreaming. A roar suddenly echoed in the void. Many figures struggled out of the mighty divine storm. They were the experts under the third prince. The two destructive divine claps of thunder would only hinder them at most, but it was not realistic to harm them. Now that they had escaped from the divine power storm, they immediately began to chase after them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of rushing wind was heard, and the figures were extremely fast. While they were fleeing, whether it was Prince Qing, Yuan Chong, or Jin Wushuang, they all found that the distance between them was getting closer and closer. In fact, with Jin Wushuang's speed, he could leave as he pleased. The fourth level of the divine realm could not catch up with him at all. Yuan Chong was a true saint at the peak of the fourth level. If he tried to run with all his might, it would not be easy for those people to catch up with him later. The reason why the distance between them was getting closer and closer was that Princess Qing was too slow. Although Princess Qing had some talent, she was only a rank 1 true saint and was not very good at speed. Naturally, she could not compare with the rank 3 true saint experts behind her. Princess Qing, I'll carry you, Yuan Chong suggested. It's useless. Jin Wushuang shook his head. Mr. Yuan Chong, although you're fast, he should be good at speed. He just hasn't used his strength yet. Once he explodes his strength, Mr. Yuan Chong, you won't be able to escape with Prince Qing. Yuan Chong's face darkened. He had worked with Shanxi, so he knew that Shanxi was very fast, but he was not willing to give up. At this point, there is only one way for Prince Qing to leave. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold, but his body suddenly stopped in the void. Mr. Yuan Chong, you take Prince Qing and leave. As for the people behind you, I will think of a way to stall them for a while. Yuan Chong and Prince Qing were both stunned. Behind them were a rank 5 true saint, a dozen rank 4 true saints, and many third-rank experts. There were so many experts, and Jin Wushuang was obviously only a rank 3 true saint. Was it possible for him to hold them off for a while? Was it possible? Although he knew it was impossible, Yuan Chong still nodded and said, Please. Thank you. Prince Qing also gave Jin Wushuang a deep look. Yuan Chong carried Prince Qing on his back and continued to run forward without stopping. Jin Wushuang had already turned around and looked at Four God and the others. A subtle smile appeared on his lips. On the surface, he stayed to help Prince Qing and Yuan Chong escape, but in fact, he stayed for himself. After coming out of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, he knew that his strength was at its peak. At this time, he needed to cultivate in peace. The outside world must temper him. Previously, he stayed in the mansion of the sixth prince to cultivate in seclusion. He already had peace. But now, the 30 experts in front of him were at least at the level of a rank 3 true saint. It was a suitable training for Jin Wushuang. After cultivating in seclusion for 6 years, my swordsmanship has improved a lot. Today, I can use these people to test my swordsmanship, Jin Wushuang said with a faint smile. He stood alone in front of nearly 30 experts like Shanxi, who sensed that Jin Wushuang only had the aura of a rank 3 true saint and did not think much of him. Leaving a rank 3 true saint here as cannon fodder? Do you want him to stop us? What a joke. Shinsi smiled coldly. You two stay here and kill him. The rest of you continue to chase after him. Shinsi gave the order, and his speed slowly began to increase. Most of the experts ignored Jian Wushuang and directly passed by him, including Shun Si. Only 2 of the stronger rank 3 true saints came to kill Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang watched Shin Si and the others pass by him, but he did not show any intention of stopping them. Boy, die. A low voice suddenly came from the front. The 2 rank 3 true saints had already attacked Jian Wushuang. Seeing that their magic weapons were already in front of him, Jian Wushuang moved. Buzz. A silver light suddenly flashed like a ghost. The 2 men's attacks passed through Jian Wushuang's divine body, but they missed. Whoosh. A sword shadow suddenly lit up. It was a cold and beautiful sword shadow that felt like a dream. The sword light was dull, but it was incredibly fast. It was too fast. It was too fast. At least for the 2 rank 3 true saints, it was faster than they could imagine. Chi. Chi. The sword shadow first swept past the neck of a rank 3 true saint, and the protective armor that this rank 3 true saint was wearing was torn apart by the sword shadow like a piece of paper. The sword shadow passed through the neck and slashed toward the second rank 3 true saint. The same scene appeared again. In just one exchange, the heads of the 2 rank 3 true saints were thrown away. The venom of the evil god on Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword instantly invaded the divine bodies of the 2 rank 3 true saints. The 2 rank 3 true saints did not even have time to scream before they died. On the other side, God 4 and the others were still chasing after Prince Qing and Yuan Chong. God 4 rushed at the front, but suddenly, boom! A vast and majestic aura suddenly burst out in the void, and then they found that a huge barrier had appeared in the void in front of them. Not only in front of them, but also in the surrounding void. The same barrier also appeared in the surrounding void. The barrier was like a huge iron box, locking everyone in the center. The ruler seal rules over space and time. In this space and time, I am the ruler. Jian Wushuang stood where he was and murmured softly. Chapter 3108. Silver Demon? Is this a magic array? For God looked at the barrier in front of him and could not help but fly into a rage. He also tried to break the barrier, but his attack hit the barrier in front of him and did not shake it at all. They were going to chase after Prince Qing and Yuan Chong, but now they were blocked by this barrier. Who is it? Who cast the formation? Shinsi looked around in shock and anger. Soon, he saw Jian Wushuang behind him. Huh. Shinsi looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. He had sent 2 powerful rank 3 true saints to kill Jian Wushuang, but in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang was unharmed, but the 2 rank 3 true saints were gone. It was obvious that they had been killed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Led by Shun Si, the group returned to Jian Wushuang again. Boy, did you use the magic array around you? Shun Si asked coldly. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. This magic array is very strong. You can't break it with your strength alone. If you want to kill Prince Qing and Mr. Yuan Chong, you have to kill me first. Jian Wushuang's voice was very calm. He was facing nearly 30 experts, including a rank 5 true saint and more than 10 rank 4 true saints, but his expression did not change at all. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. For God shouted, and his right hand, which was wearing a black glove, suddenly struck out. It seemed to be a casual strike, but it completely exploded his rank 5 true saint's divine power. This palm was filled with the vast principle's master, and the moment it struck out, a mournful sound echoed in the sky. A large amount of divine power gathered crazily, forming a huge black demonic lion. The black demonic lion was extremely violent. After it formed, it pounced directly at Jian Wushuang. If a rank 5 true saint attacked with all his strength, it should be able to destroy the divine body of an ordinary rank 3 true saint in one move. This was the intention of the palm strike from 4 God. However, when he saw the black demonic lion approaching, Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Jian Wushuang moved. He waved his hand. Whoosh! A swift and fierce sword light smashed out like a blood-red thunderbolt that suddenly fell from a clear sky. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. The sword light was swift and fierce, and the ruthless aura was overwhelming. When it came into contact with the black, demonic lion, it was accompanied by Jian Wushuang's equally powerful divine power. The terrifying power caused the black, demonic lion to tremble crazily. Then, the sword light cut through the center of the black demonic lion. Whoosh! A large amount of divine power spread out in all directions. Jian Wushuang had already passed through the black demonic lion and continued to rush toward Shanxi. How is this possible? Shanxi was shocked. Not only him but the rank 3 and rank 4 true saints behind him were also shocked. A rank 3 true saint actually defeated the attack of a rank 5 true saint? Shanxi's strength is only that of a rank 5 true saint. It's meaningless to fight him alone. So, you should all attack together. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. When he appeared in front of Shanxi and the others, he struck again. Whoosh! The sword swept across, and a scarlet sword shadow burst out. The sword shadow was like the setting sun, shining with red light. However, the setting sun was obviously incomplete. Wushuang's sword manual, Kenyang. Buzz. The sword shadow swept across the void in front of him, instantly creating a large area of space ripples, which were all red in color. Scram! Death roared furiously, his right hand forming a fist as he smashed out fiercely. An explosive force smashed onto the scarlet sword shadow. When the two collided, Forgod's body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Meanwhile, the scarlet sword shadow was also smashed apart. However, after the sword shadow exploded, a sudden rumble and endless killing force swept out. An enormous space-time storm instantly took shape. Is actually in front of a lot of strong people are covered in. Look out! Space-time storm? No, space-time annihilation. My God, swordsmanship contains the annihilation of time and space, and it is so extensive. Exclamations of surprise rang out from the mouths of those rank 3 and rank 4 true saints, whose expressions were quite wonderful. Space-time annihilation was a move that could completely annihilate all matter in space-time, including divine power. The move that Jian Wushuang was using now was a perfect combination of swordsmanship and space-time annihilation. While the power of his swordsmanship was greatly enhanced, the power and range of space-time annihilation were also greatly enhanced. Moreover, such a large area of space-time annihilation covered all of them, instantly causing chaos in the void. Under such chaos, Jian Wushuang made his move. Whoosh! 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 One after another, strange silver light jumped and shuttled in the space-time storm. The silver light changed so fast that it made people feel as if they were surrounded by silver light. Buzz! The sword light shot out soundlessly. It was the first move of the peerless sword manual, Star Dream. The cold sword light directly cut into the waist of a rank 4 true saint. The terrifying tearing force instantly tore through the armor of the rank 4 true saint and passed through his divine body. The rank 4 true saint had only used 2 drops of the god-killing poison, but he had already died. After killing the rank 4 true saint, Jian Wushuang's figure flashed again, but he appeared behind a rank 3 true saint. Qi. The rank 3 true saint's head was thrown away by the same sword attack. Jian Wushuang disappeared again. Qi. 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 The sound of swords entering one's body was not noticeable in the howling space-time storm. However, every time the sound was heard, a true saint expert would be killed on the spot. In less than a breath's time, 8 experts had died at Jian Wushuang's hands. The remaining experts finally found the silver demon, who was shaking and killing in the space-time storm. My God! Be careful behind you. No? He's too fast. He's too fast. We don't know where he is. The remaining experts all panicked. They thought that Jian Wushuang was only a rank 3 true saint, so they did not need to take him seriously. They did not expect that this rank 3 true saint was actually a demon. Yes, a demon. His speed was too fast, incredibly fast. Like Shanxi, He was a genuine rank 5 true saint who was also good at speed, but his speed was far inferior to Jian Wushuang's. Chapter 3109. They were all killed. How could he be so fast? For God was also shocked. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was indeed a rank 3 true saint. However, his divine power was definitely at the level of a rank 5 true saint. He had comprehended the space-time principles and had reached the third stage. He even had some attainments in it. His comprehension of the space-time principles was very strong among many rank 5 true saints. The most terrifying part of the space-time principles was his speed. Of course, he was fast. In addition, not only was he fast, but the most important thing was that his silver light movement technique was extremely strange. The perfect combination of speed and movement technique made his body look like a ghost. Of course, he was much faster than God. With his terrifying speed, the Star Dream first move, and the God-killing poison, it was too easy for Jian Wushuang to kill these rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. Chi, chi, chi. The sword shadow mercilessly swept past the 3 experts in an instant, and they died immediately. The remaining experts were completely terrified by this scene. Run, run. With such a fast speed, we are like a target for him. Let's split up and run. A series of terrifying voices rang out. The remaining 10 experts frantically rushed toward the surrounding area. Run? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. He did not make any movements, but he only moved with his mind. Buzz. The huge barrier, which was not far away, suddenly closed in front of the fleeing experts. What? How can this be? The magic array has shrunk? The experts were shocked. The ruler seal ruled over space and time. Jian Wushuang could control the magic array formed by the ruler seal at will. He could control the formation to cover a large area, or he could control it to a narrow area less than 1 meter in diameter. Previously, he had only used the formation to seal the surrounding space and time to prevent these people from escaping. But now, Jian Wushuang had directly reduced the size of the formation, sealing the area where they could move in a very small void. In this narrow void, how could these people still have a chance to escape? As for saying that they should split up, that was even more of a joke. Kill. Jian Wushuang's killing intent was like a rainbow, and the killing in his hands did not stop at all. One after another, cold sword light flashed out and easily swept past the experts. These experts had not been able to organize any effective resistance from the beginning to the end. In just 2 breaths' time, the void had completely calmed down, and the storm formed by the time-space annihilation had also calmed down. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and stood quietly in the middle of the void. In front of him, God was still standing there. Except for God, all the other rank 3 and rank 4 true saints had died. At this moment, Shan Si's eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang with a pale face. After all, the scene just now had happened right under his nose. Jian Wushuang had killed nearly 30 rank 3 and rank 4 true saints in front of him, but he could do nothing about it. He could only watch helplessly. Who are you? Shan Si's voice was trembling, and he was also a little scared. He had no choice. Jian Wushuang's slaughter in such a short time was too terrifying, and it made him scared. My name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, and am from the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, Jian Wushuang replied. From the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance? Not the 3 palaces? Shan Si frowned. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Cut the crap. All your men are dead. It's your turn now. Humph, you want to kill me? Shan Si's voice turned cold. I'm different from the crap you killed. As a rank 5 true saint, Shan Si had some confidence. Although Jian Wushuang could easily kill a rank 3 or rank 4 true saint, it did not mean that he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. You are right. You are indeed different from those rank 3 or rank 4 true saints. That's why I deliberately left you at the end. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of golden divine power began to gather crazily behind him. In just a moment, a 30,000-meter tall golden emperor phantom appeared behind him. The golden emperor phantom was majestic and awe-inspiring. As a rank 5 true saint, you are qualified to receive my sword. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold. He clenched the hilt of his sword with both hands and slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword. At the moment the Blood Mountain sword was raised, a strange power began to spread. Shen Si stared at Jin Wushuang with a solemn expression. At this moment, Shen Si suddenly felt a special power crazily pressing down on him. This is space-time pressure? Shen Si stared at Jin Wushuang. This sword attack of his has brought about space-time pressure. The majestic space-time pressure on Shan Si's body increased the pressure on him. However, at this moment, Walala raging flames mixed with endless white ice fog and produced endless power of ice and fire. The two natural opposing powers of ice and fire merged perfectly at this moment. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered the surrounding void and formed a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire had Jin Wushuang as its core. With a thought from Jin Wushuang, the world of ice and fire crazily pressed toward Holy Four. The 30,000-meter tall Golden Emperor Phantom also intimidated For God. At that moment, For God's divine power was completely suppressed. At the same time, the power of Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword had accumulated to the maximum. Cut! With a roar, Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, which had been raised high, finally cut down. With this cut, the space-time power that was pressing down on For God from all directions suddenly soared. For God had already felt an extraordinary space-time pressure, but at this moment, the space-time pressure suddenly increased by 100 times. The space-time pressure was already strong, but now it was 100 times stronger? What did this mean? The terrifying space-time pressure, together with the divine punishment deterrence and the full suppression of the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler, made For God tremble. It was the same as the fight between Jin Wushuang and Xiong Tao. When Jin Wushuang used the Emperor's blood kill, Xiong Tao lost the ability to resist. Now, although Shen Si was a genuine rank 5 true saint, he could not resist the unprecedented pressure. Chapter 31:10. Not dead? Bang! The terrifying sword light brought with it an earth-shattering might as it directly hacked at God Four's divine body. The sovereign blood kill was a sword technique that was combined with the pressure of space and time. Its main power was not as tyrannical as the Star Dream first style. Therefore, this sword did not tear apart the armor on For God's body, but the earth-shattering power contained in the sword technique was transmitted to For God's divine body through the armor, causing his divine body to directly collapse. How is this possible? When the For God's divine body collapsed, he was still howling in his heart. However, because the armor was not torn, the evil god venom that Jin Wushuang smeared on the Blood Mountain sword blade could not really enter the divine body of the Divine Four and erode his divine power. The divine power could completely rely on the immortal body to regenerate the divine body. But at this moment, Jin Wushuang raised his right hand and pointed in the direction of For God. Space-time divine skill, space-time annihilation, buzz, buzz. It was also space-time annihilation, but the space-time annihilation was used to the fullest by the space-time annihilation. Its power was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the space-time annihilation that Jin Wushuang used solely by relying on his comprehension of the space-time principles. The heaven and earth shook, and the void began to roar crazily. The divine power formed after the For God's divine body collapsed was completely covered by the time-space annihilation. The terrifying destructive power burst out, and in a short moment, the For God's divine power was completely annihilated. For God, a rank 5 true saint expert, died on the spot. One finger void annihilation. This move should be the nemesis of the immortal body. Jin Wushuang looked at the space-time in front of him, which had been completely annihilated, and was secretly amazed. In fact, the move Void Annihilation had a certain restraining effect on the immortal body. After all, Void Annihilation could annihilate divine power on a large scale. However, the power of ordinary Void Annihilation was not very strong, and the range was not very large. It was almost impossible to annihilate the divine power of a true saint expert by void annihilation alone. At most, it could annihilate 10% or 20% of the opponent's divine power. However, the space-time annihilation with one finger was different. The space-time annihilation with one finger could increase the power of space-time annihilation by dozens or even hundreds of times. Naturally, it could only annihilate 10% or 20% of the opponent's divine power, but now it could annihilate the opponent's divine power. After killing nearly 30 experts of the third level of the True Saint realm, Jin Wushuang's mood did not fluctuate much. He knew that it would not be difficult for him to kill all of them with his current strength under the premise of the space-time seal. He even knew from the beginning that these experts were only enough to loosen his muscles and bones, but they could not force him to use his full strength. Indeed, he had not used his full strength since the beginning of the fight. In fact, he had only revealed a small part of his strength. For me now, an ordinary rank 5 True Saint is not a challenge. If it were a peak rank 5 True Saint, he might be able to exert some pressure on me. As for a real threat to me, only a rank 6 True Saint is qualified, Jian Wushuang said lightly. After restraining his aura, Jian Wushuang put the Blood Mountain sword back into his interspatial ring. After sweeping through the surrounding battlefield, he left immediately. Except for him, no one knew that nearly 30 True Saint experts above rank 3 had died here. For God and the other experts who had been slaughtered could not spread the news even before they died. Because they were in the Master Seal, the entire space and time were under Jian Wushuang's control. Without Jian Wushuang's consent, no one could communicate with the outside world. Naturally, no one knew that For God and the others had been killed by him. On a hill far away from where Jian Wushuang and For God were fighting, whoosh, Yuan Chong landed on the top of the hill and then put down Prince Qing on his back. Your Highness, we should be safe now. Yuan Chong exhaled lightly. Yes. Prince Qing nodded slightly. Shinfor and the others had not been behind them for a long time. After that, they had fled for a long time. Unless they had some special marks on them, it was impossible for God and the others to catch up with them. We should have saved our lives this time. In addition, we have to thank that little brother of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. If he had not stopped For God and the others for us, it would have been too easy for God to catch up with us with his speed. Yuan Chong sighed softly. Speaking of which, that little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis is quite capable. When he said he would stop Shen Si and the others for us, I thought it was impossible. I didn't expect him to actually stop them. We should thank him. Highness Qing nodded slightly. She brought along a guard this time. One of them was a spy of the other party. When the other 8 people saw Shen Si and the others and sensed that the situation was not good, they immediately chose to flee. No one paid any attention to her. Only the Heavenly Sword Marquis did not escape. Later, when they fled, the Heavenly Sword Marquis also took the initiative to stay behind to help them stop For God and the others. Most importantly, he really stopped For God and the others. It could be said that they owed the Heavenly Sword Marquis a life. I wonder if he can survive from the hands of For God and the others, Princess Qing said. Well, Yuan Chong frowned and secretly shook his head. In his opinion, it was already amazing that Jian Wushuang could stop Shen Si and the others for a while. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to survive the attacks of nearly 30 experts like Shen Si. He could imagine that the furious Shen Si and the others would definitely tear Jian Wushuang into pieces. Of course, he would not tell this to His Highness Qing. But at this moment, Yuan Chong's expression suddenly changed. He had already noticed that there was a message token vibrating in his interspatial ring. Is it your 6th prince who is sending me a message at this time? Yuan Chong thought it was his 6th prince who was sending him a message. After all, he had already reported the attack on His Highness Qing to his 6th prince on the way. Yuan Chong immediately flipped his hand and took out the token. However, when he took out the jade token and saw the message from the token, Yuan Chong was stunned. What's wrong? Prince Qing, who was beside him, noticed Yuan Chong's loss of composure and immediately looked over. Yes, it's the little brother of Heavenly Sword Marquis who sent the message. Yuan Chong said in astonishment. What? Prince Qing was stunned, but then he was overjoyed. He's still alive? The message token can only make one person recognize its owner. Now that he used the message token I gave him to send a message, he's definitely not dead, Yuan Chong said. Chapter 3111. Holy Feather Sect Unfluencer. He actually survived? Yuan Chong exclaimed in his heart. After all, there were nearly 30 experts above the rank 3 True Saint realm, and there was also Shin Si, a genuine rank 5 True Saint. Facing so many experts alone, under normal circumstances, even a peak rank 4 True Saint could not survive. But now, Jin Wushuang could use the messaging token to send a message to him. Obviously, he was alive and well. Little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis said that he has already lost 4 God and asked where we are now. He will come and meet us, Yuan Chong said. Tell him the location, Prince Qing said. Yuan Chong nodded and immediately sent a message back. Then, Prince Qing and Yuan Chong quietly waited here. Not long after they waited, a figure came from afar and soon appeared in front of them. This figure was Jian Wushuang. Prince Qing, Mr. Yuan Chong, Jian Wushuang greeted them. Yes. Prince Qing nodded slightly in response. Little brother Heavenly Sword Marquis, you really survived from Shen Si and the others? Yuan Chong looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. I'm good at speed, and my life-saving skills are not bad. In addition, I was lucky enough to escape from them, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. But how did you stall them before? Yuan Chong could not help asking. Being good at speed and having strong life-saving skills, it was quite acceptable to be able to survive from Shen Si and the others. However, Jian Wushuang did not simply run for his life before. He first stopped Shen Si and the others by himself before running for his life. It was impossible for an ordinary person to stop nearly 30 experts for a period of time and then escape unscathed. I was able to stop them because I have a special treasure that can seal time and space for a short period of time. Naturally, I can also trap Shen Si and the others for a period of time, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Is that so? Yuan Chong raised his eyebrows. He looked at Jian Wushuang, but he could not tell whether Jian Wushuang was lying or not. Let's not talk about this. Your Highness Qing, the third prince has sent people to kill you, but I wonder if you plan to go to the Holy Feather Sect next? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, of course. His Highness Qing nodded without hesitation. Sixth brother has been at a disadvantage in the fight with third brother. Recently, his situation has been getting worse and worse. Especially just now, when I learned of third brother's secret methods, I became even more determined to go to the Holy Feather Sect. Because only with the support of the Holy Feather Sect can sixth brother have hope of defeating third brother. Jian Wushuang took a deep look at his Highness Qing and nodded slightly. In that case, let's not delay. Let's continue. Then I'll have to trouble you on the way. Yuan Chong had become very polite to Jian Wushuang. The three of them immediately went back to the Holy Feather Sect. In the magnificent palace, a cold-looking man in a luxurious golden robe, the third prince, was sitting on the throne. For God and the others have all gone missing? The third prince's expression was obviously not good. Yes, apart from for God, I have also sent messages to ask about the experts he brought with him. But until now, there has been no reply. I think that they are either in a special space-time and have completely blocked the communication with the outside world, or they are all dead, a purple-robed middle-aged man said respectfully. The information we received before was very accurate. Qing did indeed only bring Yuan Chong and the 10 rank 3 true saints as personal guards, and sixth brother's people have been under our surveillance the whole time. They didn't make any movements before. When they knew Qing was attacked, sixth brother's people immediately moved. This can eliminate the possibility that sixth brother deliberately set this trap. In that case, what happened to four God and the others? The third prince tapped his fingers on the armchair and pondered. After a long while, he raised his head again and said, Go, send someone to the place where four God and the others ambushed. We must find out what happened no matter what. Yes. The purple-robed middle-aged man nodded respectfully and quickly left. Jian Wushuang, Prince Qing, and Yuan Chong continued on their way to the Holy Feather Sect. They did not encounter any trouble along the way. A few days later, The three of them arrived in front of the Holy Feather Sect. Your Highness, that's the Holy Feather Sect. Yuan Chong pointed to an ancient sect in front of them. Yes. Prince Qing nodded with a hint of joy in his eyes. Although the Holy Feather Sect was not one of the 3 pavilions, 9 courtyards, or the 12 divine sects, it was still a famous sect in the first heaven. It also had a certain level of heritage. The sect in front of him was rather magnanimous at a glance. Let's go down. Prince Qing immediately rushed down the mountain gate. Just as he landed in front of the mountain gate, the dozen or so Holy Feather Sect disciples guarding it immediately surrounded him. Who are you? One of the white-robed disciples asked. My name is Mu Qing. I am from the Jinwu Kingdom. I am here to pay my respects to Elder Qi Chun of your sect, said Prince Qing. Pay my respects to Elder Qi Chun? Do you have Elder Qi Chun's token? Asked the white-robed disciple. Yes. Prince Qing immediately took out a token. Elder Qi Chun gave this to me. He also told me to take this token to the Holy Feather Sect to look for him. The white-robed disciple took the token and looked at it briefly. Then he nodded slightly and said, It is indeed Elder Qi Chun's token. Wait here. I'll inform Elder Xian to take you in. Thank you. Princess Qing thanked him. Not long after, a thin elder with white hair walked out of the Holy Feather Sect and came to Jin Wushuang and the other two. Who has Elder Qi Chun's token? The thin elder glanced at Jin Wushuang and the other two. It's me, Prince Qing said. Come in with me, the thin elder said coldly. My lord, these two are my guards. Can they come in with me? Prince Qing asked. Yes, but remember, don't run around in the sect. Otherwise, if anything happens in the sect, it won't be good, the thin elder said in a low voice. Of course, we'll pay attention to it. Princess Qing nodded quickly. Immediately, the three followed the thin elder into the Holy Feather Sect. An extremely grand sect also contained a lot of experts auras. Of course, whether in terms of quantity or quality, the experts in the Holy Feather Sect definitely could not compare to the experts in the Young Divine Sect that Jin Wushuang had stayed in before. However, many experts in the Young Divine Sect were hidden in the dark, but Jin Wushuang could not sense them. Your name is Mu Qing? Is she the princess of the Jinwu Kingdom? The skinny elder who had been leading the way suddenly turned his head and asked. Chapter 31:12. Sky Puppet Formation, yes. Prince Qing nodded, but she did not dare to show any arrogance. She was very clear that if her identity as a princess was in the Jinwu country, it would naturally be incomparably lofty. However, if it was in the first sky, it would not be a big deal. After all, the first sky was vast and boundless. There were countless countries. Not many people would care about a mere princess from an ordinary country. At the very least, a sect like the Holy Feather Sect could not care about the entire Jinwu country, let alone a princess from a country. I have already confirmed with Elder Qi Chun that he indeed has the intention to take you as his disciple. However, whether you can really become his disciple will depend on your own ability, said the thin and weak elder. Prince Qing's expression changed, but his gaze became firm. Under the guidance of the thin and frail elder, it did not take long for the three of them to arrive at a huge training ground of the Holy Feather Sect. There were quite a few people on the training ground at this moment, and in the middle of the training ground, there was a special array formation. Has the Sky Puppet Array formation been set up? The weathered elder called a person over to ask. Elder Xin, it's already set up, but I wonder who is going to break through the Sky Puppet Array formation? The deacon replied. Her. The thin elder pointed at Qing. He said, Mu Qing, Elder Kitchen has already ordered you to challenge the Sky Puppet Formation. If you can last 10 breaths in the Sky Puppet Formation, you can become his in-name disciple. If you can last 20 breaths, you can become his personal disciple. But if you can't even last 10 breaths, then he will be wrong. You can go back to where you came from. Trying to break through this formation? Prince Qing's expression was solemn, as he immediately looked toward the formation at the center of the arena. The formation was extremely unique, and at the center of the formation were many incomparably tall and sturdy figures. These tall and sturdy figures were all powerful sky puppets. Every single one of them possessed true saint-level battle prowess, and there were 6 sky puppets within the formation. Remember, you only have one chance. Go. The old man waved his hand. Princess Qing was a bit nervous. She took a deep breath, but her eyes quickly became resolute. Under the gazes of many Holy Feather sect disciples, Princess Qing entered the center of the array. Let's begin. As the old man ordered, the deacon immediately activated the sky puppet array. In an instant, the 6 heavenly puppets in the center of the formation woke up and attacked Prince Qing. Prince Qing also took out a jade green spear and fought with the heavenly puppets. As for Jin Wushuang and Yuan Chong, they watched from outside the formation. Prince Qing, go for it. Yuan Chong clenched his hands, his eyes full of expectation. The 6 sky puppets seemed to be quite strong. Each one of them has the battle strength of a first-rank true saint. The 6 of them working together put a lot of pressure on Prince Qing. Jin Wushuang also watched everything in the formation. Suddenly, his pupils constricted again. No, the sky puppet magic formation is not that simple. The 6 heaven puppets have been increasing their strength during the fight with Prince Qing. Moreover, their speed of improvement is very fast. If they continue at this speed, their strength should reach the peak of rank 1 or even close to a rank 2 true saint in 20 breaths. It will be very difficult for them to resist the 6 sky puppets at the same time. Jin Wushuang could tell that the sky puppet formation was extraordinary. Inside the formation, Emperor Qing was fighting with the 6 sky puppets. At first, he was calm, but as time went by, it became more and more difficult. After 5 breaths, Emperor Qing was under a certain amount of pressure. After 10 breaths, Emperor Qing was completely suppressed by the 6 sky puppets. 10 breaths. Yuan Chang's heart skipped a beat. According to what the old man had said, as long as she could hold on for 10 breaths in the heavenly puppet formation, Princess Qing would be able to become the in-name disciple of Elder Qi Chun. Although the in-name disciple was far inferior to the personal disciple, it was still not bad. At the very least, they would not have come all this way for nothing. 12 breaths, Princess Qing. Hold on, you must hold on. Yuan Chong roared in his heart. Very soon, Her Highness Qing had walked through 14 breaths of time within the sky puppet array. At this moment, she had already been completely suppressed and forced into a sorry state by the 6 sky puppets, but she was still doing her best to hold on. And when Her Highness Qing was trapped within the sky puppet array, in the void not far away, several figures were slowly drifting forward. Sect Master Moon Reflection, your Holy Feather sect is really magnanimous. A calm laughter rang out. This laughter was said very casually, and it was unknown if it was really praising the Holy Feather sect, and the one who spoke was a black-haired demonic youth. The aura emitted from this black-haired demonic youth was not very strong and was only at the first level true saint realm. Haha, my Holy Feather sect is only slightly bigger, but it doesn't have too many extraordinary things. Compared to many ancient sects in the first sky, it's too far away. For example, the Young Divine sect directly established its sect in a mystic realm of heaven and earth. How amazing is that? Also, take the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance where the 2 young friends are from. Legend has it that one of the 2 great headquarters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Heaven-Cleaving Star, was moved back from the universe battlefield. It contains all sorts of mystical things. That's what makes it amazing, said a beautiful purple-clothed woman leisurely. After all, the Young Divine sect has given birth to a principal's master. It's normal for it to have a mystic realm of heaven and earth. As for the Heaven-Cleaving Star of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, that's incomparable, the black-haired demonic youth said. Of course. The purple-robed beautiful woman smiled. Oh! The black-haired demonic youth's expression suddenly moved, but his gaze landed on the martial practice field in front of him. That martial practice field seems to be very lively. What is it doing? This? The purple-robed beautiful woman also glanced at the training ground, and her expression could not help but change. It looks like someone is barging into the sky puppet formation. Sky puppet formation? Let's go and take a look. The black-haired demonic youth immediately rushed over, and beside him was a white-robed woman. Although she did not say anything, she still followed him. The purple-robed beautiful woman and a few experts from the Holy Feather sect behind her naturally followed. In the blink of an eye, these people had already arrived at the void around the training field. Is that your Holy Feather sect's sky puppet formation? It looks very ordinary. The black-robed, devilish youth stared at the scene inside the sky puppet formation, but the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. Hee. Although the strength of the 6 sky puppets in the sky puppet formation can continuously become stronger, no matter how strong they can only reach the 2nd level true saint level. It's more than enough to test the strength of ordinary disciples, but it's useless to some top geniuses like you two young friends. The purple-robed beautiful woman said. Chapter 31:13. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Is the girl who is challenging the sky puppet array a disciple of the Holy Feather sect? The black-haired demonic youth asked casually. I haven't seen this girl yet, so she shouldn't be a disciple of our Holy Feather sect yet. However, she has already lasted for 15 breaths in the sky puppet array. Judging from her appearance, she should be able to last for 18 breaths. To be able to last so long in the sky puppet array, she is considered quite outstanding among the disciples of our Holy Feather sect, said the purple-clothed beautiful woman. However, the black-haired devilish youth still did not care about it. He did not even bother to look at the sky puppet array again. Instead, he turned his gaze to the training grounds. However, with just a casual glance, his pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze was completely fixed on a person on the training grounds. Mirage water, mirage water. The black-haired, devilish youth hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? The silent white-robed woman looked over. Look who it is. The black-haired demonic youth's voice was trembling. The white-robed woman looked in the direction the black-haired demonic youth had pointed, and her eyes instantly widened. Both of them were staring at that person, and that person was Jian Wushuang. It's him. It's definitely him. Although his appearance has been disguised, the extent of the disguise is not big. I can recognize him at a glance. The black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman instantly confirmed Jian Wushuang's identity. They had not only seen Jian Wushuang, but also had a deep impression of him. Even if Jian Wushuang had disguised himself a little, they could still recognize him. Why? Why is he here? The black-haired, evil-looking young man was trembling. I don't know. The white-robed woman shook her head. What should we do? Should we go over? No hurry. He is standing outside the sky puppet formation. It seems that the woman who is breaking through the formation is related to him. Let's wait here and wait for the woman to finish breaking through the formation before we go over, the black-haired, evil-looking young man said. All right. The white-robed woman nodded heavily as well. The two of them conversed softly. The purple-haired beauty beside them did not hear what they were saying, nor did she notice that they had lost their composure. Inside the sky puppet formation, Princess Qing gritted her teeth and unleashed her full strength. It was not just her strength, but also her tenacity. In fact, she should have been defeated by the 6 sky puppets a long time ago, but she was unwilling to give up. She had been fighting with all her might, putting her life on the line just to hold on for the last few breaths. 20 breaths. No matter what, I have to hold on for 20 breaths. Only in this way can I become the personal disciple of Elder Kitchen. Only by becoming the personal disciple can I have the right to ask Elder Kitchen to come out and ask the Holy Feather sect to come out and help 6th brother. The conviction in Princess Qing's heart was abnormally firm. It was this conviction that had been driving her, causing her to not give up until now. 17 breaths, 18 breaths. Very quickly, Princess Qing held on for the 19th breath. He actually held on for 19 breaths? The beautiful woman in purple beside the martial arts practice field revealed a surprised expression. She had long seen through Prince Qing's strength. In her opinion, Prince Qing being able to last for 18 breaths in the sky puppet formation was already his limit, but she did not expect that he could last for 19 breaths. And now, she was trying to last for 20 breaths. Bang! A low and deep sound rang out, and a terrifying force smashed directly onto Prince Qing's divine body. Prince Qing's body instantly turned into a stream of light, and was directly blasted out of the sky puppet formation. In the 20th breath, Qing Er still could not endure it. Fortunately, she still couldn't endure it in the 20th breath. However, with her strength, she was able to endure it for 19 breaths. This belief is very strong. This girl's tenacity and willpower are also very outstanding. The purple-robed beautiful woman looked at Qing Er, who was blasted out of the sky puppet formation. A trace of admiration could be seen in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Prince Qing had already stabilized her body, but her face was deathly pale. She stood outside the sky puppet formation with both her hands clenched tightly. Her fingertips were already as smooth as flesh and blood, and her body was trembling slightly. She was unwilling. Unwilling. It was clearly only the last breath, but she had failed. You persisted in the sky puppet formation for 19 breaths of time. According to what Elder Kitchen said, you are qualified to become his in-name disciple. Elder Kitchen is currently in closed-door cultivation. After some time, when Elder Kitchen comes out of closed-door cultivation, you will be able to accept him as your master. The weathered old man stared at Prince Qing. His expression was even colder than before. Honorary disciples and personal disciples seemed to be disciples, but there was a huge gap between them. One had to know that all the powerful elders in the Holy Feather sect had many honorary disciples under them. For example, Elder Kitchen had more than 10 honorary disciples, but he only had one personal disciple. The difference in status, of course, he did not think so. Previously, the vicissitudes of life elder thought that Prince Qing might become Elder Kitchen's personal disciple, so he was quite polite to Prince Qing. But now that he was only an in-name disciple, his attitude naturally changed. I have an urgent matter. Can I go and see Master now? Prince Qing asked. No. The vicissitudes of life elder shook his head. If he was a personal disciple, if he had urgent matters to attend to, he could naturally seek an audience with him. However, an in-name disciple was just a name. Elder Kitchen probably would not even take it to heart. How could he let him disturb his closed-door cultivation? Upon hearing the old man's reply, Princess Qing's face turned deathly pale. Right at this moment. So. Several figures suddenly swept down from the surrounding void and arrived in front of Her Highness Qing. When the vicissitudes of life old man saw who it was, he immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, Sect Master. The Sect Master was naturally referring to the purple-robed beauty. This purple-robed beauty was the current Sect Master of the Holy Feather sect, Ying Yu. Most people called her the Sect Master of the Moon Reflection sect. Get up. Sect Master Ying Yu waved her hand, and the weathered elder immediately stood up. Besides Sect Master Ying Yu, the black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman took a deep breath. They both stepped forward and approached Jian Wushuang with some restraint. Then, under Sect Master Ying Yu's somewhat shocked gaze, they directly bowed to Jian Wushuang at the same time. The black-haired, evil-looking youth said, Evil Master, greetings, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. I didn't expect you to be in the Holy Feather sect. Sect Master Moon Reflection was stunned. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? You? Chapter 31:14. Personal Disciple Sect Master Yingyue looked at the two people around her in astonishment. Although they were only rank 1 true saints, she was very clear about their origins and identities. Even she was polite to them and did not put on any airs. But now, these two people actually treated each other so humbly. They called each other sir and even addressed each other as you. Who was this person? It's you too. Jian Wushuang glanced at the black-haired, evil-looking young man and the white-robed woman. They were the two geniuses from the primitive palace he met in the Bone region, the Evil Master and Mirage Water. When the three geniuses from the primitive palace joined hands, they were easily defeated by Jian Wushuang. Later, on the heaven-cleaving star, they saw Jian Wushuang easily defeat Gu Tong, the number 1 genius of the first stage of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces. Naturally, they were in awe of Jian Wushuang. It's rare that you still remember us. The evil master smiled. Not long ago, we saw you on the heaven-cleaving star. However, there were too many people. so we didn't come forward to greet you. Later, you entered the heaven-cleaving mystic realm and stayed there for a long time. We don't know when you left. Heaven-cleaving star? Heaven-cleaving mystic realm? When the moon reflection sect master heard these words, her pupils contracted secretly. Young friend evil master, could it be that this young brother is also a member of the heaven-cleaving three palaces? No, no. Sir Heavenly Sword Marquis is not a subordinate of the heaven-cleaving three palaces, said the evil master. Then why did he go to the heaven-cleaving star and enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm? The moon reflection sect master was puzzled. She was the sect master of the Holy Feather sect after all, and had some knowledge. She had heard of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm before. The heaven-cleaving mystic realm was one of the greatest opportunities in the heaven-cleaving three palaces. Even within the heaven-cleaving three palaces, only a handful of people were qualified to enter it. Sect mastering you may not know this, but although Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis is not a member of the heaven-cleaving three palaces, the three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces personally gave the order to make an exception for Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm once. The evil master said with a smile. Three palace masters make an exception? Moon Reflection sect master was stunned, and huge waves immediately surged up from the bottom of his heart. The three palace masters of the heaven-cleaving three palaces were all supreme existences. They were the top-notch principles masters. Any one of these supreme experts was enough to sweep through the entire first heaven. For example, although the 3 pavilions and 9 courtyards of the first heaven had a certain level of strength, they were nothing in front of the heaven-cleaving alliance's palace masters. How could the 3 palace masters make an exception for the Heavenly Sword Marquis in front of them? Sect mastering you stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange expression. Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, why are you here in the Holy Feather sect? The evil master asked. I followed her here. Jian Wushuang glanced at Prince Qing. Her? The evil master looked at Prince Qing and asked curiously, is this girl related to you, Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Sort of. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. They'll be her guard for a while. Guard? The evil master's expression became even more strange. Sect Master Yingya's eyes lit up, and then she stepped forward and asked, Girl, what's your name? And where are you from? Sect Master Yingya's question made her nervous and excited. She suppressed her emotions and answered, Sect Master, my name is Mu Qing, and am from the true martial kingdom. Sect Master, this Mu Qing has Elder Qi Chen's token. She came here this time to enter Elder Qi Chen's tutelage. However, Elder Qi Chen asked her to break through this sky puppet array. She can only become his personal disciple after enduring for 20 breaths in the sky puppet array. This Mu Qing only lasted for 19 breaths. Therefore, she can only become an in-name disciple. The weathered elder at the side said immediately, In-name disciple? The Moon Reflection sect master frowned slightly. This girl's tenacity and willpower are both very good. I also find her very pleasing to the eye. How about this? Let Elder Qi-Chun give her to me. I haven't accepted a disciple in a long time either. Sect Master, you want to accept her as a disciple? The vicissitudes of life, old man looked over in astonishment. Princess Qing also raised her head abruptly and looked at the Moon Reflection sect master in disbelief. I want to take you in as a disciple, and a personal disciple at that. The sect master of the Reflection Moon sect looked at His Highness Qing. However, there are certain conditions for you to become my disciple. I still have some matters that I have yet to settle. After some time has passed, I will personally arrange a test for you. If you can pass my test, you can become my personal disciple. How about it? Thank you, Lord Sect Master. Prince Qing was pleasantly surprised. You are welcome. Sect Mastering you waved his hand. May I ask, Lord Sect Master, how long will it take for the test to be ready? Clearly, Prince Qing was somewhat anxious. Why are you so anxious? Do you have other matters? Sect Mastering you looked over. Yes, I do. Prince Qing hesitated for a moment. Then, he briefly recounted some of the things that had happened in the Jinwu Kingdom. The competition for the ruler? So that's how it is? The expression of the sect master of the Moon Reflecting sect changed. You want my holy feather sect to step forward and help your sixth brother? Yes. His Highness Qing clenched his teeth. The sect master of the moon-reflecting sect glanced at His Highness Qing and immediately smiled. Your talent is not bad. Moreover, I admire your tenacity and perseverance. Even if you are unable to pass my test and become my personal disciple in the end, it is not a problem for you to become a core disciple of my Holy Feather sect. Since you have encountered some trouble now, my Holy Feather sect will naturally step forward to help you. Exine sect. Sect mastering you glanced at the weathered elder and said, Go and invite Elder Zixing. Ask him to go to the true martial kingdom with you. Help this girl solve the troubles in the true martial kingdom and then come back. Yes. The weathered elder nodded respectfully and immediately went to invite Elder Zixing. Thank you, sect master. Prince Qing was very excited, and Yuan Chong was also so excited that his body was trembling. I told you there was no need to be so polite. The moon reflection sect master only smiled faintly, but her eyes were looking at Jian Wushuang, whether intentionally or not. Jian Wushuang had been standing there with his arms crossed. His expression was cold as if it had nothing to do with what was in front of him. However, although Jian Wushuang did not make any movements, he could still see that the reason why the moon reflection sect master wanted to take Prince Qing as a personal disciple and asked the Holy Feather sect to solve the trouble in the genuine Force country was because of him. It was because of him. Not long after, the weathered elder came with Elder Zixing. The aura that Elder Zixing emitted was that of a genuine rank 6 true saint. Chapter 31:15. Raging Anger, Zixing. Go to the true martial kingdom with the Exine sect. After you solve the girl's problem, bring her back to the sect. Sect mastering you said. Yes. Zixing nodded. Sect mastering you, the evil master said. We will also go to the true martial kingdom with Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. We won't stay any longer. Okay. Sect mastering Yue was very polite. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately set off. After Jian Wushuang and the others left the Holy Feather sect, an elder of the Holy Feather sect came forward. Sect master, are you really going to take Mu Qing as your personal disciple? The elder asked in surprise. Yes, I am. Sect master Yue nodded. Is it because of Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The elder asked. Yes, but not entirely, the sect master said with a smile. She did admire Mu Qing, but under normal circumstances, even if she did, she would not directly say that she wanted to take him as her personal disciple. The reason why she gave Mu Qing such an opportunity was because of Jian Wushuang. She even sent people to the true martial kingdom to solve his problems, largely because of Jian Wushuang. Who is the Heavenly Sword Marquis? The elder asked, puzzled. I don't know, but I can be sure that his background is extraordinary. The moon reflection sect master's expression became solemn. The evil master and Mirage Water are already the genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces and the primitive palace. And this Heavenly Sword Marquis is clearly an extraordinary genius as well. Moreover, he was able to make the evil master and Mirage Water revere him, so much that he even respectfully addressed him as Sir and even addressed him as you. Such treatment is something that not even the super monsters of the Chaos Palace can do. In addition to what the evil master just said, this Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis actually made an exception for the 3 palace masters of the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces to give him a spot in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This is simply inconceivable. If I'm not mistaken, this Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis either has a background that reaches the heavens, or he has incredible talent. It's even possible that he has both. If the first type has such a huge background, then it wouldn't be wrong for us to think of ways to befriend them. And if the second type, that incredible genius, just because he didn't join the 3 palaces, if he joined the 3 palaces, his status wouldn't be inferior to the principal's master. What? The elder stared. Just a rank 3 true saint, but his status was comparable to the principal's master? So no matter what, this Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't someone our Holy Feather sect can offend. Moreover, he's worth us thinking of ways to befriend him. I just accepted Mu Qing as a disciple, so I'm doing this Heavenly Sword Marquis a favor. Of course, Although this favor won't make this heavenly sword marquis grateful in the future, when our holy feather sect interacts with him again, it'll definitely be much easier. Moon Reflection Sect Master said. I see. The elder immediately understood. Sect Master is wise. In the void outside the Holy Feather Sect, Jin Wushuang, Mu Qing, Yuan Chong, Xie Shi, Mirage Water, and Elder Xing from the Holy Feather Sect were standing there with Xian Zong. Elder Xing is a genuine rank 6 true saint, and Lord Xian Zong is a peak rank 5 true saint expert. With these two lords following us to the true martial kingdom, the threat of the third prince to your highness will cease immediately. Yuan Chong looked at Elder Xing and Xian Zong beside him. He looked extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Mu Qing looked at Jin Wushuang and said gratefully. She was not stupid. In the Holy Feather Sect, she could see that the reason why the sect master of the Moon Reflecting Sect was so polite to her and even gave her the opportunity to become his personal disciple was very important. It was because of the guard, Heavenly Sword Marquis. The sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect was obviously a favor to Heavenly Sword Marquis. Although her talent was good, she was not too outstanding in the Holy Feather Sect. For example, Elder Chi-Chun of the Holy Feather Sect only accepted her as an in-name disciple according to the result of her breaking through the sky puppet formation. But now, she had a great chance to become the personal disciple of the sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect, which was equivalent to ascending to the heavens in one step. I didn't do anything. As for the Holy Feather Sect, you fought for it yourself. Jin Wushuang's voice was calm, and he did not take credit for it. Indeed, he did not do anything. He just stood there and did not say much. As for the Moon Reflection Sect Master and the others wanting to give him face and help him, he just did not refuse. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Mu Qing said once again. All right, let's talk about the rest later. Let's go to the true martial kingdom first and settle the troubles there first. Elder Xing said from the side. Mu Qing nodded slightly. Immediately, the group of people headed straight for the true martial kingdom. In the magnificent palace, the third prince was still seated on the throne at the very top. However, the third prince's expression was extremely ugly. Trash. A bunch of trash. A low shout filled with anger exploded within the large hall. Many experts stood in the middle of the hall, and their bodies trembled slightly when they heard this shout. That foregod is really stupid. He's a rank 5 true saint, and he brought close to 30 rank 3 and rank 4 true saints to kill Ah Qing, who only had 10 rank 3 true saints protecting him. It's fine that he didn't kill Ah Qing, but he even lost himself. Close to 30 experts, and not a single one survived. Moreover, not even the slightest bit of information was transmitted. I really don't know what they did before they died. Even if it was 30 pigs, before they were killed, they should at least roar twice. At this moment, the third prince's fury was indeed overflowing to the heavens. He had just received news that Mu Qing had already arrived at the Holy Feather Sect. Moreover, he seemed to have a certain relationship with the sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect within the Holy Feather Sect. The sect master of the Moon Reflection Sect had actually sent 2 experts to follow Mu Qing toward the true martial kingdom. Your Highness, Shun Si and the others have already died. It's useless to be angry at this time. As for why they were completely annihilated and everyone had died there, we can forget about that for now. But right now, our top priority is to think about what we should do next. The purple-robed middle-aged man who was leading the group said. His voice was unusually grave. His Highness Qing has already gone to the Holy Feather Sect and has already formed a relationship with them. The Holy Feather Sect has even sent a rank 6 and a peak rank 5 true saint from the Zhenwu Kingdom. That peak rank 5 true saint is still all right. With our strength, we can find someone to contend against him. However, the key point is that rank 6 true saint is not easy to deal with. The purple-robed middle-aged man's words caused everyone in the hall to frown, and everyone rushed to the bottom of the heart of extraordinary pressure. Chapter 31:16. Help. Although a rank 5 true saint was the top elite warrior in the Jinwu country, there were still some in the entire country. With the power of the third prince, it was not difficult to find an elite warrior who could compete with a rank 5 true saint. However, a rank 6 true saint. It must be known that the strongest warrior in the Zhenwu country was the king of the Zhenwu country who had suddenly disappeared. He was only a rank 6 true saint. Previously, the king of the Zhenwu country was also the only rank 6 true saint in the Zhenwu country. Now that the king of the Zhenwu country had disappeared, how could the Zhenwu country still have the combat power to fight against a rank 6 true saint? Thus, if that rank 6 true saint from the Holy Feather sect had arrived in the Zhenwu country and gathered with the 6th prince to attack them directly, they would not have any room to resist. Humph, a level 6 true saint. So what? A fierce light flashed in the 3rd prince's eyes like an electric arc. If Ah Qing could find the Holy Feather sect to help, wouldn't I find helpers? A rank 6 true saint was indeed invincible in the Zhenwu country. However, this was the first heaven, where the number of experts was as high as the clouds. It would not be difficult to find 1 or 2 rank 6 true saints. The 3rd prince's face was gloomy, but he already had an idea in his heart. Immediately, the 3rd prince took out a communication talisman and used it to communicate with others. After a short moment, the 3rd prince revealed a bright smile. Everyone, there is no need to rush. It won't be long before the helpers that I have invited will arrive. Hearing the 3rd prince's words, the powerhouses in the palace looked at each other in dismay and felt much more at ease. The 3rd prince began to wait. This wait only lasted for 10 days. In front of the huge mansion where the 3rd prince lived, 2 figures sped over and stopped in midair. Mu Feng. A majestic voice came from one of the people's mouth and resounded in the world. Mu Feng was the 3rd prince's real name. There were many people who knew this real name, but usually, no one dared to call him by his name. Most people called him His Highness or the 3rd prince. But now, the person who came called the 3rd prince by his name. Moreover, when the 3rd prince heard this voice, he was not angry, but happy instead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Surrounded by a group of people, the 3rd prince's figure immediately appeared in front of the 2 people. Haha, brother Yixiao. The 3rd prince laughed heartily, and his eyes were filled with joy. The person whom the 3rd prince called Brother Yixiao was actually a blood-haired young man dressed in luxurious clothes. This blood-haired young man had a cold expression, and he carried a blood-colored battle saber on his back. His aura was especially cold. Chu Yixiao was a genius disciple from the Purple Heaven Pavilion. He had a cold temperament, but when he saw the 3rd prince arrive, a rare smile appeared on Chu Yixiao's face. Mu Feng, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Is it good to see you? It's all right. It's just that I've encountered some trouble recently. The 3rd prince deliberately sighed. After that, he turned his gaze toward a white-bearded old man beside Chu Yixiao. That white-bearded old man's gaze was cloudy, standing there. His entire person looked like a celestial being. Brother Yixiao, who is this senior? The 3rd prince asked. This is Deacon Long from my Purple Sky Pavilion. I know that you've encountered some trouble. You're worried that I won't be able to resolve it by myself, so I've invited Deacon Long to come with me. Deacon Long is a genuine rank 6 true saint. Moreover, his strength isn't ordinary. Chu Yixiao said, rank 6 true saint? The 3rd prince's eyes lit up, but he immediately bowed. Mu Feng greets Deacon Long. Get up. The sage-like white-bearded old man, Deacon Long, glanced indifferently at the 3rd prince. This old man has come because of Yixiao. Tell me, what do you want this old man to do for you? There is no rush. I have already ordered someone to prepare a banquet. Let's drink while we talk. What do you think? The 3rd prince said, Okay. Yixiao nodded. Immediately, the 3 of them returned to the magnificent palace. In the magnificent palace, wine and meat were served on the table. Only then did the 3rd prince begin to recount the trouble he had encountered. This is how it is. If the Holy Feather sect had not appeared, the position of king of the Zhenwu kingdom would have been mine for sure. But now, it's troublesome. After the 3rd prince had finished speaking, he quietly raised his head and looked at Chu Yixiao and Deacon Long. Deacon Long's death was very ordinary. It seemed that what the 3rd prince had said had nothing to do with him. Chu Yixiao also slightly frowned. Mu Feng, This matter of yours is indeed troublesome. After all, the Holy Feather Sect is located near the Zhenwu country. Even if the Holy Feather Sect forcefully forced the Zhenwu country to become its subordinate, I don't think anyone would say anything. And now, your sister has become a disciple of the Holy Feather Sect. She might even become the personal disciple of the sect master of the Holy Feather Sect. So, it's only natural for the Holy Feather Sect to help her resolve the internal conflicts in the Zhenwu country. No, since Ah Qing can make the Zhenwu country submit to the Holy Feather Sect, then I can also make the Zhenwu country submit to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The third prince said, Submit to the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Chu Yixio's expression changed. Immediately, he said with a smile, Mu Feng, it's not that you don't know. Although our Purple Cloud Pavilion is much more powerful than the Holy Feather Sect, our Purple Cloud Pavilion is too far away from the Zhenwu country. We don't know how many territories are separated in the middle. How could we care about this Zhenwu country? That's true, but it's not absolute. Brother Yixiao, Deacon Long, the reason why I invited the two of you here today is that I hope that you can think of a way. All right, this is the gift I prepared for the two of you. I hope that you can accept it. Mu Feng waved his hand and took out two interspatial rings. Chu Yixiao and Deacon Long each had one. Deacon Long glanced at the interspatial rings and nodded slightly. As for Chu Yixiao, the corners of his mouth curled up, but his expression could not help but darken. Humph! The Holy Feather Sect is just an unranked sect in the first heaven. They have quite a wide scope of control. Mu Feng, don't worry. Since I'm here with Deacon Long today, I'll naturally lend you a hand. Many thanks, Brother Yixiao. The third prince was overjoyed, but he secretly pursed his lips in his heart. He and Chu Yixiao were indeed once friends. Before Chu Yixiao joined the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the two of them had taken risks together, but it was only an adventure. After all, they did not really share life and death together, so they could only be considered friends. Of course, the other party would not work for him for free, therefore, although he did not refuse at the beginning, he said that it would be difficult to deal with all kinds of trouble. But now, as soon as he took out the meeting gift, Chu Yixiao immediately changed his attitude. Sure enough, money could make the devil move the millstone. Mu Feng, let's not waste any time. Gather your men and well set off directly, Chu Yixiao said. Set off directly? Kill our way to our door now? The third prince was startled. Of course. Deacon Long and I don't plan to stay for too long this time. Moreover, if we delay, things will change. Chu Yixiao said with a smile. Okay. The third prince nodded and immediately went to prepare. Chapter 31:17. Arrived after a month of traveling, Jin Wushuang and the others returned to the true martial kingdom and the mansion where the sixth prince lived. The sixth prince was already waiting there. Sixth brother. Mu Qing came to the front of the sixth prince. Qing, are you okay? The sixth prince asked. I'm fine. Mu Qing shook his head. Then, he began to introduce, sixth brother. Let me introduce you. These two are Elder Zixing from the Holy Feather Sect and Lord Xianzong. They were personally sent by Sect Mastering you to help us. The sixth prince immediately looked at Elder Zixing and Xianzong. Elder Zixing and Xianzong did not conceal their auras either. The sixth prince could clearly sense the auras of those rank 5 and rank 6 peak true saints. Zhenwu Kingdom's Mu Yun greets the two lords. The sixth prince immediately bowed respectfully. Elder Zixing glanced at the sixth prince and waved his hand. However, he did not say anything. Xianzong also appeared very cold. The reason why they had come to Zhenwu country was that they had received the orders of the Moon Reflection Sect Master. As for Mu Yun's so-called identity as the sixth prince of Zhenwu country, they did not care about it at all. And these two are the two geniuses from the heaven-cleaving three-palace original palace, the Evil Master and the Mirage Water. Mu Qing said again, heaven-cleaving three palaces? The sixth prince's expression immediately changed. He had also heard of the heaven-cleaving three palaces. It was said that geniuses were as numerous as the clouds there. Any one of them would be a favored son of heaven. Their status was also not something that a mere prince from an ordinary kingdom like him could compare to. Greetings. The sixth prince also bowed humbly. Yes. The evil master nodded slightly in response. Sixth brother, and this is Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis. He was invited by you before. The reason why I was able to arrive at the Holy Feather Sect smoothly and even ask the Moon Reflection Sect Master to send experts to help is because of Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Mu Qing said. Oh. The sixth prince raised his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang with a humble smile. Jian Wushuang did not care at all. Everyone, I have arranged a banquet to welcome you. Come with me, the sixth prince said with a smile. Immediately, everyone followed the sixth prince into the mansion below. In a magnificent hall, singing and dancing were very lively. The sixth prince sat at the top of the hall with a wine cup in his hand and said, Mu Yun is very grateful that all of you have come to help me this time. Raise a toast to all of you. With that, the sixth prince drank the wine in his hand. After drinking it, he wiped his mouth and looked down. He found that the people sitting on both sides of the table, whether it was Elder Zixing, Xian Zong, Evil Master, or Mirage Water, did not pay any attention to him at all. They did not pay any attention to him at all. Elder Zixing and Xian Zong looked extremely cold. The former closed his eyes directly, and even if he opened his eyes slightly, he would look in Jian Wushuang's direction. Meanwhile, Evil Master and Mirage Water had been looking at Jian Wushuang with an embarrassed smile. Evil Master had been toasting Jian Wushuang. This scene inevitably made Sixth Prince feel a little awkward. With a sigh, the Sixth Prince put down the wine cup in his hand and asked in a low voice, Ah Qing, what's going on? Why do I feel that this banquet has nothing to do with it? Is the main character of the banquet Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Sixth brother, I've told you before that although Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis was invited by you, his identity and ability are extraordinary. I don't know the details, but I can tell you that even the sect master of the Holy Feather Sect, Yu, seems to want to curry favor with Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis, Mu Qing said softly. Even sect master Moon Reflection wants to curry favor with him? The sixth prince was stunned. He glanced at Evil Master and Mirage Water and nodded slightly. I can see that Evil Master and Mirage Water are genius disciples of the heaven-cleaving Three Palaces original palace. Their status is very high, but they are obviously full of respect for Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis and very respectful. This Mr. Heavenly Sword Marquis background is really extraordinary. That's right, Mu Qing said. After knowing this, the sixth prince did not feel uncomfortable. He calmed down and completely gave the main character to Jian Wushuang. However, the banquet did not last long. Whoosh! A figure hurriedly walked in from outside the hall, walked to the sixth prince's side, and whispered something in his ear. The sixth prince stood up and his eyes sharpened. Everyone. The sixth prince looked around and said, I'm afraid this is the end of the banquet. I've received news that the third prince has gathered all his experts and is coming to kill us. He's coming? He's going to kill us so soon? Mu Qing was stunned. Jian Wushuang and the others in the hall also looked up at the sixth prince. He must have heard that the Holy Feather Sect is on my side and sent 2 experts. He had no choice but to act immediately. I also heard that the third prince also asked for help, the sixth prince said. The third prince had many spies around him. Of course, he also sent some experts to infiltrate the third prince's subordinates. Therefore, when the powerhouses under the third prince's command came out in full force, he had also received the news immediately. Elder Zixing, Lord Xian Zong, I'm afraid we will have to trouble the 2 of you with this big battle, the sixth prince said. The 2 of us have come under the order of the sect master to settle the dispute in the Zhenwu country. Naturally, we will take action. Elder Zixing said in a low voice. Then I will have to trouble the 2 of you. The sixth prince let out a light breath. In terms of strength, the power controlled by the third prince was indeed much stronger than his. If the third prince had gone all out to attack him previously, he would not have had much confidence. But now, with the existence of Elder Zixing and the Xian sect, the 2 experts of the Holy Feather Sect, especially since Elder Zixing was a genuine rank 6 true saint, this made him very confident. Yuan Chong, Immediately send the order to gather all the experts under my command. Also, inform Xingang to get the Purple Blood Camp ready, the sixth prince ordered. Yes. Yuan Chong nodded and immediately went to send the order. Following the sixth prince's order, the experts under his command, including those who had been loyal to him since a long time ago, as well as the many experts he had invited with great rewards, all began to gather quickly. In less than 2 hours, the many experts had already gathered. In this huge mansion, there were already over 200 people standing together, and almost all of them were at least a rank 2 true saint. There were not even many rank 2 true saints, and most of them were rank 3 true saints, and there were also some rank 4 true saints. There was also an army of more than 40 people in purple armor in the air. Chapter 31:18. Purple Sky Pavilion. The Purple Sky Pavilion was the most elite and strongest force of all the forces controlled by the sixth prince. Although the Purple Sky Pavilion only had about 40 people, the weakest among them was a rank 4 true saint, and there were quite a few peak rank 4 true saints. As for a rank 5 true saint, just in the Purple Sky Pavilion alone, there were 4 of them. In addition to the Purple Sky Pavilion, there were 3 other rank 5 true saints gathered here. In other words, there were 7 experts at the rank 5 true saint realm under the command of the sixth prince. Among them, Xingang, the commander of the Purple Sky Pavilion, had reached the peak of rank 5. No wonder the sixth prince was able to fight against the third prince for so long. It turns out that he has such a powerful force under his command. Jin Wushuang was secretly amazed. There were 7 rank 5 true saints, dozens of rank 4 true saints, and more than 200 rank 3 true saints. Such a powerful force was enough to conquer a small country in the first heaven. Not long after the sixth prince gathered his power, a large number of experts suddenly spread their auras in the void in front of the mansion. They're here. The experts in the mansion raised their heads in unison. A large number of black dots suddenly appeared in the void in the distance. Those black dots were densely packed, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the mansion. Then, a large number of figures began to appear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One after another, powerful auras spread out from these figures. At this moment, there were already more than 300 cultivators who had arrived, and all of them had extremely powerful auras. Even the weakest one was a rank 3 true saint, and there was not even a cultivator below the rank 3. There were also quite a few rank 4 true saints. As for the rank 5 true saints, there were actually a total of 9 rank 5 true saints spreading their auras from the crowd in front. 9 rank 5 true saints, along with a large number of 4th and rank 3 true saints. More than 300 experts appeared in the air in front of the residence, instantly causing the experts under the sixth prince's command to feel an enormous pressure. As expected, in terms of strength, the third prince's strength is even stronger. Many people sighed in their hearts. At the front of the crowd, the third prince, who was wearing a luxurious golden robe, had a cold expression on his face. He looked at the people in the residence through the layer of restrictions above the residence. Sixth prince, as your elder brother, I personally came to see you. It's fine if you didn't come to see me, but why did you activate the array to shut us out? The third prince's magnificent voice spread throughout the world. Imph. You came to see me? You came all the way here with all the experts under your command just to see me? Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you if you tell others? The sixth prince snorted coldly. Haha, I do have a motive. However, if you think that the array around your mansion is enough to stop me, you are a little too naive. The third prince sneered. I don't want to hide in this mansion forever. Since you took the initiative to kill your way here today, then the two of us should really put an end to it. The sixth prince said in a deep voice. Put an end to it? You didn't have the guts to say this before. It seems that Ah Ching invited an expert from the Sacred Feather sect to give you enough confidence. The third prince said in a cold voice. That's right. Today, with Elder Zi Xing from the Holy Feather sect and Lord Xian Zong here, you can forget about stirring up any more trouble, the sixth prince said in a low voice. Elder Zi Xing and Xian Zong also took the initiative to release their own divine power auras. It had to be said that the divine power auras of a rank 6 true saint and a peak rank 5 true saint were very powerful. Sensing these two auras, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the experts under the third prince's command. But right at this moment, Holy Feather Sect, a mere unranked sect, yet it's so imposing. An indifferent laughter suddenly sounded out. The person who laughed was surprisingly Chu Yixiao, who was standing beside the third prince. At the same time that Chu Yixiao spoke, Deacon Long suddenly raised his head. Boom, boom. A similarly tyrannical divine power aura erupted. This divine power aura was not weaker than Elder Zixing's, and it was even slightly stronger. A rank 6 true saint. Another rank 6 true saint. The experts under the 6th prince's command were all shocked. The experts from the 3rd prince's camp all let out a sigh of relief when they sensed that there was another rank 6 true saint, and that his aura was even stronger. Since there was a rank 6 true saint in both camps, there was nothing to be afraid of. Who are you? Elder Zixing narrowed his eyes and stared at Deacon Long, who was emitting divine power. Deacon Long of the Purple Sky Pavilion. Deacon Long said coldly. Purple Sky Pavilion? Elder Zixing's expression changed. The experts of the 6th prince's camp were all shocked. Even Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. Purple Sky Pavilion was too famous in the first heaven. In the first heaven, the 3 pavilions, 9 courtyards, and the 12 divine sects stood at the top. The 12 divine sects alone were very powerful and had a deep foundation. It was not surprising that the 12 divine sects had given birth to principal's masters. Even if the principal's masters had either died or lost their whereabouts, the 12 divine sects all had top-notch immortal saints guarding them. The 12 divine sects were like this. In the 3 pavilions and 9 courtyards, which were above the 12 divine sects, were naturally even more powerful, especially the 3 pavilions. They were the 3 overlords of the first heaven. Jian Wushuang had read the information of the 3 pavilions before. To be able to become one of the 3 pavilions, the purple pavilion must have a living principal's master guarding it. Just this alone was enough to scare people. The purple sky pavilion also had immortal saints who were invincible. There were many top-level and peak-level immortal saints, and their overall strength was extremely powerful. Compared to the Purple Sky Pavilion, the Holy Feather Sect was nothing. After all, the Holy Feather Sect was far inferior to the 12 divine sections. The most powerful sect master of the Holy Feather Sect, Moon Reflection Sect, was only a rank 7 true saint. Moreover, in the entire Holy Feather Sect, there was only one rank 7 true saint. Someone from the Purple Sky Pavilion? Elder Zixing's expression was ugly. However, he immediately said in a low voice, "What does the fight within the Zhenwu country have to do with your Purple Sky Pavilion? How is it not related?" Chui laughed coldly. "Listen carefully. From now on, the Zhenwu country is already under the control of my Purple Sky Pavilion. Moreover, my Purple Cloud Pavilion has recognized Mu Feng as the new king of the Zhenwu country. Whoever dares to disobey will be going against my Purple Sky Pavilion." As soon as these words came out, the 6th prince's camp immediately had a commotion. If the Purple Sky Pavilion really had such an order, then not many people present would dare to disobey it. What a joke! Elder Zixing laughed coldly. Chapter 31:19. The Great War had begun. It's true that the Purple Cloud Pavilion is tyrannical. However, the territory controlled by the Purple Cloud Pavilion is far away from the true martial kingdom. How could the Purple Cloud Pavilion be interested in such a distant place? Moreover, the territory near the true martial kingdom is the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion. Even if the Purple Cloud Pavilion really wants to extend their hand, they cannot treat the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion as a decoration. Elder Zixing looked at Chu Yi with a cold gaze. Therefore, I am certain that the genuine force country that you said is dependent on the Purple Cloud Pavilion is just empty words. Or perhaps, it is just the two of you making the decision on behalf of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. When they heard Elder Zixing's words, Chui Xiao and Deacon Long frowned. Humph, this old guy is quite smart. So what if these words are from the two of us? I am a core disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Naturally, My words represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Chewie laughed. Hee hee, a mere core disciple can't represent the entire Purple Cloud Pavilion. Even this rank 6 true saint beside you can't represent the entire Purple Cloud Pavilion. Elder Zixing snickered. A rank 6 true saint is merely a deacon in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. He can't even be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. If he wants to represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he must at least have an elder who is at least a rank 7 true saint. The corner of Deacon Long's mouth twitched slightly. Elder Zixing was right. He was only a deacon, and his position in the Purple Cloud Pavilion was not high. Of course, he could not represent the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, no matter what, he was still a genuine rank 6 true saint. He also cared about his face. Of course, he was a little angry that Elder Zixing had looked down on him in front of so many people. Cut the crap. The Purple Cloud Pavilion of the true Martial Kingdom is doomed. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Anyone who still stays in this mansion in 15 minutes will be killed without mercy. Deacon Long shouted. Haha, what big words. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded. The evil master who had been standing beside Jian Wushuang stepped forward. He sneered and said, You are a deacon of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, right? How dare a mere deacon talk so brazenly and kill you without mercy? Humph, if the pavilion master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion said this, I'm afraid he would have some courage. Boy, who are you? Deacon Long looked at the evil master. Although the evil master was only a rank 1 true saint, he was too confident. Even a rank 6 true saint like him dared to talk so brazenly, which made Deacon Long not dare to underestimate him. My name is the Evil Master, and this is Mirage Water. Both of us are from the Primitive Palace. Today, the two of us have decided to stay in this mansion and not leave. If you have the ability, you can directly kill the two of us later. The Evil Master sneered. Primitive Palace? Deacon Long's expression immediately changed. Of course, he knew about the Primitive Palace of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. They were the genius disciples of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and the Primitive Palace. Under normal circumstances, the geniuses of the Primitive Palace could become the disciples of some invincible saints. If they were lucky, they could even become the disciples of the Principal's Master. They would definitely have great achievements in the future. Such genius disciples, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance paid great attention to them. Now, the two genius disciples of the Primitive Palace were right in front of him. If he killed them, he could immediately imagine what would happen to him. Without a doubt, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would definitely kill him, and they would even vent their anger on the Purple Cloud Pavilion. And when the time came, forget about protecting him. The Purple Cloud Pavilion would probably think of ways to capture him and personally send him to the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces to apologize. I absolutely can't kill these two people. Deacon Long had already made up his mind. He immediately said seriously, So they are the genius disciples of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces. For the sake of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, I won't make things difficult for you, but everyone else must die. Do it. Deacon Long glanced at the third prince beside him. The third prince did not want to talk nonsense with the sixth prince for a long time. After hearing Deacon Long's words, he waved his hand. Except for the two geniuses of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, kill everyone else without mercy. A cold voice reverberated in the sky. Instantly, the eyes of the 300-plus experts behind the third prince emitted a rainbow light. A shocking killing intent instantly swept out. Kill. Kill them all. All of these people must die. Numerous low cries reverberated in the sky. These over 300 experts all attacked at the same time. A terrifying aura that contained killing intent shot straight into the sky. A large number of experts attacked at the same time. The layers of arrays in the sky above this mansion could not withstand the attacks of so many experts and instantly collapsed. Once the array was broken, the experts from both camps faced each other. Attack, kill. Sixth Prince also let out a fierce shout. Instantly, many experts from Sixth Prince's camp also moved, including the Purple Blood Camp. The Purple Blood Camp was worthy of being Sixth Prince's most elite force. The experts of the Purple Blood Camp were not only strong individually, but they were also well-trained and knew how to cooperate with each other. Although this small purple blood camp only had about 40 experts, the battle power that burst forth in an instant was extremely powerful. As soon as the two sides' experts came into contact, the purple blood camp charged at the front like a sharp knife. It directly charged into the third prince's camp and then began to slaughter wantonly. The third prince's camp was actually instantly shattered into pieces by the purple blood camp's charge. After that, a fierce, chaotic battle began. Kill! Kill! The shouts were deafening. Nearly 600 true saint experts from both camps were fighting each other. Jin Wushuang, the sixth prince, Mu Qing, the evil master, Mirage Water, Elder Zixing, and Xian Zong had not made a move yet. They just stood in the air above the mansion and looked at the battlefield. Sixth prince, the purple blood camp in your hands is quite powerful. There is a big gap between the two sides, but your purple blood camp has completely equalized the battlefield. The evil master looked at the battlefield in front of him. He laughed casually. The Purple Blood Battalion is the most elite force in the Zhenwu Kingdom. Father had given me this force in the beginning. However, after my father went missing, the Zhenwu Kingdom underwent a great change. Many soldiers in the Purple Blood Battalion defected. Some of them were pulled over by Third Brother. Moreover, during the battles between Third Brother and me, some of the soldiers also died. That is why there are only a few people left. However, even if there are only 40 or so soldiers left, the combat power of the Purple Blood Battalion is still very strong. All these years, the reason why I have been able to fight against the Third Elder has been because of the Purple Blood Battalion, the sixth prince said solemnly as he clenched his fists tightly together. The evil master raised his brows but did not say anything more. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Deacon Long's figure moved and he charged straight toward the battlefield. Deacon Long moved and Elder Zixing immediately made his move as well. Chapter 31:20. The situation of the battle had changed. Elder Zixing's aura surged, and his entire body was covered in a layer of faint purple flames. He was like a purple god of war. He held a long spear tightly in his hand, and with a swipe of his hand, he instantly drew out a large sea of purple flames. In an instant, he appeared in the center of the battlefield. As for Deacon Long, he held my pitch-black long staff in his hand. His body was also suffused with a large amount of black light. This black light seemed to devour the surrounding heaven and earth, wanting to sink the entire heaven and earth into darkness. The two rank 6 true saints instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Boom, boom. A shocking explosion instantly reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. As soon as the two of them exchanged blows, the terrifying power formed a shockwave, scaring the surrounding rank 3 and rank 4 true saints into fleeing. Even rank 5 true saints did not have the courage to appear around them. In just an instant, the two of them had already exchanged blows more than 10 times. A mere rank 6 true saint of the Holy Feather sect dares to act so arrogantly in front of this deacon. This deacon will let you know today that the sky is very big. Deacon Long's voice was cold. The long staff in his hand suddenly expanded and endless darkness surged, instantly extinguishing a large amount of purple sea of fire in front of him. Humph! Elder Zixing's expression was rather gloomy. After exchanging blows, he realized that although Deacon Long was also a rank 6 true saint, his battle prowess was slightly stronger than his. Of course, Deacon Long was not much stronger than him. He was not afraid of a head-on battle. Kill! With a stern shout, Elder Zixing and Deacon Long once again engaged in a fierce battle. The two instantly engaged in a heated battle. The two rank 6 true saints had their own battlefields, and no one dared to interfere with them. Of course, because the two of them were restraining each other, the two of them could not affect the other battlefields. Because of the Purple Blood Camp, the entire battle could be said to be evenly matched. No obvious advantage could be seen. But at this moment, on the other side of the void, the third Prince Mu Feng coldly smiled. He glanced at the purple-robed middle-aged man beside him. Let them do it. Yes. The purple-robed middle-aged man nodded. In the next moment, He took out a token to send a message. In the middle of the battlefield, the battle between the two sides was originally raging. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Over 40 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp had originally gathered together to form an army formation that swept in all directions. But at this moment, 3 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp suddenly turned their spearheads and directly attacked their comrades beside them. Hong, Hong, Hong. The timing of these 3 soldiers' attack was just right. Moreover, their weapons were obviously infused with that special poison. In this way, the 3 of them instantly killed 2 soldiers of the Purple Blood Camp and heavily injured one. Most importantly, the entire Purple Blood Battalion's army formation was completely thrown into chaos. Bastard! Damn it! Cries of shock and anger rang out one after another. It was not just the Purple Blood Battalion's side, but also the camp of the 6th Prince, who had been fighting fiercely in the air, suddenly had some people attacking their own experts, and there were quite a number of them. At least 10 people had betrayed at the same time. This group of bastards! The 6th Prince's face turned purple with anger when he saw this scene outside the battlefield. He had long known that the 3rd Prince had planted spies under his command, and he had also been on guard. However, he had never expected that the number of spies arranged by the 3rd Prince would actually be so great. There were more than 10 experts. Most importantly, within the Purple Blood Camp, there were actually 3 people who had defected. One had to know that his side was at an absolute disadvantage in both camps. The reason why they were able to fight evenly with the 3rd Prince was because of the Purple Blood Camp. Now that the 3 people in the Purple Blood Camp had defected, this had dealt a huge blow to the Purple Blood Camp. The Purple Blood Camp's army formation instantly collapsed. It was the same as losing 6 soldiers in one breath, and their combat strength instantly decreased. Without the rampage of the Purple Blood Camp, the disparity in strength between the 2 camps began to show. Kill, kill, kill. Haha, kill them all. The experts of the 3rd Prince's camp became more aggressive and began to kill crazily. The 6th Prince's side was obviously completely suppressed and was about to be defeated. It's over. The 6th Prince's face was pale. How could this be? Mu Qing's body was trembling, but she could not help looking at Jian Wushuang. When the defeat was about to become permanent, Mu Qing could still hope for Jian Wushuang. Evil Master, Mirage Water, Jian Wushuang said. Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Evil Master and Mirage Water immediately looked over. Do me a favor and take care of them for me, Jian Wushuang said. No problem. Evil Master and Mirage Water readily agreed. They were geniuses from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces, Primitive Palace. Neither the 3rd Prince nor the Purple Cloud Pavilion dared to kill them. If they were not too weak and could not influence the situation, they would have already gone to kill them. Now that Jian Wushuang asked for their help, they naturally agreed without hesitation. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and then the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you finally going to make a move? The Evil Master immediately looked forward to it. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, make a move. Mirage Water was also very excited. Jian Wushuang did not say anything, but he had already headed straight for the battlefield. He really made a move. The Evil Master and Mirage Water's eyes were shining brightly. This made the 6th Prince and the Green Prince beside them extremely puzzled. The 2 of you, from the looks of it, you seem to be looking forward to Mr. Heavenly Marquis' strength. But no matter what, Mr. Heavenly Marquis is only a rank 3 true saint. He won't be able to change the outcome of the battle. The 6th Prince said with a frown. What do you know? The Evil Master glanced at the 6th Prince. He said with a sneer. I'm afraid you don't know. A long time ago, Mirage Water and I fought against Mr. Heavenly Marquis. At that time, Mirage Water and the Mountain King were all rank 1 true saints. But the 3 of us were all geniuses from the Primitive Palace and our battle prowess was extremely strong. Any one of the 3 of us could suppress a rank 3 true saint head-on. If we were lucky, we could even kill a rank 3 true saint head-on. However, at that time, the 3 of us were completely crushed by Mr. Heavenly Marquis. We didn't even have a chance to struggle. At that time, Mr. Heavenly Marquis was only a rank 1 true saint. Think about it. A rank 1 true saint is already so powerful. Now that Mr. Heavenly Marquis has reached the rank 3 true saint, how powerful is he? Hearing this, the sixth prince and green prince were a little confused. A genius of the primitive palace could suppress, or even kill a rank 3 true saint at the rank 1 true saint realm. But three geniuses of the primitive palace working together were easily defeated by Jian Wushuang, who was only at the rank 1 true saint realm. The sixth prince was shocked, but he also looked forward to it. Chapter 31-21. Attack on the battlefield. The two camps were still engaged in a fierce battle. However, it was clear that the situation was completely under the control of the third prince's camp. At this time, Jian Wushuang, who was standing outside the battlefield, appeared in the middle of the battlefield with a sword in one hand. Another one is courting death. Kill him. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, two people immediately attacked him. The two people who attacked him were very strong. One was a peak rank 3 true saint, and the other was a rank 4 true saint. The two people appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, one on his left and one on his right. Die! With a shout, the two people attacked him at the same time. But suddenly, Jian Wushuang, who was standing in the void, disappeared. Of course, he did not really disappear. It was just that he moved so fast that he seemed to have disappeared in the eyes of the two rank 3 and rank 4 true saints. Buzz! A hazy but beautiful sword shadow suddenly lit up. The sword shadow silently appeared beside the two people. Then, without any hindrance, it directly passed through their necks. The protective armor on the two of them was sliced apart like a piece of paper, and their two huge heads were sent flying. The peerless sword technique. Star Dream. Chi. The heads were sent flying, and the Blood Mountain Sword's evil god poison instantly entered their bodies and killed them. Terrifying. Too powerful. A rank 3 peak true saint and a rank 4 true saint were instantly killed. The evil master and Mirage Water, who were standing outside the battlefield, could not help but exclaim when they saw this scene. The sixth prince and the green prince were also shocked. However, the scene in front of them was just the beginning. After killing a peak rank 3 and a rank 4 true saint, Jian Wushuang moved again. Swish, 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 swish. One after another, silver lights flashed in the battlefield like silver ghosts at an incredible speed. At the same time, blurry but beautiful sword shadows lit up one after another. Chi. Heads were mercilessly thrown away. In just a moment, 6 people from the third prince's camp were beheaded by Jian Wushuang's Star Dream. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure flashed again. This time, he appeared behind a rank 4 peak true saint. This rank 4 peak true saint had extraordinary strength. Even if he encountered a rank 5 true saint, he could barely hold on. However, when Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared, he was shocked, especially when Jian Wushuang's sword shadow lit up. The rank 4 peak true saint widened his eyes. This is too fast. I can't block it. I can't block this sword. The rank 4 peak true saint tried his best to block this sword, but he still could not block it. Chi. The sword shadow still mercilessly brushed past the neck of the rank 4 peak true saint, and the rank 4 true saint's head flew out. But in the next moment, the divine body of the rank 4 peak true saint was reassembled again. After the divine body was reassembled, the rank 4 peak true saint looked at Jian Wushuang in horror. It's too terrifying. Not only did his sword destroy my divine body, but the venom contained in it also destroyed nearly 80% of my divine power in an instant. I only have 20% of my divine power left. I can't withstand his next attack. Run. Without hesitation, the peak rank for true saint turned and fled. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and did not chase after him. Sure enough, 3 drops of the evil god poison can easily kill an ordinary rank for true saint, but it's still not enough to kill a peak rank for true saint. Jian Wushuang sighed. He could only merge 3 drops of the evil god poison into the Blood Mountain Sword at one time, but the corrosive power of 3 drops of the evil god poison was not enough to completely kill a peak rank for true saint. This was something he had experienced outside the J-Dragon mystic realm. He had already experienced it when he, Xiong Tao, and the others were assassinated. Jin Wushuang felt that it was a pity that he could not kill a peak rank 4 true saint with one strike. However, the evil master, Mirage Water, and the others outside the battlefield were extremely shocked. Even a peak rank 4 true saint could not block a strike from the Heaven Marquis. It's a pity that the level of the evil god poison used by the Heaven Marquis is still a little low. If he had used a higher level of venom, this peak rank 4 true saint would have definitely died with one strike. The evil master and Mirage Water were mumbling. A rank 3 true saint almost killed a peak stage rank 4 true saint? The sixth prince and the green prince looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not accept the result. On the battlefield, the slaughter continued. Jin Wushuang rushed into the battlefield and instantly killed nearly 10 rank 3 and rank 4 true saint experts from the third prince's camp. Of course, the experts of the third prince's camp had also caught this scene. The people of the third prince's camp naturally would not allow him to continue his unbridled slaughter. Junior, don't be so arrogant. A low shout suddenly exploded on the battlefield. A mountain-sized black-haired muscular man waved a huge axe and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. The aura emitted by the burly man was extremely powerful. He had reached the level of a rank 5 true saint, and the aura was extremely violent. A rank 5 true saint? Jin Wushuang smiled, and a hint of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang dashed out abruptly. The moment he dashed out, the star power in his body had already been activated. When the star power was activated, his divine power aura suddenly soared. Boom! Jin Wushuang's eyes were like lightning, and his momentum was overwhelming. He had already appeared in front of the black-haired muscular man. The black-haired muscular man also burst out in an instant. Junior, die! The black-haired muscular man held the huge axe in both hands at the same time. The power of the huge axe was so strong that it seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Whoosh! The axe shadow descended in a mighty and earth-shaking manner. Shixiang! Jin Wushuang's body was also filled with a violent aura. He pushed his divine power to the limit and a blood-red sword light was instantly slashed out. Bang! A loud sound shook the heaven and earth. The black-haired man was indeed very strong. Not only was he a rank 5 true saint, but he had also created a rank 5 secret skill. Moreover, he was good at strength. The power of this axe was extremely powerful, let alone a rank 3 true saint. Even a rank 5 true saint of the same level could be crushed by his axe. Unfortunately, he met Jin Wushuang instead. It was true that Jin Wushuang was a rank 3 true saint, but his divine power had also reached the rank 5 true saint level. He had also used the Shixiang first move, which was also a move that was good at strength. Most importantly, Jin Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill. The 7-star secret skill had raised Jin Wushuang's realm by half a level. He had instantly reached the limit of a rank 3 true saint, or even close to the level of a rank 4 true saint, and his strength had soared. Chapter 3122. Earth-shattering. The secret skills of the same level were also met head-on. However, because of the 7-star secret skill, Jin Wushuang's burst of divine power had reached the peak of rank 5, completely surpassing the black-haired man. Therefore, in this collision, Jin Wushuang's Shixiang directly changed the direction of the giant axe in the black-haired man's hand, and a huge impact forced the black-haired man's divine body to retreat. At the moment when the black-haired man was pushed back, Jin Wushuang's speed had completely burst out. He directly chased after him and used the Star Dream move. The divine body of the black-haired man could not withstand Jin Wushuang's attack at all. Qi! The Blood Mountain sword directly passed through the divine body of the black-haired man and cut him in half. His divine body immediately collapsed. Once his divine body collapsed, the Blood Mountain sword only eroded part of the black-haired man's divine body. He was still alive. However, at this moment, Jin Wushuang pointed in the direction of the black-haired man. Space-time divine skill, Void Annihilation. Boom! A terrifying space-time storm suddenly swept out. This space-time storm was the result of magnifying the destruction of space-time by nearly 100 times. The massive space-time storm stunned many experts on the battlefield, scaring many people into retreating. As for the black-haired, muscular man in the space-time storm, his body could not be reassembled at all. His divine power had been completely destroyed by the power of destruction. A rank 5 true saint had died instantly. Monster! He could kill a rank 5 true saint easily? Even Evil Master and Mirage Water, who knew that Jian Wushuang's battle strength was incredible, were stunned at this moment. As for 6th Prince and Green Prince, they were completely dumbfounded. Especially the Green Prince. He finally understood why these two genius disciples from the primitive palace were so respectful of Jian Wushuang. Why was Sect Master Ingwe of the Holy Feather Sect so polite to Jian Wushuang and even tried to curry favor with him? In addition, there was the previous attack. He and Yuan Chong were originally unable to escape from that attack. However, Jian Wushuang had blocked more than 30 experts such as Four God, giving them a chance to escape. At that time, Shi and Yuan Chong had believed Jian Wushuang's words that he was able to block the experts because he had strong life-saving skills and a treasure that could seal time and space for a short time. But now it seemed that Jian Wushuang did not need any life-saving skills. With his strength, how could the experts be able to do anything to him? Moreover, she did not see Four God at all when the 3rd Prince's army came. She did not even see any of the nearly 30 experts who came. This was obviously not logical. There was only one reason. That was that Four God and the others had all been killed. Thinking of this, Green Prince was even more shocked. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang's slaughter shocked everyone. Many people were shocked. Who is that man? He is so powerful. A rank 3 true saint? How can there be such a terrifying rank 3 true saint in this world? He is too fast and his killing methods are too terrifying. He can kill a rank 5 true saint in an instant. If we let him go and slaughter, all of us will die. Quick, find someone to stop him. A peak rank 5 true saint. If we want to stop him, at least an expert at the peak of rank 5 will have to do it himself. Many shocked and angry voices echoed throughout the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's killing was too terrifying, especially when he killed a rank 5 true saint in an instant. The other rank 5 true saints in the 3rd Prince's camp were terrified and did not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang. On the battlefield, only a rank 5 peak true saint was qualified to stop Jian Wushuang. However, there were only 2 rank 5 peak true saints in the 3rd Prince's camp. One of them was fighting with Xinggang, the commander of the Purple Blood camp. The other one was also entangled by Xian Zong of the Holy Feather Sect. So there was no extra rank 5 peak true saint to spare. Without a rank 5 peak true saint to fight personally, ordinary rank 5 true saints would not dare to fight with Jian Wushuang, even if there were 2 or 3 of them. Damn it! How could 6th brother have such a terrifying genius? The 3rd Prince stood in the void with a cold expression and a gloomy aura. The situation on the battlefield had been completely under his control because of the spies he had planted. However, because of Jian Wushuang's appearance, the situation on the battlefield had been reversed again. The problem now was, if no one could stop Jian Wushuang, with his terrifying killing speed, it would not take long for him to kill all the experts under him. This person is indeed very powerful. An indifferent voice sounded. The person who spoke was naturally Chu Yixiao. Chu Yixiao was a disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and was a genius himself. He had a certain level of confidence in his talent. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang, he was not happy. They were both geniuses, but the gap between their talents was too great. Jian Wushuang was a rank 3 true saint, but he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. His talent was incredible. In terms of talent and ability, no one I've met can match him. However, his talent doesn't mean that he will reach the peak in the future. After all, the divine beginning world is very dangerous. No matter how brilliant a genius is, he will die if he is not careful. Once he dies, there will be no difference between a genius and a loser. Chu Yixiao sneered. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Brother Yixiao, let's not talk about this now. We have to think of a way to stop him. Otherwise, we'll lose this battle, the 3rd Prince said anxiously. Don't worry. Since I've agreed to help you, I won't let anyone get in the way. At the very least, this rank 3 true saint won't cause any trouble, Chu Yixiao said with a smile. Brother Yixiao, what do you mean? The third prince immediately looked at Chu Yixiao. Hee, such a dazzling genius. Even I can't help but want to fight him head-on. Chu Yixiao laughed heartily. At the same time that he laughed, a majestic divine power aura suddenly rose from his body. This Chu Yixiao had once cultivated a technique to conceal his aura, so until now, no one had been able to see his specific level, and no one had paid attention to him. But now that he had taken the initiative to release his divine power aura, the people on the battlefield could see that Chu Yixiao was also a genuine rank 5 true saint. Even though his aura indicated that he had just become a rank 5 true saint, don't forget that he was a genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 3123, Chu Yixiao Mu Feng, you just wait and see. Chu Yixiao smiled coldly, but a large amount of green divine lightning suddenly burst out from his body. These green divine lightning were incomparably violent, crackling and crackling as they covered Chu Yixiao's entire body. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a huge green lightning beast on Chu Yixiao's body. This green lightning beast was somewhat like a qilin. As Chu Yixiao moved, the Cyan Thunder Beast roared and rushed out. In the center of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang was still wantonly killing. No one could stop him. His killing methods were so terrifying that no one in the third prince's camp could withstand his sword. In just a short while, more than a dozen experts had died at his hands. But at this moment, boom, a low roar sounded. Jin Wushuang instantly felt an extremely violent power pressing toward him. He turned his head and saw a huge, cyan-colored thunder beast suddenly descending from the void, as if a thunder god had descended from the sky. The terrifying oppressive power was so strong that it made people click their tongues. At the same time, swish, swish, two cyan streamers also smashed out rapidly. These two cyan streamers were the two giant cyan hammers wielded by Chu Yixiao. These two cyan giant hammers were not circular hammers, but similar to hammers, but their power was still extremely terrifying. Seeing these two cyan streamers smashing towards him, Jin Wushuang's pupils constricted, but he threw out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. It was the peerless sword technique. Shixiang, clang, clang. Two consecutive sounds of collision rang out. The first was the sound of one of the giant cyan hammers smashing into Jin Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword, causing the sword to tremble violently and retreat. The second sound was the sound of another giant cyan hammer smashing towards Jin Wushuang again, which sent him flying. Jin Wushuang retreated like a cannonball. He was forced to the edge of the battlefield before he stopped. After he stopped, he looked at his numb palm and his eyes became sharp. Finally, a decent opponent? Jin Wushuang looked at Chu Yixiao, who was covered by the Cyan Thunder Beast, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although he had killed more than 10 experts, he had never met a real opponent. Even the rank 5 true saint was easily killed by him. It did not bring him any pressure at all. One had to know that the reason why Jin Wushuang accepted this heaven-level mission was not only to allow him to cultivate freely, but also to have proper training. But he had never had such training before. But now, the appearance of Chu Yixiao made him feel a hint of fighting spirit. Boy, you must have enjoyed the killing just now, right? Chu Yixiao's eyes shot out as he stared at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang did not say anything, but his body had already rushed out in an instant. Swish, 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 swish. Streaks of silver light burst out, and Jin Wushuang's speed was pushed to the limit. The speed was so fast that ordinary rank 5 true saints could not catch his tracks at all. However, Chu Yixiao snorted. Soon after, streaks of green lightning could be seen flashing in the void, and their speed was also extremely fast. Clang! Suddenly, Jin Wushuang and Chu Yixiao fought again. It was also a collision of power, but Jin Wushuang was sent flying again. He is as fast as me, and his instantaneous power is even stronger than mine? Jin Wushuang frowned slightly. His divine power is only at the level of an ordinary rank 5 true saint, and it seems that he has just reached the level of a rank 5 true saint, but his battle strength is even stronger than that of an ordinary peak rank 5 true saint. Is he from the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Jin Wushuang knew very well that some genius experts could not be measured purely by their realms. For example, Evil Master, Mirage Water, and the others were only at the level of a rank 1 true saint, but their real battle strength surpassed that of most rank 3 true saints. For example, he was only a rank 3 true saint, but he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. Chu Yixiao was one of the genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Although his ability to jump realms was not too outrageous, with his cultivation of a rank 5 true saint realm and some secret skills, he could easily kill a rank 5 true saint. He was able to increase the power of his divine power to the level of a rank 5 peak true saint. In addition, he had a high comprehension of laws and created a peak rank 5 absolute art. The collision of pure strength and power is indeed stronger than Jin Wushuang. After all, Jin Wushuang's divine power was at the peak of rank 5, but his ultimate skill, Shixiang, had just reached rank 5, which was still far from the peak of rank 5. Boy, I don't know your name, but I could tell when you attacked. You are strong and can kill a rank 5 true saint, but the reason why you can kill so many experts so easily is because of your speed and unique swordsmanship. Your swordsmanship is very good at killing. You can easily tear apart ordinary protective armor. In addition, you can infuse special venom into your swordsmanship to kill a rank 3, rank 4, or even rank 5 true saint. But as long as someone can keep up with your speed, your ability to kill will be greatly reduced. As for the competition of strength, you are still far from being comparable to an ordinary peak true saint. Chu Yixiao's cold laughter echoed between heaven and earth. During the slaughter that Jin Wushuang had just launched, he had already roughly grasped Jin Wushuang's strength. That was why he was so confident in front of Mu Feng, because he was sure that he could easily crush Jin Wushuang. His speed was no slower than Jin Wushuang's. In terms of divine power and power, he was obviously stronger than Jin Wushuang. Hearing Chu Yixiao's words, Jin Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "Are you sure you are stronger than me in terms of strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Wushuang suddenly raised his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. Streams of purple light suddenly rushed out. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be sharp purple soft swords. These purple soft swords were called purple demon swords, which Jin Wushuang had exchanged for at a great price in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Each purple demon sword had reached the level of a first-grade holy treasure, and it was an advanced first-grade holy treasure. Moreover, the purple demon swords complemented the reincarnation principles, so they were most suitable for the use of the reincarnation principles. Now, Jin Wushuang took out 18 purple demon swords in one breath. With a thought from Jin Wushuang, the 18 purple demon swords quickly combined and formed a cross-shaped purple sword in the blink of an eye. The purple sword was like a purple demonic charm. Chapter 31-24. Fury Go. Jin Wushuang pointed with one hand, and the purple sword instantly shot out. The surrounding people only saw a flash of purple light. The purple light was very weak and small, like a needle or, to be exact, a hair. However, the speed and power of the purple light, which was as small as a hair, was extremely powerful. It was the 7th layer of the Samsara sword formation, a strand of emotion. Chu Yixiao stared at the purple light that was shooting towards him. His eyes darkened, and in the next moment, the giant hammer in his hand fiercely smashed out. Like a green thunderbolt, the giant hammer directly smashed onto the demonic purple light. Bang! With a loud sound, the expression on Chu Yixiao's face froze. He had already sensed the terrifying power contained within that seemingly weak purple light. When the power collided with the giant hammer, a strong impact immediately spread out, causing Chu Yixiao to retreat 3 steps on the spot. However, the purple light only trembled slightly and then continued to attack him. What is it? Chu Yixiao's expression changed, and he had to swing the giant hammer in his hand again in an attempt to smash the purple light away. However, The purple light was the seventh reincarnation sword formation that Jian Wushuang was fully controlling. It should be known that Jian Wushuang had already reached the third stage of comprehending the reincarnation principles before entering the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. He could already use the seventh sword formation. Later, he stayed in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm for a full 60 years. During these 60 years, he was completely immersed in the secret skill, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, which was a secret skill that used reincarnation principles. During those 60 years, Jian Wushuang had made great progress in reincarnation principles, which was amazing. Now, his comprehension of reincarnation principles was far above the comprehension of space-time principles. His comprehension of the space-time principles was only at the level of an ordinary rank 5 true saint, but his comprehension of the reincarnation principles was stronger than that of an ordinary rank 5 peak true saint. With such a high comprehension of the samsara principles, Jian Wushuang could already use the ultimate power of the heavy sword formation with the 7th reincarnation sword formation. Therefore, what Chu Yixiao was seeing now was the ultimate power and the most complete love thread. With the same divine power, Chu Yixiao could barely compete with the purple light even if he used all his strength to use his peak rank 5 secret skill. However, Jian Wushuang could control the reincarnation sword formation with his mind. It was much easier than Chu Yixiao swinging his giant hammer. Bang, 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 bang. In the center of the battlefield, Chu Yixiao swung his giant hammer and collided with the purple light again and again. However, he did not have any advantage in each collision. The purple light kept charging at him crazily. Chu Yixiao was forced to wave his hands again and again. Not only did he consume a lot of divine power, but his divine body was also impacted by each collision. He looked a little embarrassed. Damn it, what kind of sword formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Chu Yixiao's face was unsightly. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been controlling the sword formation with his mind, suddenly moved. Buzz, buzz. One after another, strange figures suddenly burst out. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of Jian Wushuang appeared in the world, making it impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Then, he took a step forward, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand fell straight down. A sword shadow flashed and then disappeared. The Peerless Sword Manual, the instant of life and death. Fast, too fast. Among the 7 sword moves of the Peerless Sword Manual, the instant of life and death was the fastest sword move, and it was also a sure-kill sword move. In a head-on confrontation, this sword move could completely kill the opponent without the opponent having time to react. Back in the Young Divine sect, he had used this sword to kill Bai Xiao, a genius of the Dao Palace, with the same divine power. But now, Jian Wushuang's sword was even faster in a real battle, making it even more difficult for people to react. At least Chu Yixiao, who was constantly clashing with the reincarnation sword formation, did not have time to react. Whoosh! The sword light directly brushed past Chu Yixiao's body. The armor on Chu Yixiao's body was obviously much more advanced than that of an ordinary expert. Although Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was extremely sharp, it only barely tore a crack on the armor. It only barely tore Chu Yixiao's skin, but it could not go deeper. Chu Yixiao's divine body did not directly collapse, but because of the tearing of his skin, the 3 drops of evil god poison that had merged with the Blood Mountain sword instantly entered his divine body and began to madly erode his divine power. After all, Chu Yixiao was a rank 5 true saint and a genius. His divine power was much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 5 true saint. The 3 drops of evil god poison had only eroded 10% of Chu Yixiao's divine power. Even so, it still made Chu Yixiao furious. Bastard! Chu Yixiao was really furious. He was a rank 5 true saint and a genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, when he fought with a rank 3 true saint, his armor was torn by his opponent, and his skin was torn by the sword light. Fortunately, the evil god poison that Jian Wushuang had fused with the sword seed was not high level, so it could only erode 10% of his divine power. If it was a higher level venom, then this sword could kill him directly? When he thought about how he almost died at Jian Wushuang's hands, he flew into a rage. Boy, you have succeeded in provoking me. Chu Yixio's voice was cold, and his eyes were shining with endless cold light. His aura had also become completely cold. Endless cyan divine thunder burst out from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a real thunder god. Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted, and the cross-shaped reincarnation sword formation floated in front of him. He could sense Chu Yixio's rage, and he could also see that Chu Yixiao was preparing a very powerful attack. Die! Chu Yixiao roared and attacked. His body suddenly shook, and endless green lightning burst out from his body, instantly forming a cyan giant that was 1,000 feet tall. The cyan giant was completely formed by violent green divine thunder. After it took shape, it let out a roar and immediately swooped down. The cyan giant also had a giant cyan hammer in its hand. Crackling, crackling. The divine thunder gathered, and endless power was condensed in this hammer. The power of this hammer alone made Jian Wushuang's face change. However, in the next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his hand, and the space-time power suddenly burst out with endless divine power. Space-time divine skill, one-finger void suppression skill. Boom! A huge space-time storm formed in the void in front of the cyan giant. The cyan giant had just swooped down when it was completely engulfed by the space-time storm, and then the terrifying destructive power burst out. Chapter 3125. God-slaying nail under boom. The space-annihilating finger skill could destroy everything. This move was created by the space-time temple master. It was extremely powerful. Previously, Jian Wushuang had defeated his opponent's divine body. When his opponent had sufficient divine body, he would use this move to completely kill his opponent. But in fact, the real use of this move was much more than that. Now, when the finger void annihilation skill was used, the cyan giant fell into the temporal storm, and the endless cyan divine thunder was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz! The world calmed down again. The temporal storm had disappeared, but the cyan giant was also completely destroyed. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yixio's most powerful attack, which he had spent a long time to accumulate, had been neutralized by Jian Wushuang, a dark light suddenly shot out from the void in front of him. This dark light was too fast. It was almost as fast as Jian Wushuang's most powerful sword attack, life and death. Moreover, this dark light was too sudden. The appearance of the light was beyond everyone's expectations, including Jian Wushuang. He had just used the void annihilation technique to annihilate the cyan giant when the light came straight at him. It was so fast that he did not have time to block it. Bang! The light directly hit Jian Wushuang's divine body. When it came into contact with the divine body, Jian Wushuang could see the original appearance of the light. It turned out to be a pitch-black nail, emitting an extremely evil and cold aura. When the pitch-black nail hit Jian Wushuang's divine body, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a terrible impact, causing him to retreat subconsciously. While he was retreating, the pitch-black nail was still crazily attacking his body. Jian Wushuang was also wearing protective armor, which was his natal armor, the golden armor. As his strength increased, the golden armor became more and more advanced. It was now a first-grade holy treasure, and because it had fused with his blood essence, it was very strong and sturdy. However, as the pitch-black nail continued to attack, the sharp part of the nail pierced a small hole in the golden armor and then Jian Wushuang's skin. In the next moment, the pitch-black nail turned into a pitch-black light beam and entered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang suddenly stopped in the void and then closed his eyes, as if he was enduring a terrible attack. In the void in front of him, Chu Yixiao looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled coldly. This kid is indeed powerful. He easily neutralized my strongest attack, but he couldn't block my god-killing nail. The god-killing nail was made by my master. Even with my master's skills, it was not easy to make it. Therefore, each nail is very rare. It was not easy for me to ask my master to make one for me. This God Punisher nail contains a terrifying hex poison that can easily destroy divine power. Let alone a rank 3 true saint. Even a peak rank 5 true saint or a rank 6 true saint would die if their skin was pierced by the god Punisher nail. Therefore, this kid is dead for sure. Chu Yixio's brows were filled with absolute confidence. This confidence came from the god-slaying nail and his master. His master had said that even a rank 6 true saint would die if his skin was pierced by the god-slaying nail, not to mention Jian Wushuang, a rank 3 true saint. In fact, it was only the reward given by 3rd Prince Mu Feng, so he was not qualified to use the god-slaying nail. Because it was very difficult to refine the god-slaying nail, he only had one. Once he used it, there would be no more. In the future, it would be very difficult for him to find his master to refine a second one for him. So, he had been trying to use the god-killing nail as his last trump card. The reason why he used the god-killing nail now was not only because Jian Wushuang had just injured him and made him furious, but also because he wanted the treasure on Jian Wushuang. This kid is only a rank 3 true saint, but his battle strength is stronger than an ordinary peak rank 5 true saint. I've never heard of such a heaven-defying genius before. Under normal circumstances, such a heaven-defying genius must have gotten a lot of opportunities. He must have a big secret. As long as I kill him and take his interspatial ring, I might be able to find the reason why he is so dazzling and heaven-defying in his interspatial ring. Chu Yixio's eyes sparkled with excitement and excitement. If he were an ordinary genius, he would not have used the god-killing nail, but Jian Wushuang was definitely worth killing with it. I wonder what secret this kid is hiding? Chu Yixiao began to guess Jian Wushuang's secret. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in front of him with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 faint electric lights shot out. What? Chu Yixio's face suddenly changed. Not dead? How is that possible? Master said clearly that even a rank 6 true saint would die if he encountered the god-killing nail. How could a rank 3 true saint like him survive? Chu Yixiao could not understand it at all. What he did not know was that not only did Jian Wushuang not die, but he was also completely fine. Although the god-killing nail had entered his body, it did not cause him any harm at all. After all, the god-killing nail was terrifying because it contained a terrifying voodoo poison. The voodoo poison was enough to vaporize the divine power of a rank 6 true saint. An ordinary rank 6 true saint would have a hard time surviving the god-killing nail. Even a peak rank 6 true saint would be half dead under the god-killing nail. However, Jian Wushuang was different. Jian Wushuang was a perfect, chaotic creature. His physique was invulnerable to fire and water, and he was immune to all poisons. He had a natural resistance to all kinds of poisons and voodoo poisons. Even the most powerful poisons in the divine beginning world could not hurt him at all. The voodoo poison in the god-slaying nail was nothing. Therefore, when the god-slaying nail entered Jian Wushuang's body, the poison was quickly assimilated by the divine power in his body. He was not affected at all. As for closing his eyes, it was just a show for Chu Yixiao to see. After all, he was a rank 3 true saint. It would be strange if he did not have any reaction after being poisoned by the god-killing nail. Although Chu Yixio's god-killing nail did not affect him, the impact of the god-killing nail still aroused Jian Wushuang's anger. Chapter 3126. Killing Intent. The black nail just now was very strange and terrifying. If I didn't have a special constitution and ignored all kinds of poisons, I might have died at the hands of this person. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He stared at Chu Yixiao in front of him, but there was a faint layer of killing intent condensed on his body. He had always been a person who would not offend others if they did not offend him. Chu Yixiao clearly wanted to kill him just now, so of course, he would not be merciful now. Buzz. The world shook. The raging flame, mixed with endless white ice fog, produced endless power of ice and fire, rising from Jian Wushuang's body. The two natural powers of ice and fire perfectly fused together. The power of ice and fire swept wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world, forming a huge world of ice and fire. The world of ice and fire, with Jian Wushuang as its core, was astonishingly vast. The power of the ice and fire swimming dragon ruler, a domain-type supreme treasure, began to show in Jian Wushuang's hands. This was a true treasure. Under normal circumstances, only principal's masters were qualified to have a true treasure, and it was an extremely precious domain-type true treasure. Although Jian Wushuang was too weak to fully display the power of this true treasure, it was still terrifying to only show a part of it. With a thought from Jian Wushuang, the endless power of ice and fire rose and pressed toward Chu Yixiao crazily. Chu Yixiao's body shook immediately. He felt as if he was about to be burned into ashes or frozen into an ice sculpture. A huge pressure was exerted on his body. What is this? A domain? But how can this domain be so powerful? Chu Yixiao was shocked. This domain was indeed too powerful. Jian Wushuang was using the full strength of the ice and fire domain with the divine power of a true saint at the peak of the 5th rank, while Chu Yixiao was only at the peak of the 5th rank. With the same divine power, the power of the ice and fire realm was shocking. 40%. My strength has been suppressed by 40%. How is this possible? Did he use a superior grade domain-type holy treasure? Chu Yixiao was shocked. Jian Wushuang did not waste any more words with him. The power of ice and fire suppressed Chu Yixiao crazily. The cross-shaped purple light in front of him flickered, and then whoosh. The purple light instantly shot out. It was the 7th level of the Samsara sword formation, a thread of love. Get lost. Chu Yixiao waved the cyan giant hammer in his hand, trying to push back the purple light. However, under the pressure of the ice and fire domain, he could only use 60% of his strength and 60% of the power of the hammer to collide with the purple light. As a result, the impact force contained in the purple light changed the direction of the giant hammer at the first moment. Jian Wushuang, who was at the back, flashed and unleashed his silver light movement technique. Whoosh! A hazy but beautiful sword light lit up. It was the peerless sword manual, Star Dream. Under the pressure of the domain, Chu Yixiao's speed was greatly reduced. He could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's speed at all, so naturally, he could not block Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship. Qi. The sword light passed through Chu Yixiao's divine body. Although it did not directly cut Chu Yixiao's divine body into two, the ice-cold sword edge had already torn open the armor on Chu Yixiao's body and even cut open his skin. 3 drops of the evil god poison surged into Chu Yixiao's body. Chu Yixiao's body trembled, and another 10% of his divine power was eroded. Previously, Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship had torn open the armor on his body once and eroded 10% of his divine power. Adding this 10%, it was 20% of his divine power. In addition, he had used his most powerful move while riding on the sword. He had used up 20% of his divine power to control the god-slaying nail. In other words, Chu Yixiao had used up 40% of his divine power. No, I can't keep up with his speed under the pressure of this realm. He'll be his target if I fight with him. One sword strike from him is enough to make me lose 10% of my divine power. I only have 60% of my divine power left. In other words, he only needs to use 6 more sword strikes to kill me. No. Chu Yixiao's expression changed drastically. As a genius disciple of Purple Cloud Pavilion, he did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at first, but now he was completely flustered. Stop, stop. I'm not going to interfere in this matter. Stop right now. Chu Yixiao shouted. However, Jian Wushuang did not pay any attention to him and did not stop at all. On the surface, he suppressed Chu Yixiao with the 7th reincarnation sword formation. Then, he took the opportunity to display his swordsmanship, which made Chu Yixiao unable to resist him. Qi. Another sword attack was launched, and Chu Yixiao only had 50% of his divine power left. Boy, I am one of the outstanding genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. My master is the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Heart Witch Elder, a super expert close to the peak of rank 7. If you dare to kill me, the Purple Cloud Pavilion and my master will never let you go. Stop. Let's stop now. You and I will have a better life. Otherwise, if I die, you will die too. Chu Yixiao shouted again. You are about to die, and you still threaten me? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, but the killing intent in his body had reached its peak. He still did not stop. Around the battlefield, The evil master and Mirage Water had been staring at Jian Wushuang. While they were in awe and admiration, they also heard Chu Yixio's words. They immediately sneered, "This idiot, he's already come this far. Yet he still wants to use the Purple Heaven Pavilion to suppress the Heaven Marquee. What a joke. Purple Heaven Pavilion? It's only dominating in the first heaven, but it's nothing in the second heaven or third heaven. In front of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, it's as weak as an ant. What kind of status does the Heaven Marquee have to care about the Purple Heaven Pavilion?" Both Evil Master and Mirage Water were disdainful. Although Jian Wushuang was not a genius disciple of the Heaven-Cleaving Three Palaces, the fact that the three palace masters could make an exception for him to enter the Heaven-Cleaving Mystic Realm was enough to make him a powerful figure in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Many high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance were paying attention to him. Compared to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was nothing. Even Evil Master and Mirage Water, two disciples of the Primitive Palace, did not care about the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so why should Jian Wushuang care? Die! Jian Wushuang's figure was cold, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand struck out again and again. Chu Yixiao, who was suppressed by the domain, could not resist at all. Chi! In the blink of an eye, Chu Yixiao had less than 20% of his divine power left. With less than 20% of his divine power, Jian Wushuang only needed 2 strikes to kill him. Stop! Spare me, spare my life. Deacon Long, save me, quickly save me. Chu Yixio's laughter was extremely shrill. He screamed crazily and also called Deacon Long to help him. Chapter 31-27. Rank 6. Deacon Long, save me quickly. Chu Yixio's shrill cry reverberated throughout the entire battlefield, and Deacon Long naturally heard it. When he saw that Chu Yixiao was already in a life and death situation, his expression immediately changed drastically. Damn it! The dark aura on Deacon Long's body suddenly surged up. Get lost! With an explosive shout, the pitch-black long staff in Deacon Long's hand suddenly turned into a huge black snake. He swung it out angrily, and its power suddenly soared. Elder Zixing, who was fighting Deacon Long, was 1 level weaker than Deacon Long previously. He had barely managed to hold off Deacon Long. Now that Deacon Long had suddenly erupted, Elder Zixing was shocked and quickly waved his spear to block. However, the power contained in the pitch-black spear was beyond Elder Zixing's expectation. Elder Zixing was sent flying by the strike. Seeing Elder Zixing being sent flying, Deacon Long did not chase after him. Instead, he immediately turned around and rushed toward Chu Yixiao. However, when he turned around, Jian Wushuang had already struck again, and the sword light passed through Chu Yixio's divine body again. Chu Yixiao only had less than 10% of his divine power left. 1 more strike, and he would die completely. No. Chu Yixiao had gone completely mad, and his voice was hysterical. He stared at Deacon Long, who was his last hope. In front of him, Jian Wushuang had attacked again. "Young man, how dare you?" Deacon Long shouted, and the mighty divine power of a rank 6 true saint pressed toward Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang was calm under the divine power, as if he was not affected at all. He snorted and moved again. Whoosh! The last sword attack was launched. Chu Yixiao could not block this sword attack, and Deacon Long was still a distance away, so he could not catch up. No! Chu Yixio's eyes were wide open as he watched the sword light pass by him. Then, the 3 drops of the evil god poison in the sword instantly eroded less than 10% of his divine power. There was not even a trace left. All the divine power was completely eroded away. Chu Yixio's divine body immediately collapsed. His life force was also instantly cut off. He could not be any more dead. Junior, you're courting death. Deacon Long was completely enraged when he saw that Chu Yixiao was killed. Although he did not have any friendship with Chu Yixiao, he would not feel sorry for Chu Yixio's death. But no matter what, Chu Yixiao was still one of the genius disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. This time, he came out with Chu Yixiao, but Chu Yixiao died. As a deacon, it was naturally difficult for him to escape responsibility. When he returned to the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he would definitely be severely punished, especially since Chu Yixiao had an extremely protective master behind him. That master was famous for his ruthlessness and evilness. If that master knew that Chu Yixiao died right under his nose, it was very likely that he would tear him apart alive. There was only one possibility for him to survive. Kill him. Kill this junior and avenge Chu Yixiao, so that he won't die with me. Thinking of this, Deacon Long's eyes immediately turned scarlet. Boom! A rank 6 true saint appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Before he could attack, his earth-shaking power had already completely covered Jian Wushuang. Oh no! Mr. Heavenly Marquis! Retreat! Evil Master, Mirage Water, and Green Prince, who were outside the battlefield, saw this scene and turned pale with fright. They repeatedly cried out for Jian Wushuang to retreat. Evil Master even asked Elder Zi Xing to rush over to help Jian Wushuang. Elder Zi Xing had rushed over as fast as he could. However, he had been sent flying by Deacon Long. When he stood firm and rushed over, he was naturally slower. At this time, Deacon Long had already made his move. Die! Deacon Long's entire body turned into the boundless darkness. The surrounding world had also turned completely dark, as if it had completely sunk into darkness. And in this boundless darkness, the black long staff in Deacon Long's hand was like a huge black thunderbolt as it swung down fiercely. Bang! The long staff smashed down fiercely, and in an instant, it seemed to have brought along the power of the entire surrounding world of darkness. The world was attracted by the staff. The power of the roll was shocking. Rank 6 True Saint. Jian Wushuang raised his head and stared at the fierce long staff in front of him, but his eyes flashed with a glimmer that had never been seen before. Rank 6 True Saint. He had been longing for it for a long time. Come on. Jian Wushuang was not afraid at all. His divine power surged, and he exerted his strength to the maximum. In front of him, the reincarnation sword formation formed by 18 purple demon swords instantly turned into a purple light and shot out first. The purple light was equally powerful. It first collided with the black long staff. This collision bang, with a loud sound, the purple light directly collapsed and turned into purple demon swords again. The 7th reincarnation sword formation that Jian Wushuang controlled at this stage was instantly destroyed by the black long staff. After the reincarnation sword formation was destroyed, the black staff continued to attack Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held the blood mountain sword with both hands at the same time. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light instantly slashed out. Wushuang's sword manual. Shixiang. Clang. The black staff and the blood mountain sword collided. At the moment of collision, Jian Wushuang felt an amazing power from the black staff. This power completely crushed him. In an instant boom, Jian Wushuang fell from the sky like a meteorite and then directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge hole on the ground. This scene caused the entire battlefield to fall into a short period of silence. Almost everyone on the battlefield had their eyes focused on him. Mr. Heavenly Marquis. Evil Master and Mirage Water were both shocked. Long Lu, you are a rank 6 true saint, and one of the top among the immortal saints. How could you attack a rank 3 true saint yourself? You must be ashamed of yourself. Elder Zi Xing finally rushed over. His face was full of anger. He dared to kill a genius disciple of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. He must die. Deacon Long shouted in a low voice, his face extremely cold. But at this moment, boom, the ground was suddenly lifted up, and then a figure rushed out again. It was Jian Wushuang, who had just been smashed down. He returned to the void and stood in front of Deacon Long. His aura was still very strong. At this moment, his eyes were shining with an unprecedented light as he stared at Deacon Long with bright eyes. A rank 6 true saint is indeed powerful. I've already received your strike. In response, you should receive my strike as well. Chapter 3128. The outcome was set. I've just received your strike. In response, you should receive my strike as well." Jin Wushuang's voice echoed in the world. Behind him, a large amount of golden divine power began to gather crazily. In the blink of an eye, it formed a 30,000-meter-tall golden emperor phantom. At the same time, a layer of dark gold armor appeared on his body. The divine punishment god and the 9 luminary star armor were used at the same time. These two secret skills had a great effect on Jin Wushuang's strength, especially the 9 luminaries star armor, which was in the heavenly armor chapter. It had increased Jin Wushuang's attack power by 12 times. 12 times? What kind of concept was that? Because he had used the 7-star secret skill, his divine power had reached the level of a peak rank 5 true saint. Now, he had used the divine punishment god and 9 luminaries star armor, as well as the supreme sword essence guided by the Blood Mountain sword. At this moment, his divine power was comparable to that of an ordinary rank 6 true saint. Rumble. The terrifying divine power crazily rushed in all directions. The surrounding void suddenly became cold. It was cold to the bottom of the valley, extremely cold. The entire vast world seemed to have been completely silent in an ice cave. Jin Wushuang slowly raised the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. The sword was placed horizontally in front of him. However, this simple act of raising the sword instantly stirred up the surrounding space and time, turning the surrounding void completely blood-red. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air were filled with a large amount of blood fog. The surrounding experts even seemed to see the bones under Jin Wushuang's feet forming a blood sea. The shocking killing intent soared to the sky, making everyone's heart palpitate. At this moment, Jin Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura that had transformed into hell. It was a blood-red Azura. The blood-red Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. The simple slash seemed to contain no power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, the surrounding people were all shocked. It was the Peerless Sword Manual, Blood Azura. Among the 7 sword moves, it was the strongest and the move that Jin Wushuang was most proud of. Deacon Long stood in the void in front of Jin Wushuang and watched Jin Wushuang strike. The moment Jin Wushuang struck, even his expression could not help but change. However, in his heart, he still did not put Jin Wushuang, a mere rank 3 true saint, in his eyes. Until the sword completely descended. Buzz. A wave of space-time power came toward him without any warning. The appearance of this wave of space-time power caused the void where Deacon Long was standing to stop completely. Space-time stagnation. This was the most terrifying aspect of Blood Azura's sword move. Even Deacon Long, a rank 6 true saint, had a moment of space-time stagnation under Jin Wushuang's move. This moment of space-time stagnation slowed his reaction by half a beat. When he came back to his senses, the terrifying blood-red sword had already arrived in front of him. Deacon Long was stunned. He could only raise the pitch-black long staff in his hand subconsciously and put it horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! The blood-red sword light struck the long staff head-on. A strong force was exerted, causing the staff to press down on Deacon Long's divine body. Deacon Long's body suddenly shook, and he staggered back 3 steps. Every step he took stomped heavily on the void as if the void was about to explode. After he steadied himself, Deacon Long raised his head again and looked at Jin Wushuang. His eyes were full of anger, but there was also a hint of shock hidden in his eyes. After all, he was a genuine rank 6 true saint, while Jin Wushuang was only a rank 3 true saint. However, Jin Wushuang had forced him to retreat. It was a direct retreat, not a sneak attack. This kid. Deacon Long's eyes were cold, and his killing intent soared to the sky. However, before he could attack again, Elder Zixing had already appeared beside Jin Wushuang. Get lost. Deacon Long glared at Elder Zixing. Long Lu, you are a rank 6 true saint, but you were forced to retreat by a rank 3 true saint. Do you still have the face to stay here? If I were you, I would have run far away. Elder Zixing smiled coldly. However, a storm had already stirred in his heart. Deacon Long's expression sank. His face was burning as his thoughts raced. He said, "Very good. With the people from the Holy Feather sect here today, I won't be able to kill you. However, Don't think that this will be the end of it. You killed a core disciple of my Purple Cloud Pavilion. No matter where you run to, my Purple Cloud Pavilion will definitely kill you. Humph! With a cold snort, this Deacon Long directly turned around and left into the distant void under the gazes of everyone around him. As for the third prince and the others, Deacon Long could not be bothered to pay attention to them. Deacon Long. Seeing Deacon Long leave, the third prince and the experts under him all panicked. Deacon Long was their greatest reliance. Only with Deacon Long around, they could contend against Elder Zi Xing of the Holy Feather sect. But now that Deacon Long had left, who in the third prince's camp could stop Elder Zi Xing? An expert of the rank 6 true saint realm and Jian Wushuang, a terrifying rank 3 true saint, were enough to completely slaughter their own camp. Kill them all. In contrast to the third prince's camp, the sixth prince's camp was overjoyed when they saw Deacon Long leave. Their morale rose to the highest point. They began to kill the experts of the third prince's camp in a frenzy. The third prince's camp had long lost its backbone, and in the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of collapse. An hour later, the battle finally calmed down. The two camps, under the fierce battle of one side, finally decided the victor. The winner was undoubtedly the sixth prince's camp. As for the third prince's camp, they were defeated and returned, and a large number of experts were killed, including a few of the third prince's arms. As for the third prince, Mu Feng himself, he had escaped with his life under the protection of a few trusted aides. Although he had escaped, today's battle had completely established the situation of the Zhenwu country. In addition, the Zhenwu country would have the support of the Holy Feather sect in the future. The sixth prince would certainly become the king. As for the third prince, he could no longer stir up any big waves. The situation was set. The experts of the sixth prince's camp were all pleasantly surprised. While they were pleasantly surprised, they occasionally looked in Jian Wushuang's direction. It's him. He killed a large number of experts from the third prince's camp, killed the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion on the spot, and even forced the rank 6 true saint of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to retreat. That's how we can win. Chapter 3129. Left alone. This man is only a rank 3 true saint, right? Yes, he is a rank 3 true saint, but he can kill rank 3 and rank 4 true saints as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. He can even kill a rank 5 true saint easily. He is a monster. I don't know where such a monster came from. Fortunately, we have him. How about this battle? We are doomed to lose. Many experts of the sixth prince's camp were discussing quietly. The topic of discussion was naturally Jian Wushuang. However, as the focus of their discussion, Jian Wushuang was obviously in some trouble. My young friend, the person you killed should be a genius disciple of the Purple Heaven Pavilion. The Purple Heaven Pavilion has always attached great importance to such a genius disciple. If you kill him, the Purple Heaven Pavilion will not let it go. Elder Zi Xing stared at Jian Wushuang. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. You don't seem to be worried about the Purple Cloud Pavilion at all? Elder Zi Xing looked surprised. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was one of the 3 pavilions of the first heaven. It was an absolute overlord. Such a sect was very frightening in the first heaven. However, judging from Jian Wushuang's expression, he did not look worried at all. Haha, it's just the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and it's worthy of being feared by the Heavenly Marquis. The evil master beside him spoke. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, if you don't mind, I'll immediately report this matter to the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces. With your special status in the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces, the Heaven-Cleaving 3 Palaces will let the Purple Cloud Pavilion hurt you in the slightest. In addition, Mr. Heavenly Marquis, aren't you on better terms with Lord Emoshan? You can also send a message to Lord Emoshan and ask him to come forward. With just one word from Lord Emoshan, I guarantee that the Purple Cloud Pavilion will not dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. The evil master was full of confidence, but it made Elder Zi Xing and Xian Zong who were beside him feel a little strange when they heard it. My young friend evil master, Who is the Lord Emoshan that you were talking about? Elder Zi Xing asked. Lord Emoshan is a high-ranking official of the heaven-cleaving three palaces. He is an extremely powerful principal's master. There is also a rule master in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, in terms of strength, the principal's master of the Purple Cloud Pavilion is definitely inferior to Lord Emoshan, Evil Master said with a smile. Principal's master? Elder Zi Xing's body trembled as he looked at Jian Wushuang in shock. However, Jian Wushuang just waved his hand lightly and said, "This is my own problem. I will find a way to solve it. I don't need to trouble the heaven-cleaving alliance and Elder Emoshan." Evil Master raised his eyebrows but did not say anything. Sixth Prince, how is it going? Jian Wushuang looked at Sixth Prince. The situation has been decided. Third brother has been defeated. Most of his experts have died in the pursuit just now. There are only a few left. Don't think about causing any more trouble in the true martial kingdom in the future, Sixth Prince said with a smile. In that case, I should have completed my mission, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Well, the Sixth Prince's expression changed slightly. Jian Wushuang's original heaven-grade mission was to serve as his guard for 100 years. Now, it had only been 6 years. However, he had invited Jian Wushuang and the others to deal with the third prince. Now that the third prince's camp had collapsed and the result was set, Jian Wushuang and the others had completed their mission. Don't worry, Mr. Heavenly Marquis. I will contact the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and tell them that you have completed your mission, the sixth prince said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Now that I have understood the mission, I will take my leave. Mr. Heavenly Marquis, are you leaving now? Green Prince immediately looked over. Yes. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold. My young friend, although Long Lu left reluctantly just now, I can see that he is very unwilling. If I'm not wrong, Long Lu should not have gone far. He is not far from the void and has been watching you. Now that I'm with you, he doesn't dare to kill you directly because it's useless. But if you leave alone, Long Lu will most likely come to kill you immediately, Elder Zixing said. I know that. Jian Wushuang's voice was calm. You still want to leave? Elder Zixing was stunned. It doesn't matter. Long Lu is indeed very strong, but he alone doesn't have the ability to kill me, Jian Wushuang said. If these words were said by other rank 3 true saints, or even rank 4 true saints, it would be very ridiculous. But it was said by Jian Wushuang, and they had just witnessed his strength. A rank 3 true saint had killed Chu Yixiao, the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion who had the battle strength of the peak of rank 5, then fought with Long Lu and forced him to retreat. Such strength was not something an ordinary rank 3 true saint could imagine. Since I dared to leave alone, I naturally have the confidence to face Long Lu. Needless to say, it's you. After all, the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion died here, and you helped me, Elder Zixing. I don't know if the Purple Cloud Pavilion will implicate you, Jian Wushuang said. It doesn't matter. Although the Purple Cloud Pavilion is extremely powerful, our Holy Feather sect has been in the first heaven for so many years, so we have some foundation. Moreover, our relationship with the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion is very delicate. If the genius disciple of the Purple Cloud Pavilion died at the hands of our Holy Feather sect, it would be reasonable for the Purple Cloud Pavilion to attack us. However, if the Purple Cloud Pavilion wants to vent their anger on us just because of the delicate relationship between our Holy Feather sect and you, the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion will not sit idly by, Elder Purple Star said with a smile. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. In that case, I'll take my leave. Soon, Jian Wushuang left. He left alone. Evil Master and Mirage Water had wanted to go with Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang refused. As Elder Zixing had expected, although Long Lu had left the battlefield, she did not leave at all. Instead, she hid in the surrounding void and watched Jian Wushuang's movements. When he saw Jian Wushuang leave alone, Long Lu was overjoyed and immediately followed him. In the void, which was a certain distance away from the sixth prince's mansion, Jian Wushuang and Long Lu met again, and they even exchanged blows. Bang! 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 A series of violent explosions reverberated throughout the world. Long Lu, it's useless. You are indeed stronger than me, but at most, you can only suppress me directly. However, it's impossible for you to kill me alone. Moreover, if I really want to leave, you can't stop me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. With a flash, he dashed forward. Chapter 3130. Mind Wizard. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was about to leave, Long Lu wanted to catch up with him at once. However, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had released the ice and fire domain, which pressed down on him crazily, reducing his speed sharply. He could only follow far behind Jian Wushuang. That's right, he could not stop Jian Wushuang at all. He could only follow far behind Jian Wushuang to ensure that Jian Wushuang would not leave his sight. Damn it, I didn't expect this junior, who is only a rank 3 true saint, to be so difficult to deal with. Previously, in the battle, because of the rank 6 true saint of Holy Feather Sect, I could not kill him. But now, without the obstruction of the rank 6 true saint, I can't do anything to him alone. Long Lu kept cursing in his heart. I have no choice. I can only follow him and kill him when Elder Xian Wu arrives. Long Lu had already reported Chu Yixio's death to the higher-ups. The Purple Cloud Pavilion naturally would not ignore the death of a genius disciple. Furthermore, Chu Yixiao was the personal disciple of Elder Xian Wu. The Purple Cloud Pavilion was also a great sect that was located in a mystic realm. This sect was even more powerful than the Young Divine sect. There were many experts in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, and there were even a few rank 7 true saints. It was also known that the Purple Cloud Pavilion had a true Principles Master. Because of this, the Purple Cloud Pavilion could be called one of the overlords of the first heaven. Within the large sect, a group of over 10 Purple Cloud Pavilion disciples formed a guard as they walked around in the air. Everything was originally calm, but suddenly, whoosh, 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 several figures suddenly rushed over from the distant air. In the blink of an eye, they swept past the group of guards and headed toward the Purple Cloud Pavilion's teleportation passage. Each of these figures had an extremely violent aura. This was especially so for the person in the lead, whose killing intent shook the heavens and earth. The 10 odd disciples of the guards were all greatly shocked when they saw this scene. What's going on? Did something happen? The person in the lead seems to be Elder Xian Wu. It's Elder Xian Wu. Look at his aura. It's so violent, and his killing intent is shocking. I've received news that Chu Yixiao was killed while he was adventuring outside. Chu Yixiao? Isn't that Elder Xian Wu's personal disciple? No wonder Elder Xian Wu is so furious. He is very protective of his own shortcomings. Kiki, Elder Xian Wu is not only extremely powerful, but he is also extremely ruthless. Even in our Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one dares to offend him. Now that someone has killed his personal disciple, I really sympathize with that person. The disciples of the guards were chatting idly. Of course, they only dared to say this because Elder Xian Wu and the others had already left. If they were to beat them to death in front of Elder Xian Wu, they would definitely not dare to say a single word. Elder Xian Wu and the others had already taken the Purple Cloud Pavilion's spatial tunnel and disappeared into the Purple Cloud Pavilion. In the vast void, Long Lu was walking forward. At the end of his line of sight, there was a figure. That figure was, of course, Jian Wushuang. As expected, Elder Xian Wu has come here personally. Now, as long as I can follow that kid and don't let him out of my sight, Elder Xian Wu can kill him personally when he arrives. Long Lu stared at Jian Wushuang at the end, but he was also very nervous. Chu Yixiao was killed by Jian Wushuang in front of his eyes, which was already a big mistake for him. If he did not kill Jian Wushuang immediately and take revenge for Chu Yixiao on the spot, he would be even more guilty. But now, if he let Jian Wushuang escape from his sight again and let Jian Wushuang escape completely, his crime would be unforgivable. If Elder Xian Wu did not see Jian Wushuang, he would definitely kill him immediately. Don't let him escape. Long Lu clenched his hands. He had been following Jian Wushuang to make sure that Jian Wushuang was always in his sight. However, this situation did not last for long before Long Lu's expression suddenly changed. This kid, the direction he's going, Long Lu had been paying attention to his position and had been transmitting his position to Elder Exine Wu. However, when he followed Jian Wushuang to his current position, he sensed a hint of something. There aren't any particularly powerful sects or forces in front of this kid, but there's a mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Long Lu frowned. There were many mystic realms of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance in the divine beginning world. Many of them were not actually secret. They were already completely open and well-known. In the first heaven, there were several nests of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance that were completely open. Long Lu also knew about these nests, and it just so happened that Jian Wushuang was heading in the direction of that realm. Does he want to go to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm and take the space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm to leave directly? Long Lu's expression immediately changed. There was a space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's mystic realm. Moreover, the space passage was in all directions and could lead to all corners. As long as one could afford to pay the price, they could directly go to the endless territory from the mystic realm. If Jian Wushuang really had such a plan, it would be difficult for them to kill him. Elder Exine Wu, Long Lu immediately sent a message to Elder Exine Wu, who was rushing over. When Elder Exine Wu found out that Jian Wushuang was heading to the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, he immediately flew into a rage. Bastard, no matter what, and no matter what price you pay, you must not let him escape to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. Otherwise, you will die. Long Lu panicked. Elder Exine Wu, that kid is very difficult to deal with. I can't stop him at all. Even if you can't stop him, you have to. Even if he really enters the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair, you must not let him use the space passage to leave. Elder Exine Wu's voice was cold. But I'm not an official member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. I don't even have the right to enter that lair. Unless I don't care about the consequences and use some means to temporarily seal the space around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair, so that the space passage inside the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair is ineffective, Long Lu said in a deep voice. Seal the space and time? Elder Exine Wu's expression changed, and a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. Yes. Long Lu was stunned, and his face turned pale. Elder Exine Wu, that's the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Although it's just one of the nests, it still represents the face of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and directly seals the space and time around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's nest. This? Chapter 3131. Seal the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was the #1 freedom alliance recognized by the absolute beginning divine realm. Seal the space and time around the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's secret lair? This Long Lu could do it, but he did not have the guts to do it. What are you afraid of? It's just sealing the space and time around it. It's not like you're going to attack the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's mystic realm directly. Even if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is dissatisfied, you can say that you're doing this because you want to kill a person who committed a heinous crime. After you kill that person, the space and time seal will naturally be lifted. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance won't kill you in a rage. Elder Exine Wu sent a message. But, Long Lu was still hesitant. Humph, how dare you disobey my order? Elder Xinwu's voice was suddenly stunning. Long Lu was stunned. He knew that Elder Xinwu was already very dissatisfied with him because of Chu Yixio's death. If he disobeyed Elder Exine Wu's order at this time, he might very likely kill him directly. Long Lu had no choice but to nod and agree. In the void ahead, Jian Wushuang indeed headed toward the secret nest of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Not long after, the mystic realm appeared in front of him. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate and directly rushed into the nest. He really came to this mystic realm. Long Lu's face darkened, and then he immediately began to set up a magic array in the surrounding void. In the lair, Jian Wushuang came to the counter. Hand in the task. Jian Wushuang took out his identity token. A brown-haired elder at the counter looked up at Jian Wushuang, took the token, and nodded slightly. Soon, the task was handed over. Jian Wushuang also received his reward and was about to turn around. The brown-haired old man's face suddenly darkened. How dare you? The brown-haired old man shouted in a low voice, but he had already rushed out. In the void outside the mystic realm, Long Lu had finished setting up the magic array. The time and space around the mystic realm had been sealed. After being sealed, the people in the void could communicate with the outside world. However, the space passage could no longer be used. Whoosh! The brown-haired old man's figure suddenly appeared in the void and appeared in front of Long Lu. Who are you? How dare you seal the space and time around the secret lair of our heaven-cleaving alliance? The brown-haired old man shouted in a low voice. Looking at the brown-haired old man, Long Lu was shocked. The aura emitted by the brown-haired old man had reached the level of a rank 6 true saint, and it was at the peak of the rank 6. Taking a deep breath, Long Lu said humbly, I am the deacon of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Long Lu. I have orders to seal this space-time temporarily. Orders? Orders from the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Isn't your Purple Cloud Pavilion a little too unscrupulous? You even dare to seal the heaven-cleaving alliance's lair directly. The brown-haired old man's voice was cold. No, no. My Purple Cloud Pavilion has no intention of going against the heaven-cleaving alliance. It's just that we happen to be chasing after a little thief who just happened to escape here. In order to prevent him from escaping, we had no choice but to resort to this plan. As long as we find and kill that little thief, I will immediately remove the surrounding space-time blockade. Moreover, Elder Xian Wu of my Purple Cloud Pavilion is also rushing over right now. When the time comes, Elder Xian Wu will naturally apologize to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's members personally. Long Lu said, Heart Shaman? The brown-haired elder narrowed his eyes. He had been in the First Heaven for many years, so he knew all the experts in the First Heaven. The Heart Shaman of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was definitely an expert, and he was not to be trifled with. What is the name of the person you are looking for? The brown-haired elder asked. His name is Heavenly Sword Marquis, and he is a rank 3 true saint, Long Lu said. Long Lu learned the name of Heavenly Sword Marquis from the third prince. The third prince had sent so many spies to serve the sixth prince, so it was not difficult for him to know Jian Wushuang's name. Heavenly Sword Marquis. The brown-haired elder narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, he was in a single room in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's lair. My young friend, the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion are looking for you. They have specially sealed the time and space so that the space passage in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm cannot be used. A white-robed man stood in front of Jian Wushuang and said with a faint smile, Sealed the space-time passage? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew that the deacon of the Purple Heaven Pavilion had been following him, so the Purple Heaven Pavilion would certainly attack him. However, he did not expect that the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion would be so bold as to seal the space-time passage where the secret lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance was located. I have reported what happened here to the higher-ups, but the higher-ups said that they would ask for your opinion. If you find it troublesome, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will come out directly and send the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion away. Of course, if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance does not want the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to come out, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance can completely ignore this matter and let you and the Purple Heaven Pavilion deal with it themselves, the white-robed man said humbly. The reason why he was humble was that he had just received an order from his superior. How could someone from his superior ask for Jian Wushuang's opinion? Just this alone showed that Jian Wushuang's identity was extraordinary. It's better for me to solve the problem by myself. I won't need the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's help for the time being, Jian Wushuang said. In that case, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will completely ignore this matter. Even if the Purple Heaven Pavilion seals time and space, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will ignore it and let you solve everything yourself. Of course, even if the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't intervene, this is the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. No matter how bold the people of the Purple Heaven Pavilion are, they won't dare to break into this place and attack. You can rest assured about this, the white-robed man said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. The white-robed man immediately took his leave. After the white-robed man left, Jian Wushuang took out a message token. This message token belonged to Emo Shan. Emo Shan already knew that he was in trouble, so he personally sent a message to him asking if he wanted the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to help him. Of course, Jian Wushuang refused. But just as he refused emotion, someone else immediately sent him a message. This time, it was Jiluo who sent him a message. Jiluo was also a friend of Jian Wushuang. They had talked about the communication token before. Brother Heaven Marquis, I heard that you were in trouble, Jiluo said directly. How do you know? Jian Wushuang was surprised. I didn't know. It was Lord Baiju who told me, Jiluo said. Lord Baiju? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Lord Baiju, the principal's master from the Dao Palace, had offered him a very attractive condition to join the Dao Palace. Lord Baiju knew that you were in trouble, but he didn't have your communication token. So he found him and asked me to send you a message on his behalf. Chapter 3132. Exchange. Master Baiju asked if you need help. If you need help, he will come forward and guarantee that the Purple Cloud Pavilion won't dare to touch you, Jiluo said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled. He had just refused the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance and emotion, and now Baiju came again. However, Jian Wushuang was also surprised by Dao Palace's methods. It was normal for the higher-ups of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance to know that he was in trouble because he was in the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. However, Baiju was a member of Dao Palace, so he already knew about it. The power of the three freedom alliances in the divine beginning world was not to be underestimated. Jiluo, thank Lord Baiju for me. Tell him that I thank him for his kindness. As for this trouble, I can handle it myself, Jian Wushuang said. Good, then you are careful, Jiluo said a sentence, then interrupted the transmission. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. Then he set off for Treasure Pavilion. Outside the Nest of the Void, the Heart Wizard's several people have now joined with the Dragon Egret. In front of them is the brown-haired old man. Xian Wu, listen to me. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will not care about what happened between you and the Heavenly Sword Marquis. However, there is one thing. Do not implicate the other members of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. In addition, do not make a move in the lair of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. Otherwise, not only you but even your Purple Cloud Pavilion will be finished. After the brown-haired old man finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xian Wu, Long Lu, and the others stood there with extremely strange expressions on their faces. The Heaven-Cleaving Alliance is actually ignoring this matter? Ignoring it? In other words, they allowed us to seal this space-time? It seems like that's the case. How is that possible? Since when did the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance become so easy to talk to? Long Lu and the others were very confused, especially Long Lu. He had thought that the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance would definitely be furious and might directly teach them a lesson or even kill them. Even if they did not do anything, they would definitely ask them to remove the space-time blockade around them. But in the end, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance did not do that. Instead, they let them be and completely ignored this matter. It's a little strange, but the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't care about this matter. This is a good thing for us, the bald old man, Xian Wu, who was wearing a black robe with a round collar, said in a cold voice. Elder Xian Wu, although the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't intend to interfere in this matter, they also warned us not to make a move in the nest. If that's the case, if Heavenly Sword Marquis hides in the nest all the time, won't we be unable to do anything to him? Long Lu said with a frown. That's indeed the case. Xian Wu nodded. However, according to what you said, Heavenly Sword Marquis is only a rank 3 true saint. Yet he was able to kill my disciple head-on. His talent is bound to be shocking. If such a super genius is trapped here by us all the time, then it will be very difficult for him to truly display his talent. This is definitely not what he wants, so he will definitely think of a way to come out from inside. We don't have to worry. As long as the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance doesn't chase us away, we'll wait outside the mystic realm. Xian Wu's eyes were cold, and his heart was filled with shocking killing intent. Chu Yixiao was his disciple, and he was the favorite among his disciples. Now that Chu Yixiao was killed by Jian Wushuang, he would definitely find ways to avenge Chu Yixiao. Even if he had to stay outside the nest for thousands of years, He would never give up. The heart which had already made up her mind and was waiting outside the realm. In the mystic realm, Jin Wushuang had already arrived at the treasure pavilion. Lord Tianxua. Jin Wushuang looked at the golden light in front of him and immediately bowed. What do you need? Lord Tianxua's expression was still cold. I want to exchange for one universe crystal. Jin Wushuang directly took out a universe crystal. Shuebei gave him a total of 10 universe crystals. He had used one to exchange for the second volume of the gold-splitting secret manual, but now Jin Wushuang was here to exchange for the second one. As before, one universe crystal is worth 7.5 billion holy elixirs, Lord Tianxua said. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He had exchanged 7.5 billion holy elixirs for universe crystals. Over the years, Jin Wushuang had killed many experts and collected many resources and treasures. In this mission, he had killed nearly 30 true saint experts, including divine level 4, and then more than a dozen experts, including Chui Xiao, during the Great War. Many of these experts were powerful and had a lot of wealth. It should be about 4 billion holy elixirs. 7.5 billion and 4 billion, that was 11.5 billion. With such a huge amount of holy elixirs, Jin Wushuang naturally had to exchange for the treasures he needed in the treasure pavilion. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. During this hour, Jin Wushuang had used up all of the 11.5 billion holy elixirs. He first exchanged for a special secret manual called 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy, which was worth 4 billion holy elixirs. 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy was similar to Gold-Splitting Secret Manual in nature. The Gold-Splitting Secret Manual was left behind by a powerful Principles Master, which perfectly dissected the space-time principles. It was very useful for Jin Wushuang to comprehend the space-time principles. 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy was also left behind by the Principles Master, which also dissected the principles. However, 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy dissected the reincarnation principles. There were only 2 parts of the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy. Jin Wushuang had exchanged for the upper part and spent a total of 4 billion holy elixirs. Although these 4 billion holy elixirs were extremely valuable, Jin Wushuang knew that the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy would definitely be of great help to him in comprehending samsara rules. It would not be less valuable than the comprehension of time and space from the Gold-Splitting Secret Manual. Subsequently, Jin Wushuang spent a total of 3 billion holy elixirs to exchange for the Sword Principal Trial Tower of the Black Grade. Jin Wushuang had experienced the Sword Principal Trial Tower before. In his previous life, he had met a super expert in Sword Principle, Di Shisan. Di Shisan had thought of a way to let him cultivate in the Sword Principal Trial Tower for 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, Jin Wushuang had opened a new door to the Sword Principle. The reason why he was able to improve his Sword Principle so quickly was definitely related to the 1,000 years. In this life, especially now that he had stepped into the first heaven, he knew that the Sword Principal Trial Tower that Di Shisan had given him before was only the lowest level. It was specially prepared for some people who had just entered the Sword Principle. The Black Grade Sword Principal Trial Tower that Jin Wushuang had exchanged for was specially prepared for some powerful immortal saints. As long as they were good at Sword Principle, they could use it from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 7 true saint. Jin Wushuang could also use this Sword Principle Trial Tower to improve his understanding of Sword Principle and to hone his swordsmanship. Chapter 31-33. Cultivation. Jin Wushuang had spent 7 billion holy elixirs on the 9 Serenities Reincarnation Strategy and the Black Level Sword Principle Trial Tower alone. As for the remaining 4.5 billion holy elixirs, Jin Wushuang had exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for an Emperor-level Saint-breaking elixir. He had also exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for a total of 20 drops of the cold blood poison, averaging 1 drop of 100 million holy elixirs. As for the last 500 million holy pills, Jin Wushuang used them all to exchange for divine power fruit. In the secret chamber, Jin Wushuang sat alone with his legs crossed, looking very calm. The purple cloud pavilion has sealed off the time and space around this mystic realm. I can't leave in a short time. Since I can't leave, I might as well stay in this nest and cultivate. It just so happens that I need time to cultivate. When I'm strong enough to deal with the experts of the purple cloud pavilion, they'll go out, Jian Wushuang muttered. He already had an idea in his mind. Jian Wushuang immediately began to cultivate a dark and boundless void. This was the Black Level Sword Principal Trial Tower. Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of this dark void, and in front of him, a black-clothed figure stood coldly. Trial Taker, use all your strength and defeat me. You can meet your next opponent, the black-clothed figure said coldly. Jian Wushuang flipped his palm, and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Swish! The dazzling sword light lit up the entire dark void. Jian Wushuang had already made his move and started a fierce battle with the first opponent of the Sword Principal Trial Tower. Time passed quickly. Time passed mercilessly. In a flash, 90 years had passed. 90 years was nothing to an ordinary immortal saint. During these 90 years, the Heart Wizard, Long Lu, and other experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion had been guarding outside the realm. The space and time where the nest was located had been sealed. The Heart Wizard was still waiting for Jian Wushuang to come out of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm. At this moment, in a vast chaotic void far away, Emoshan, the three-eyed man, and the green-haired woman, these three high-level experts of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, gathered together, drinking and chatting. These three people had broken through to become Principal's masters a long time ago, and their strength had almost reached their limits. It was very difficult for them to have the chance to improve again unless they went to the universe battlefield. Thus, the three of them were very free on normal days. Emoshan, how is that little guy called Heavenly Sword Marquis now? The three-eyed man asked. He is still the same. He has been cultivating in seclusion in that mystic realm, and the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion have been waiting outside, Emoshan said. I don't know what this little guy is thinking. We only need him to say a word, and our Heaven-Cleaving Alliance will naturally send the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion away for him. But he insisted on acting tough. Now, he has been trapped in this mystic realm and can't get out. And the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion seem to be watching him closely. They won't give him a chance at all, the three-eyed man said. He's not trying to be brave. He just doesn't want to owe us a favor, Emoshan said. He doesn't owe us a favor. How can he solve the crisis in front of him by himself? Does he think that he will leave after hiding in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance's realm for a long time? That's too naive, the three-eyed man said. I don't know, but from what I know about this little guy, he must have his own plans. Let's ignore him and just watch quietly. I'm looking forward to seeing if this little guy can give us another surprise, Emoshan said. Surprise? The three-eyed man and the blue-haired woman looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In fact, with the style of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, they would never allow the Purple Cloud Pavilion to seal the space-time around the nest. They allowed it now because they had a little expectation for Jian Wushuang. They wanted to see how Jian Wushuang could solve the crisis alone. Let's keep watching. Emoshan smiled, but he had a certain confidence in Jian Wushuang. In the mystic realm of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, which had been sealed by time and space. Buzz. The endless power of reincarnation principles filled the entire secret chamber, and the power of reincarnation principles was completely centered on Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, the power of reincarnation principles around him disappeared instantly. Jian Wushuang exhaled lightly, but a faint smile appeared on his face. After comprehending it for such a long time, I finally comprehended the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jian Wushuang was also quite excited. The 6 paths of reincarnation was the biggest opportunity he had obtained in the Heaven-Cleaving mystic realm. It was a powerful secret skill that was comparable to the space-time divine skill and might even be a little stronger. However, although he had obtained the complete inheritance of this secret skill, he had never truly mastered it. After all, this secret skill was very profound and required a very high level of comprehension of reincarnation principles. Previously, Jian Wushuang was barely qualified to comprehend the secret skill. But now, after 90 years of cultivation, although he spent most of his time on sword principle cultivation, he still left a lot of time to comprehend the principles and secret skills. With the help of the gold-splitting secret manual, he had made great progress in the space-time principles. In the reincarnation principles, he had also made great progress in the past 90 years because of the 9 Serenities reincarnation strategy. Jin Wushuang had spent 8 years to master the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. I wonder how powerful the first Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation will be with my current strength? Jin Wushuang was looking forward to it. However, he knew that he had no chance to try it now. He was now in the lair of the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, so he could not practice such a powerful secret skill. If he left the lair, the people of the Purple Cloud Pavilion would immediately attack him. There's no hurry. I have mastered the secret skill, so I have plenty of time to use it in the future. Jin Wushuang smiled and began to calculate his current strength. Over the past 90 years of cultivation, he had made great progress, especially in sword principle. With the help of the gold-splitting secret manual and the black-grade sword principle trial tower, his understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. Now, the boundless sword tree in his body had risen from 99,000 feet to 16,500 feet. The power of his swordsmanship was even more terrifying. As for his sword techniques, the unparalleled sword manual he created had already reached the level of a 5th-level ultimate skill. But in the past 50 years, he had been creating new worlds in the sword principle trial tower, making continuous breakthroughs and advancing by leaps and bounds. Chapter 31-34. Breakthrough. I have made great progress in sword principle and swordsmanship, and my comprehension of the principles has improved a lot. If I go all out now, it will not be difficult for me to fight against a rank 6 true saint. I can even suppress an ordinary rank 6 true saint, but this strength alone is not enough. Jin Wushuang frowned. There were several experts from the Purple Cloud Pavilion waiting for him outside, all of whom were at least rank 6 true saints. Elder Xian Wu was a genuine rank 7 true saint. With his current strength, he could not deal with them alone. Although I'm not strong enough, I've improved my strength to the extreme in the past 90 years. If I want to improve my strength again, I have to make a breakthrough in my realm. Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes. A breakthrough in realm? He had made a breakthrough from a rank 1 true saint to a rank 3 true saint in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. In the past 90 years, he had consumed a lot of divine power fruits and accumulated his divine power very quickly. Now, he had reached the limit of a rank 3 true saint and was only one step away from a rank 4 true saint. However, it was not a step that could be crossed easily. I have reached the limit of my divine power. Under normal circumstances, I need to travel outside and find a way to break through it. But now, I don't have such conditions. I have no choice but to place my hopes on the elixir. Jin Wushuang's expression was solemn. He flipped his hand, and a scarlet gold elixir appeared in his hand. This elixir was the Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir that Jin Wushuang had spent 2 billion holy elixirs to exchange for. The Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir, as its name implied, was used to help true saint experts break through their realm by force. Its value was extremely high, and it was very rare. Jin Wushuang was able to exchange for this elixir in the Treasure Pavilion because he was a heaven-grade member of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. According to Sir Tiansua, the Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir can play a certain role even for cultivators above rank 5 or rank 6. Under normal circumstances, those who have reached the limit of rank 5 or rank 6 have a 10% chance of breaking through their bottleneck after consuming the Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir. I just want to break through from a rank 3 true saint to a rank 4 true saint. In addition, my comprehension of the principles and the Tao have long surpassed that of a rank 3 true saint. My foundation is absolutely perfect in my current state. If I take this Emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir, the chances of successfully breaking through the bottleneck and reaching rank 4 true saint are at least 30% or even 40%. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands. The 30% or even 40% chance was already very high. Because of this, Jin Wushuang had previously exchanged 2 billion holy elixirs for this emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir. I'll take my chances. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He glanced at the emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as the emperor-grade saint-breaking elixir entered his body, it instantly turned into hot energy and began to surge in his body. Jin Wushuang suddenly felt his whole body become hot and scalding. The heat continued to rise, and his face became redder and redder. Time passed. After an unknown amount of time, the hot energy in Jin Wushuang's body finally reached its peak. At this moment, he felt as if he was being burned by endless flames, and his entire body turned red. It's starting. Jin Wushuang endured the pain of the scorching energy devouring his body and began to stop the majestic divine power from attacking the bottleneck. At the same time, the scorching energy completely merged with Jin Wushuang's divine power. Bang! 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 The crazy attacks repeatedly caused the veins on Jin Wushuang's forehead to bulge. At the same time, a large amount of divine power and scorching energy were being consumed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Jin Wushuang had attacked the bottleneck 7 times. However, the bottleneck was only slightly shaken. This is my last chance. If I don't succeed, I'll die. Jin Wushuang's expression was solemn, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. The remaining divine power in his body had completely merged with the scorching energy. In the next moment, he rushed toward the bottleneck like a torrent of steel. Bang! A low sound came from Jin Wushuang's body. His body trembled, and he also felt a sharp pain in his body. However, under the pain, Jin Wushuang did not show any pain. On the contrary, he was ecstatic, because he had already sensed that the calm center had been broken by his last attack. I've made a breakthrough. Jin Wushuang clenched his hands, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth immediately surged toward him like crazy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jin Wushuang's divine power and divine body also began to transform. From a rank 3 true saint to a rank 4 true saint, it seemed to be only a small breakthrough. However, it must be known that the gap between each realm was very wide. Jin Wushuang's overall strength had improved greatly after breaking through from a rank 3 true saint to a rank 4 true saint. In just half a day, Jin Wushuang had completely completed his transformation. Everything had calmed down in the secret chamber. Jin Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes open. At this moment, he was carefully feeling the divine power in his body, which was more than 10 times stronger than before. When he had just entered the 3rd rank true saint realm, the power of his divine power was comparable to that of an ordinary 5th rank true saint. After reaching the peak of the 3rd rank, the power of his divine power should be comparable to that of a peak 5th rank true saint. Now that he had reached the 4th rank true saint realm, it was no surprise that his divine power alone was comparable to that of a 6th rank true saint. If combined with his several secret skills, his divine power might not be comparable to that of a 6th rank true saint. Moreover, he had just made a breakthrough. Jin Wushuang suddenly waved his hand, and numerous high-level divine power fruits appeared in front of him. Divine power fruits were used to store divine power. Jin Wushuang had exchanged some of them. In the past 90 years, he had accumulated his divine power to the peak of rank 3 true saint. He had used up a lot of divine power fruits, but there were still some left. Now, Jin Wushuang took out these divine power fruits and swallowed them all without hesitation. Each of these divine power fruits provided Jin Wushuang with a lot of divine power, which made his divine power more and more abundant. In a few days, Jin Wushuang had devoured and refined all the divine power fruits. However, these divine power fruits only allowed Jin Wushuang to reach the level of an advanced rank 4 true saint. There was still a gap between him and the peak of rank 4. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.